Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave, your go-to channel for captivating Chinese audiobooks. We bring you 2 daily uploads, ensuring you never miss a moment of the action. Stay tuned, subscribe, and let's dive into today's story. Chapter 351, The Era of Reincarnation of 100 Schools of Art. Confused. This is the most realistic portrayal of Irina at the moment. Looking at the black-haired girl who suddenly appeared in front of her and raised Orpheus, and then spoke to herself, a doubtful look flashed in Irina's eyes. "Who are you?" "I'm sorry, I'm so excited." Putting down Orpheus, whose face was expressionless but his eyes became more and more dangerous, the black-haired girl introduced herself. "I'm Vina, a former subordinate of Lord Orpheus." "Vina?" Irina was taken aback. She is not unfamiliar with the name. According to Lilith, the designer of the ruins of reincarnation was called this name. In other words, "You are the Lord God." "Yes, what's the matter?" Wei Na looked at 577 suspiciously. "Nothing, just a little surprised." Looking at the approachable girl in front of her, Irina felt a little emotional. "In my cognition, the main gods are the kind of big people who are not easy to approach. It's really the first to be as approachable as you are." "First?" Vina was stunned for a moment. "If you really want to be approachable, Orpheus Sama should be more suitable." 35. "That's right. But..." Looking at Menglong, who was silently in a daze, Irina's face showed a tangled look. They had just wandered around the ruins of reincarnation not long ago, so they had a sense of how powerful Vina was. But the Orpheus side is different, the other side can be said to be too approachable. Going too far, including Hestia, everyone subconsciously did not regard each other as the main god, but as a child who lacked common sense. "Oh, I see." 35. Glancing at the expressions of Irina and Hestia, Vina reacted instantly. "Master Orpheus is really too lazy. Even me, I often ignore the fact that she is the main god." Let's not talk about this for now." Feeling the dull gaze behind her, Wei Na, who was planning to say something, stopped and changed the subject. "Let's change places first. The environment in the Shura world is too harsh to be used to entertain you and Lord Orpheus. It is good. The age of reincarnation is the 6th age of the void. It is different from the mechanical era of the 7th era, which was severely damaged by the evil god at the last time of the era. Due to the existence of Orpheus in this era, a master-level powerhouse was born early. It is still the kind of master-level powerhouse whose status is unshakable, even if it is of the same level. Under normal circumstances, the void where this level of police power was born would quickly complete the state of unification. But Orpheus is different. Due to his personality, Orpheus has no interest in building power or expanding his territory. Her biggest hobby is finding a place to sleep, and finding something to eat after waking up. For this reason, the reincarnation era not only failed to achieve the unity of power, on the contrary, there was a situation where 100 schools of thought contended. The leaders of the major forces regularly feed Orpheus and arrange a sleeping nest for her, and then compete with each other, trying to become the second master after Orpheus to unify the void. It's just a pity that until the end of the God and Demon Tower at the end of the 6th era, there was still no second master. On the contrary, because Orpheus, the first ruler of the 6th era, woke up to eat and slept, his realm advanced all the way, and he came to the edge of the 6th realm of the Lord God, so everyone was affected. A mental blow. In addition, the era was nearly over at that time, and the major god-level powerhouses directly gave up the dream of unifying the void, united together to fight the chaos evil god, and looked for a new place to live. And the current world of reincarnation is the place where they finally settled down. There are 2 main reasons for choosing here. As a result, the scale of this comprehensive world is very large, and the strength of the aborigines is also average. As long as they are the main god-level powerhouses, they are fully capable of suppressing this world in a short period of time, and choose a site to transform it into a territory suitable for their own living. In addition to this, another reason is the appearance of the world. The 6 worlds are interlocked, exactly corresponding to the 6 cycles of reincarnation. And although the rulers of their era have been fishing for a while, they are still more inclined to reincarnation in terms of ability. Choosing this world as the new world and naming it as the world of reincarnation also means that they recognize Orpheus and position him as the leader of the new world. It's just a pity that in the end, Orpheus didn't go to live in the new world with them. Instead, at the end of the 6th era, after chasing a bunch of chaos heretic god Hammer for a while, he returned directly to the void to find a small nest to sleep. Stand up. Faced with this situation, these main gods are also somewhat helpless. After hesitating for a while between the 2 options of waking the other party up and not waking the other party up, they finally chose to give up and leave with Orpheus. Of course, it's not completely giving up. In addition to the backhands that Vina left behind in the remnants of reincarnation, the major gods of the reincarnation era actually left their backhands in the void. As long as Orpheus can be activated, he can obtain the information they left behind and decide whether he wants to come to the world of reincarnation. It seems that you have lost a lot of brains because of Orpheus. After listening to Vina's explanation, Irina's face showed an envious look. Compared with their era, the atmosphere of the reincarnation era is much better. Although they are also competing with each other, people often fall. But it was also a competition with the 0.1 level powerhouse. Like the powerhouses of their era, Tian likes to bully the small with the big. Especially those main god level forces, they like to find those who have potential to fight. And according to Vina's statement, the superior gods and main gods of their era can do anything at will, and they have not been subject to any restrictions from beginning to end. That is to say, if they weren't in this era with these deceitful main god level forces, it is estimated that void consciousness would not be able to create such a thing as a god's contract. This thing is completely used to control the cancer of the god of light. Here. 39. Weena, who didn't know what Irina was thinking, stopped and pointed to the gate ahead. Through that, we can go directly to the human world. More. Chapter 352 The Combat Power of the Reincarnation World. As a comprehensive world, the world of reincarnation consists of 6 inner worlds in total. In order to correspond to the 6 realms of reincarnation, Vina and the others named it the Heavenly God Realm, the Human Realm, the Shura Realm, the Hell Realm, the Evil Ghost Realm and the Animal Realm. These 6 worlds, the overall size of each world, is more than 10 times that of the top world in the void. The 6 worlds of this level are combined together, and the world of reincarnation can be said to be a very large-scale comprehensive world. In addition, at the end of the era, although the main god-level powerhouses of the reincarnation era joined forces, there were still people who fell and a large number of casualties. Even if all the remaining staff were transferred to this side, I did not feel any pressure. And after the transfer of the personnel of the era of reincarnation, the next issue is the division of the territory. For the main god-level powerhouses of the previous era of reincarnation, the biggest problem in the reincarnation world at that time was that the territory was not divided enough. Apart from Orpheus who must rule 1 or more worlds, there are still 13 main god-level powerhouses left. 3 people were divided into 5 or less worlds. It can be said that they almost fought over this matter. But sadly, a lot of people didn't end up coming. Leading Orpheus and the others to sit down at their residence in the human world, Vina explained casually. After the Tower of Gods and Demons was closed, those greedy chaos evil gods united at the last moment and wanted to make a big deal before leaving. Although we were helped by the 3 rulers of the 4th era, we still suffered a lot. Of the 13 main gods, 6 fell on the spot. Of the remaining 7, 3 were unable to come with us because of the after effects left in the final battle. 35. Of the 13 people who almost fought to get a satisfactory territory in the new world, only 5 of them, including her, returned alive. After the chassis of one person and another world, there is still one world left for the Aborigines to live in. To a certain extent, it is also quite helpless. So, is the human world the territory of Vina? Seeing that it was a bit dull, Irina hurriedly changed the subject. Compared with Shura's side, the environment here is much better. No, you guessed wrong. Wei Na raised her eyebrows and replied. The human world is the territory we leave to the Aborigines. As for my territory, it is the Shura world. Therefore, it is not an accident that the cross-border magic circle of the reincarnation finally set the coordinates in the Shura world, but a program she designed in advance. Irina was completely silent now. She felt like she was a Thunder King today. If you ask anything casually, you can step on the pain point of the other party. Don't worry, it's my request to make it my site. Wei Na smiled and directly eased the slightly embarrassing atmosphere. Since you all came from the ruins of reincarnation, you must have heard of my title. Soul Engineer? Hestia spoke up. Yes. Vera nodded. As long as there are enough materials, I can design a god-level puppet and a building at the highest level. It's just that my strength is more in the direction of the soul, so I got such a title. Since there is such a powerful ability, why not choose a world with more resources? Halfway through the sentence, Irina seemed to have thought of something and suddenly stopped. Could it be that there are many resources in the Azura world? That's right. Wei Na smiled meaningfully. That sea of blood is no ordinary thing. 35. On the contrary, in my eyes, that sea of blood is the greatest treasure in the world of reincarnation. 35. If it hadn't been used by others, it would have taken a lot of effort for her to grab the Azura realm. Okay, let's skip this topic first. Seeing that the atmosphere eased up again, Vina's eyes moved to Orpheus, who had never spoken not far away, and began to ask the truth. Lord Orpheus's awakening is a bit unexpected, but according to my understanding of her, even if she wakes up, she will at most just find something to fill her stomach and then sleep in another place. 5. Specially looking for the reincarnation ruins, and coming here through the cross-border magic circle inside the reincarnation ruins, there should be something important that must be resolved by Lord Orpheus. Indeed it is. Seeing that Orpheus did not explain, Hestia replied. According to the information we got, Nyarlathotep, the evil god of chaos, is eyeing this place. Too slow, Nyarlathotep. Looking at the silver-haired girl in front of him, the head of the regiment had many tentacles and huge mouths, and his body was full of wrinkles and scales. At your speed, you should be able to come faster. Don't be angry, Gatanatoya. Lifting the crab-shaped chaotic creature in his hand, Naoko shook it twice to the different-looking chaotic evil gods in front of him. I came across an interesting thing on the road, and I caught it for you as a 577 meeting gift. Do you like it? Fair enough. Taking this crab-shaped chaotic creature with only the strength of a top-level superior god, and throwing it into his mouth, Gatanatoya said while chewing. According to the information obtained so far, in addition to the original 5 main gods in the reincarnation world, 4 main gods of the first realm of main gods have been born. Although the strength is a little weaker, it can be considered a good fighting force when they join forces. And then? Turning the crowbar in his hand twice, Nyarlathotep asked. Are these all? Don't ask too much. In the end, it's just a slightly stronger comprehensive world. After digesting the food in his mouth, Gatanatoya, who understood what the other party was asking, replied. In the case of limited resources, the strength of those old master gods cannot be improved at all. Being able to make out the powerhouses of the first realm of the 4 main gods is already their limit. Well, that's really disappointing. Nayazi sighed and threw the crowbar in his hand towards the Samsara realm. I thought it would be fun. Since there is only this level, then let's fight quickly. Boom. Chapter 353 The Lord Gods Gather, the Chaos God of Chaos. Feeling the ground shaking violently under his feet, Hestia, who was explaining her purpose, stopped and looked at Weena thoughtfully. Is this a phenomenon unique to your reincarnation world? Of course not. Veena shook her head and looked upward. It's just that the villain has arrived. Although Hestia hadn't finished speaking, he also talked about his own purpose. In addition, the strength of the person who just launched the attack is so strong that he can break through the outer barriers of the samsara realm with one blow. If nothing else, it should be the famous Nyarlathotep who shot. Veena, do you know what's going on? 35. Just when Veena got up, a burly man suddenly appeared in the room. He is Haruman, the controller of the animal world, and at the same time, apart from Veena, he is the only old-fashioned master god in the human world. Didn't you say it's just a few chaos heretic gods with average strength? How you look at it just now, Speaking of which, Yu Guang suddenly swept to Orpheus's Haruman, stunned. Oh! Orpheus-sama. 35. Orpheus nodded flatly. Veena, what's the situation? 35. Faced with this familiar attitude and that unforgeable temperament, Haruman was completely stunned. Why is Lord Orpheus here? Just here, as for the purpose. Wei Na stood up and raised her finger to the top. Of course it's to help us and get rid of that troublesome guy. Damn it! It's really Lord Orpheus. Long time no see, Orpheus-sama. Ha ha ha, Lord Orpheus, you are still the same. You haven't grown taller at all. After realizing that the Orpheus in front of him was not a prank by Vera, but the real person, Haruman immediately spread the news. Within a minute, 3 figures, 2 men and 1 woman, appeared in the room one after another and greeted Orpheus. To see Mr. Orpheus one day, this is something I never thought of before. Vita, who was also burly, laughed. I already planned it. If the lifespan of the realm breakthrough is not enough in the future, I will go to the void to see Lord Orpheus. As a result, before he could pass, the other party took the initiative to come over. For Vader, who has been in a panic over the years, it can be said to be a rare happy time. Noisy. 35. Orpheus shook his head, got up from his chair, and walked towards the door. Master Orpheus. One of the 2 newly arrived women, Lulu, who has the strength of the 3rd realm of the Lord God, looked over. Where are you going? Deal with the enemy. 35. Orpheus said with an expressionless face. It's so slow. In the chaos outside the world of reincarnation, a girl named Nyarlathotep kept turning upside down and circled on the spot. Why haven't those guys come out yet? Could it be that my blow just now was too cruel and scared them? 99. It's not impossible. Gadano Toya replied with a earn. According to the information collected before, the strongest people in the reincarnation realm are the powerhouses in the 4th realm of the 3 main gods. And Nyarlathotep just smashed the world wall of the reincarnation world at once. At least it is the power that can only be possessed by the powerhouse of the 5th realm of the main god. In the face of such an enemy, the probability of the opponent being frightened is indeed there. If you are a little less timid, maybe you will activate the trump card that is activated in advance and complete the retreat in a short time. Thinking of this, the tentacles on Gadana Toya's body swayed restlessly, and then his eyes moved to the side. There is a chaos evil god with a conical body and a lizard-shaped head, and 4 stout tentacle-shaped arms with suction cups on the neck. When unfolded, it looks like a starfish. Omog, go test it. 55. Gadanatoya ordered. It is good. The chaos evil god named Omog agreed directly. Although it only has the strength of the 3rd realm of the main god, its life-saving ability is very powerful. Even if facing the siege of all the high-end combat power in the samsara world at the same time, Omog is confident that he can complete the retreat. As a candidate for temptation, it can be said that it is more suitable. So, after a few minutes, when Orpheus dragged Omog who was completely dead, he walked out slowly, including Nyarlathotep, the 7 or 8 chaos gods present fell silent at the same time. Gadanotoya, your brother seems to be cold. Nyarlathotep approached quietly and whispered towards the meatball beside him. The origin completely dissipated, and the body and soul also completely appeared in a state of death. Even if my body comes in person, it doesn't seem to be able to save it. I'm not blind. Gadanotoya replied with a bit of anger. Of course, the reason for his tantrums was not Omog's death. In terms of identity, the other party is indeed his younger brother. But as an evil god of various meanings, family affection is the most useless thing in Gadanotoya's eyes. If it wasn't for Omog's self-confidence, he might have eaten the opponent himself long ago. Therefore, the main reason why he is so irritable now is actually the appearance of Orpheus. Inktoru. Where did this monster come from? Looking at Orpheus, who was expressionless in front of him, Gadanotoya looked angrily at a meatball that looked similar to him not far away. 2. Li Zhao Zhao, Fang is her sister, Inktalu. Although the realm is the same as Omog, there is only the third realm of the main god, but the other party has ever-changing abilities. If you don't take the initiative to reveal the flaws, even the powerhouses of the fourth realm of the Lord God will not be able to discover each other. And it was with this ability that Inktoru became the intelligence collector of this operation. The information that he told Nyarlathotep before was told to him by the other party. But isn't it the strongest person in the reincarnation world, just a few guys from the fourth realm of the main god? Why is there a robbery in the fifth realm of the Lord God? Gadanotoya said furiously. 6699. I can't. Without anyone finding out, Inktoru, who had wandered around the world of reincarnation for more than 10 laps, was also confused. Where did this 3 no lowly come from? Chapter 354 Famous, 4 people in an instant. 2 main gods in the fourth realm, and 2 main gods in the third realm. Not long after Orpheus came out, Vina and the others immediately followed. Looking at Gadanotoya and the others not far away, Vina's eyes fell on the silver-haired girl who suddenly burst out laughing out of nowhere. That should be the incarnation of Nyarlathotep. Including the chaotic evil god killed by Lord Orpheus, there is a total of 1 main god fifth realm, 2 main god fourth realm, and 3 main god third realm. What a big deal! 35. The burly Harriman touched his chin with a look of emotion on his face. If it wasn't for the arrival of Lord Orpheus, we probably wouldn't have a second option other than escape. But it's different now. With Orpheus's help to contain Nyarlathotep, they were not inferior to each other in terms of cutting-edge combat power. More fortunately, on their way out just now, they met an evil god in the third realm of the main god sent by the other party to test. They killed a cutting-edge fighting force in the place ahead of time, and they currently have an advantage in numbers. Next, as long as you are careful, the probability of 580% of hitting the opponent heavily or even leaving them all is not low. Thinking of this, Harriman, who was wild in appearance but had a spirit of character, took 2 steps forward and asked in a low voice in front of Orpheus. Master Orpheus, do you have any plans? No. Throwing away the cold corpse in his hand, Orpheus walked forward with a dull expression. If you want to fight, fight, if you don't want to fight, just watch. This is really a big harvest. Looking at Orpheus who was getting closer, Nyarlathotep, who could sense that he was locked, was excited. After disappearing for so long, I thought she met some strange guy who died. You know her? Gadanotoya looked over. Of course I know. In other words, as long as there are people who pay attention to the void side, there are not many who don't know her. Nyarlathotep replied. The master of the 6th era of the void, the 5th existence in the currently recorded void rankings. During the 6th era, 1 person killed the 3-digit chaos evil god infinite dragon god, Orpheus. Such a big deal. An ominous feeling rose in Gadanotoya's heart. Can you beat it? If it was before, my strongest incarnation would have a chance to beat. What about now? Is this 35? Nyarlathotep laughed. Guess. I guess Nima. Although he had long known that the other party was unreliable, he had never thought that it would be so unreliable. At such an important juncture, you are still playing tricks, so you are not afraid of death. Even if it is not the main body, it is still a very important incarnation. Ah, you're so boring, Gadanotoya. Just as Gadanotoya was thinking about whether to shoot, Nyarlathotep's voice came again. Forget it, I won't make fun of you. Because you're a Kamalo child, I'll tell you some good news. If you run away now, the 4 of you should have a certain probability to survive 2 of them. Is this good news? Hearing Nyarlathotep's prompt, Gadanotoya didn't even have time to curse, he turned around and started running. As one of the ancient evil gods of chaos, Nyarlathotep's judgment cannot be wrong. Since the other party said so, it means that they are the one who will inevitably lose in this battle. In this case, it is natural to hurry up and run away. But... bang bang bang! Just as Gadanotoya turned around and ran away, he heard 3 violent collisions coming from his ear, dab. Before he could think about what happened, he found a familiar Sanmuloli appeared in front of him. Under his gaze, the other party raised Bainan's small hand and slowly stretched it towards him. The next second, the familiar collision sound sounded. Feeling the gradually losing vitality in the body, Gadanotoya instantly understood what the 3 voices just now meant. Thinking of this, Gadanotoya finally couldn't help scolding. Nyarlathotep. UBD. Oh, it's really sad. The silver-haired girl who stood there and didn't move the whole time shook her head with a look of regret on her face. I clearly reminded me kindly, but I still scold me at the end. 5. Orpheus, do you think this is a good person who is not rewarded? No. Lo. Throwing away the cold Gadanotoya in his hand, he solved the 4 chaos evil god Orpheus in just an instant and walked towards him. You are not a good person, you are a liar. Fraud. Nyarlathotep tilted his head suspiciously. Why do you say that? 99. I'm telling the truth, I didn't lie to them. Don't talk to liars. Orpheus refused to communicate, and disappeared in place the next second, rushing towards Nyarlathotep. Orpheus naturally heard what the other party just said. It is precisely because of this that she will call each other a liar. There is a certain probability of surviving too by escaping immediately. Rationally, it does. But the premise of this situation is that Nyarlathotep stops her desperately. But the fact is, the other party chose to watch the play. From her shot to the instant killing of the 4 chaos evil gods, this silver-haired girl with a malicious smile on her face had no intention of moving. She just watched Orpheus make his move, killing the 4 chaos evil gods one after another. It was precisely because he noticed this that Gadanotoya scolded at the last moment. If he doesn't run away, Orpheus' first target is most likely the incarnation of Nyarlathotep. But once he escaped directly, Orpheus, who was successfully attracted to him, would naturally try to stop him. At this time, Nyarlathotep, who made the proposal, chose to watch the play. If it wasn't for the lack of a chance, Gadanotoya might even jump back and help Orpheus hammer Nyarlathotep together. Oh, that's really boring. On the other side, seeing Orpheus rushing up directly, Nyarlathotep shook his head in disappointment. Why do people in the void like to do it directly? That's the way the ice player is, and so are you. 35. Forget it, since you want to fight, let's play with you. 35. Chapter 355, The Accumulation of the 3 Era. Looking at Orpheus, who was pressing Nyarlathotep in the distance, Harriman, who was ready to fight, was stunned. In an instant, he killed 4 Chaos Heretic Gods, including 2 Chaos Heretic Gods from the 4th realm of the Lord God. This strength has completely surpassed Harryman's imagination. If you want to fight, fight, if you don't want to fight, just watch the play. At this moment, he finally understood the meaning of what Orpheus just said. Thinking of this, Harriman turned to look at the black-haired girl beside him who was also stunned. Veena, has Lord Orpheus become stronger again? Aren't you talking nonsense? Wei Na rolled her eyes and replied angrily. From the fourth realm of the main god to the fifth realm of the main god is a process of qualitative change. It is normal for the chaos evil god in the fourth realm to be crushed by Orpheus in the fifth realm. But the two chaos heretic gods in the fourth realm of the main gods just now are obviously not simple existences. It can kill them all in an instant, and by the way, the other two chaos evil gods in the third realm of the main god are also eliminated. To a certain extent, this is not the extent to which the strength has been increased. Compared with the power shown by Orpheus in the past, this is a complete qualitative change. But it's strange. She scratched her hair in confusion, and Wei Na was puzzled. Judging from the physical condition of Lord Orpheus, she should still be at the peak of the fifth realm of the Lord God. There is no major breakthrough in the realm. How did she become so strong? The reason is simple. In addition to Harriman and Veena, the third main god of the reincarnation world, the fourth realm powerhouse, is also the strongest among the three, Vita said. Compared to the bombardment in the past, Lord Orpheus has now made an amazing leap in the control of his power. From the beginning of killing the path-seeking Chaos Evil God, to the four Chaos Evil Gods fleeing in different directions in an instant, and finally suppressing Nyarlathotep. During this process, Lord Orpheus was in a state of 100% power control throughout. 100%? Veena and Harriman froze for a moment, then carefully looked at Orpheus' situation. In the next second, the expressions of the two of them instantly became complicated. Incomprehensible. 35. After confirming that what Vader said was true, Harriman was completely stunned. If someone else came, let alone 100% control of his own power, he could accept 200% control. But that's Orpheus. Orpheus, who has mastered infinite power and has no upper limit of energy in his body. It is theoretically impossible to completely control this power. How is this done? 35. Don't ask me, I don't know either. Vader, who was the first to notice the situation, glanced at him, and then his eyes returned to the battlefield. Maybe this is the reason why Orpheus Sama chose to stay in the void. Wei Na, who didn't think about the same result, shook her head and gave up thinking directly. Get ready, we can have a celebration banquet today. Although there is still no breakthrough in the realm, Orpheus in this state already possesses the power that does not belong to the fifth realm of the Lord God. I am afraid that even if Nyarlathotep's main body arrives, he will at most have a fight with her. A mere avatar, I am afraid it will be completely dry in a few minutes. Veena's judgment was not wrong. It's just that compared to the few minutes she expected, the duration of this battle was shorter than she expected. Boom! With a casual blow, the silver-haired girl in front of him flew away with the opponent's crowbar, and Orpheus, who was wrapped in huge magic power, stopped. Why don't you fight? Nyarlathotep, who was suppressed the whole time, smiled and looked over curiously. Could it be that you have a sudden attack of kindness, and you want to let go of this incarnation of me? Almost got used to it. Ignoring Nyarlathotep's question, Orpheus, who was standing there, shook his hands. It's different from the kind of person who is almost struggling with the benefits of the version of Revere, who can rub off any sss-level lord skills. Due to his own abilities, Orpheus was mainly boosted by the skills of two sss-level lords in terms of combat power. Enhance the basic attributes of the sss-level lord skills, the royal girl soars. The sss-level lord skills that enhance power control, fully control. But although only these two lord skills have brought her improvement, the degree of improvement is not comparable to ordinary people. In the same realm, even a son of a version like Revel is definitely a big difference behind Orpheus. The main reason for this situation is her own ability. Infinite power. This is the power that she deduces from her own origin and finally controls when she is promoted to the main god. Flowers 0. Although the follow-up is also due to the nature of the power, I have come into contact with the power of reincarnation and the power of the soul. However, in ordinary battles, the most important power used by Orpheus is still infinite power. And the biggest feature of the infinite power is the infinite in the literal sense. Unlimited energy, unlimited amplification. As long as Orpheus can bear it, she can use this power to strengthen herself without limit. Whether it is the body, the soul, or the power of any other nature, all can be amplified. What's even more amazing is that after continuous strengthening, the strengthened part of Orpheus will be permanently strengthened. Although the magnitude of this enhancement is very weak, Orpheus's long lifespan cannot be sustained, and he is in a state of strengthening all the time. From just breaking through to the 5th realm of the main god, to finally approaching the 6th realm of the main god, Orpheus took almost an epoch. Point 0. In the following 3 epochs, Orpheus, who did not look for a breakthrough method, did not complete the breakthrough of the great realm because he had been in a state of deep sleep. 1. Orpheus never stopped the process of all-round strengthening through infinite power. 3 epochs have passed, and Orpheus's body and soul have reached an exaggerated level. On this basis, she joined Mahu's territory and gained an increase in the skills of sss-level lords. Now all aspects of power have reached an inhuman realm. At the moment when he came to the world of reincarnation and untied the seal on his body, even with the help of complete control, Orpheus still almost failed to control this huge force. It was precisely in order to prevent this power from leaking out and spreading to the world of reincarnation, that Orpheus rushed out immediately after noticing the arrival of Nyarlathotep and the others. Past experience has taught her that no matter what the situation is, fighting is always a shortcut to help her quickly master power. In fact, Orpheus' judgment is indeed not wrong. After colliding with Nyarlathotep's incarnation for a minute, Orpheus successfully controlled all the power in his body through complete control. After controlling this force, the battle naturally does not need to continue. It's over. 35. Looking at the silver-haired girl not far away who didn't seem to react, Orpheus silently raised his palm to face the opponent. Click! In the next instant, a crisp sound resounded through the area. Chapter 356 The Disturbed Body, Another Purpose. What? In a corner of the chaos, a surprised voice suddenly appeared out of thin air. The violent chaotic turbulence slowly retreated to both sides, and a girl with long silver hair and a super long hair on top of her head walked out of it. He is the chaos of prowling, the terminator of the world, and the evil god of chaos who likes to play with people's hearts. At the same time, he is also the body of Nyarlathotep who sent the incarnation to the world of reincarnation. But this well-known chaos heretic god is rarely in a state of confusion at this moment. Just now, his strongest incarnation was killed. It's still the kind that doesn't even have time to react, and kills it like a worm. Strange, is Orpheus so strong? Nyarlathotep scratched his head in confusion. He did not feel heartache about the evaporation of the incarnation. The incarnation of the 5th realm of the Lord God is indeed a precious thing, but the materials for making that thing are all snatched from other people when he is playing a prank. If the incarnation is gone, the big deal is to go back and grab it again. The main thing that puzzles him now is that Orpheus's strength is not quite right. 100% power control, no, not just 100%. 35. Carefully recalling the battle of the incarnation just now, Nyarlathotep seemed to have discovered something, with an interested look on his face. When fighting the avatar in front, it was indeed 100%. But like killing the avatar in the end, her control over her power has increased to at least 250%. This is interesting. For the main god-level powerhouse with a long lifespan, except when there is a breakthrough in the big realm, his own power is generally in a state of 100% control. 1. Nyarlathotep also paid attention to the nature of Orpheus' infinite power. If you want to completely control the infinite power, it is not the degree that the so-called hard work can do. On the basis of completely controlling the infinite power, breaking the limit of 100% to have a deeper control over it is another realm. If this happened to some people who had not been promoted to gods, or had just been promoted to gods, lower-level gods, or middle-level gods, Nyarlathotep would understand. After all, the weaker the creature, the easier it is to completely control or even deeply control all of its own power. But if this happened to Orpheus, it would be a little unusual. Oops, it seems that there is something interesting that was born when I didn't pay attention. Although he did not understand the reason for the mutation in Orpheus, Nyarlathotep, who had experienced this kind of thing many times, directly identified the reason for the mutation as an external factor. Originally, I was prepared to test the attitude of void consciousness, but I didn't expect to catch an unexpectedly big fish. But that's okay, this side is almost tired of playing, it's time to change the goal. Glancing at the world that was on the verge of destruction not far away, Nyarlathotep turned and walked into the distance. Just now, she, who has played the role of the master of the fourth realm of the Lord God for thousands of years, pretended to complete the breakthrough in battle and slaughtered everyone in this world, and finally killed the controller of this world. Countless years of hard work came to nothing, and the unwilling expression of the other party before his death really made her a wave of joy. But happiness is always short-lived. After finishing the opponent, Nyarlathotep, who had temporarily lost the target of his play, felt sentimental for a second. Now the appearance of Orpheus has just filled this vacancy. I think about it, the direction of the reincarnation world, well, it should be this side. At the same time that Nyarlathotep's body began to rush towards the world of reincarnation. On the other side, everyone in the reincarnation world is celebrating enthusiastically. Master Orpheus is amazing. As expected of Lord Orpheus, his strength is as strong as ever. 55. Is this the legendary Lord Orpheus? He looks so petite. Vina and other 5 veteran main gods, and 4 main gods born in the world of reincarnation who have never seen Orpheus gathered around the table, constantly talking about their thoughts. To be honest, this time, it's really thanks to Orpheus-sama. Putting down the wine glass in his hand, the burly Vita said with emotion. Nyarlathotep is worthy of being a legendary evil god, even an incarnation has the strength of the 5th realm of the main god. If there is no Lord Orpheus, I am afraid that even if I use all my strength, I can only stop the other party for a minute at most. 35. In such a short time, it is impossible for everyone in the reincarnation world to start the transfer and complete the transfer. It can be said that the arrival of Orpheus this time can be regarded as helping the samsara realm to break the ending of the whole army. Speaking of which, will Master Orpheus stay this time? Seeming to think of something, Vina suddenly looked at Orpheus who was sitting in the main seat and was silent the whole time. Or will I leave the world of reincarnation and continue to return to the void? Do not know. Orpheus shook his head and looked at the blonde girl pushing the dining cart towards this direction. Irina decides. Feeling the large number of eyes that suddenly fell on her, Irina's forehead left a trace of cold sweat. Although these people in front of him seemed to speak very kindly and very approachable. But after the introduction of Vina, Irina has understood the identities of these people. All are world masters from all walks of life in the reincarnation world, and they are also 0.1 or the controllers of some large-scale forces. In other words, all are the Lord God. Being watched by so many main gods at the same time, even Irina, who has developed a big heart in the dream world, can't help but feel some pressure. Irina, don't be nervous. Weena, who gestured towards Irina twice, seemed to see something and said. Just say something. Lord Orpheus's unconventional character, we have long been used to it. Whatever the outcome is, I can understand. It's not about whether Orpheus stays or stays. Recalling the other task Mawu gave her before leaving, Irina sighed helplessly. Actually, we came to the samsara realm this time for another purpose besides helping. Single G. Chapter 357 Silwu's Preparation, the corresponding ring. Another purpose. Harriman, who was happily cooking dinner, looked over. Don't be afraid, if there is any difficulty, just say it. Although it was Lord Orpheus who saved the world of reincarnation this time, you who brought her over here also accounted for at least 3 successes. As long as it's not a particularly troublesome matter, I'll try my best to help solve it. Harriman is right. It's true, you are a big benefactor this time. 35. Let's talk, we happen to be here, and if there is any big trouble, we can discuss it together. As soon as Harriman said that, everyone in the audience joined in. Since you all said so, then I'll just say it straight. Looking at the enthusiastic people present, Irina hesitated for a few seconds before slowly opening her mouth. In fact, our other purpose is to recruit people. If you are interested, you can consider whether you want to join our Dream World force. 99. 66. Hiring. 23. As soon as Irina's words came out, the scene instantly fell silent. Looking at the blonde girl who didn't seem to be joking, the main gods of the samsara realm were all dumbfounded. Before each other spoke, they considered many difficulties. Help collect intelligence, help build artifacts, help track down specific enemies, help find some rare materials. It can be said that Orpheus may not be able to do things, they all thought about it. But until the last moment, no one considered Irina's other purpose to recruit people. What are their identities? The controller of the world, the master of the main god-level forces, and the powerhouse of the famous side. How could people of their identities easily yield to others? It's okay to recruit people, but you have to answer me a few questions first. After a few seconds of silence at the scene, Veena finally broke the awkward atmosphere. Looking at Irina in front of her, she asked slowly. What you said just now is us, does that mean that Orpheus-sama also joined the force you said? 5. Yes. 35. Very well, now comes the second question. Vera raised 2 fingers and shook it. Master Orpheus's strength has suddenly become so strong, is it related to the faction you belong to? I don't know the condition of Orpheus. 35. Irina replied. But in my personal opinion, it should be related. That's what matters. Glancing at the unresponsive Orpheus, Vera seemed to confirm something and nodded with satisfaction. Can you help introduce the force you are talking about? If possible, I would like to focus on understanding the powerhouses of your forces and their strengths. By the way, it's best to introduce you about benefits. A powerhouse like us places great importance on the opportunity to enhance his strength. 35. If you can really give enough benefits to let me get a visible qualitative change in strength like Lord Orpheus, then I can indeed join your force. 5. I can think about it too. After being reminded by Veena, Harriman, who was beside him, was the first to react. I have no hobbies, the only thing I like to do is to improve my strength. 5. If the conditions are satisfactory, I will be the first to join. 35. Me too. +1. If Orpheus-sama is there, you can really consider it. 99. There are currently a total of 5 veteran master gods in the world of reincarnation. And among these 5 veteran main gods, there are 3 more powerful people in the 4th realm of the main god. As one of the members of the 4th realm of the 3 main gods, after Veena and Harriman responded one after another, the rest of the people present also responded. No way, the boss of his family gave a reply, and the boss before the boss was also in this unknown force. Even if you are arrogant in your heart and don't want to submit to others, at least you have to give some face. But some things, once an opening is given, are much easier to handle. Glancing at Veena and Harriman gratefully, Irina took out a necklace from her bosom. This is what Master Maho gave me before departure. Putting the necklace on the table, Arena pointed to the row of storage rings strung on it. He said that in addition to the Lord skills that can be obtained by joining the dream world, the rest of the benefits that can be given are all placed in these 9 storage rings. If you are interested after reading it, you can apply directly to me to join the fantasy world. It's all here? 39. Wei Na's eyes became a little confused. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. This is not too much point. There are very few items that can have an effect on the main god level powerhouse. Does the other party really have the ability to collect so many treasures and fill all 9 storage rings? If it could be done, it would be too scary. Oh, right. Just when Vina was about to take a look at a storage ring, Arena, who seemed to remember something, added. According to Master Mahu, these storage rings have corresponding owners. 35. Originally I didn't understand what 580 meant, but after seeing everyone, I seem to understand. 5 old master gods who broke through in the void, and 4 new master gods who broke through in the world of reincarnation. There are exactly 9 people in total, which is the same as the number of storage rings on the necklace. So smart. After understanding Arena's potential meaning, Bart, one of the 4 newly promoted main gods, raised his eyebrows with an interested look on his face. If you say that, then this should be my storage ring. His eyes swept around the 9 storage rings, and his eyes finally landed on a ring with a bowl-shaped pattern engraved on it. Among the 9 people present, only his body could ride with the cow. Taking off the storage ring, he carefully checked the contents of the storage ring. Bart, how do you feel? After a few seconds, seeing that Bart had no response, Harriman, who helped him complete the breakthrough of the Lord God, asked. Are the items in here as powerful as she said? I can't say this. Breaking out of the stunned state, Bart's face showed a tangled look. The only thing I can confirm is that the other party is indeed a very outrageous guy. 5. The 358th chapter shocked the main gods, the way of omniscience. Interesting. Seeing Bart's reaction, Harriman was thoroughly interested. As the opponent's half-teacher, Harriman, who helped Bart to complete his breakthrough, can be said to be the one who knows Bart's character best among the people present. To be able to convince this arrogant and stubborn guy at the same time is not something ordinary people can do. Let's see, this is the storage ring that corresponds to me. Removing a ring from the necklace, Harriman began to examine the contents. Not only him, but other people who are doing it, even if they are not particularly familiar with Bart, they also have some understanding of each other's character. After seeing Putna's strange reaction, they also began to pick up their corresponding exclusive rings to check. FK. What the hell is this? Really or not, how did that guy do it? After a few seconds, the people who had thoroughly checked the contents of the ring were stunned for a moment like Bart, and then they were shocked. However, it can't be blamed for their poor ability to bear in their hearts. It can only be said that the things placed in the ring are really incredible. 10 main god level design drawings for the soul, and the way to advance the understanding of the soul. Silently read out the items in the ring, and Wei Na, who had temporarily suppressed her inner emotions, looked at the others. What's in your ring? The method of improving my comprehension of the way of flames also comes with the means of purifying the bloodline, as well as the coordinates of some special items that are helpful for my strength improvement. My side is the means to improve the way of all souls. The attached item is a top-level blood spar, and the coordinates of some items are a bit worse than yours, but they are all of great use to me. My side is about the same, and the inside is. Everyone took out the items in their storage rings and put them on the table. In general, these storage rings do not contain any rare treasures, nor do they contain any embryos. Except for some people who happen to have some shortcomings in blood, body, and soul, who got some top items in this area, the rest of the people basically got all kinds of information. But even so, it was enough to shock them. If they understand their conditions and defects, and record the coordinates of some rare treasures in the chaos, they can also understand that the other party's intelligence collection ability is relatively strong. But in addition to these, the other party also pointed out the flaws of the way of their Lord God in this information, and by the way solved some of their doubts in their hearts, and also gave methods to improve their understanding of the way of the Lord God. It's so ridiculous, it's simply incomprehensible. You know how that guy did it? The most grumpy Bart scratched his head and looked at the others. I haven't spoken to anyone about the way of the flames. A guy who has never met, has no chance to know at all. What's more outrageous is that the other party also gave several solutions. Thinking of this, Bart felt uncomfortable. It was as if an eye had been watching him in the dark, but he didn't notice it. It's really infiltrating. Don't ask, it's impossible for us to know. After putting away the pile of items that belonged to her on the table, Veena sighed silently. Obviously, the other party, like Lord Orpheus, is an outlier that ordinary people cannot understand. 35. However, this is normal. If there is no such level, it is impossible for the other party to be recognized by Lord Orpheus. It is even more impossible to directly send a subordinate who is not even a superior god to invite them to a bunch of main gods. Looking at Irina, who seemed to be a little nervous not far away, Veena finally understood where the other party's confidence was at this moment. In theory, one of the strongest ways of the Lord God, the way of omniscience. 35. I once thought that no one could comprehend this outrageous thing, and it was even less likely that anyone would dare to go down this path. Now it seems that I underestimate other people too much. It's not that you underestimate other people. Haruman, who had thought of this only possibility, replied. The way of the Lord God is something that everyone comprehends based on their own life experiences and the nature of their power. Even if it is the same type of Lord God's way, there will be huge differences in what two people understand. Even this kind of thing can help solve confusion and improve, and even make me feel no sense of disobedience. All I can say is, that Guy's abilities are a little too exaggerated. Although the Void will give birth to 1 or 2 monster-level police officers in each era. But even if he was prepared, he still couldn't believe that someone could comprehend the way of omniscience. This can no longer be described as a monster. In terms of level, the other party even jumped out of the plane they were currently in and went to another height. Cough Irina, right? Just when everyone was immersed in shock and fear, one of the 4 newly promoted main gods, and also the latest breakthrough to the main god of reincarnation, Peer said. You also know that I am the existence of the past era, and I cannot return to the Void under normal circumstances. If I join your faction, are there any restrictions? 35. There is no need to return to the Void with me. In addition to the information prepared for everyone, Li Qian's, Lord Suwu gave me another list of materials before departure. As long as you join the forces of the dream world, there is only one task before the Void consciousness is unlocked. Then according to the coordinates on this material list, help collect some rare treasures in chaos. Knowing what the other party wanted to ask, Irina smiled and took out the answer prepared in advance to reply to Dao Qin. Of course, you can rest assured. According to Master Mao, although there are certain dangers in the vicinity of these treasures, they pose a danger to everyone's life. As long as you follow his method, you will not only be able to harvest treasures smoothly, but if you are lucky, you will be able to further improve your strength. Sounds pretty good. Silently glanced at the other people around who were still in contemplation, and Wei Na was the first to speak. I want to join. Chapter 359 The Reason of Veena, the Frightened Vader. Vera is a very sensible person. This can be seen from the fact that she has maintained her identity as a loner in the 6th era without joining and creating forces, and she has successfully survived the final battle. Therefore, this time she chose to join the forces of the Dream Realm, not just for a moment, but after careful analysis and judgment. The first is the most important issue of welfare benefits. In the past, the main reason why she was a Lone Ranger was that in her opinion, a large power could not bring her any benefits. She can also get ordinary materials by herself. She can get a lot of small things she made by herself and exchange them with other forces. Even if there are rare materials, those top gods and even weak main gods can't get them, and in the end, she still has to do it herself. As for intelligence and other aspects, the reasons are similar. She is proficient in the way of the soul, and has a special skill called spirit. Through this skill, she can freely extract the soul fragments from the corpse and make a large number of puppets with self-thinking ability. Plus she's able to design buildings with 580 special abilities. It can be said that she is a force by herself, and there is no need to form or join any force at all. But the fantasy world is different. The leader of the other party is an existence who is suspected of comprehending the way of omniscience. If the other party is there, she can not only easily find the whereabouts of the items she wants, but also get answers from the other party and solve the various problems she encounters in the current realm. It has been nearly 3 epochs since I came to the world of reincarnation. Due to the problem of resources, although Veena often goes out to explore chaos, the improvement in strength is limited after all. She finally had such an opportunity, and she naturally wouldn't let it go. In addition to this, another important reason for Veena to join the fantasy world is Orpheus. As the main god who is closest to Orpheus in the 6th era, Veena knows one thing very well. On the surface, Orpheus, who looks very cute, actually has a terrifying intuition far beyond ordinary people. If people around her are malicious to her, or if something bad is about to happen, she can directly perceive it through that terrifying intuition. Similarly, if there is any good or great benefit, she will subconsciously approach because of that terrifying intuition. In fact, this was another reason why Orpheus was able to rapidly increase his strength in the 6th era, in addition to the strengthening of the infinite power. Now that Orpheus has joined the fantasy world, it has proved the potential of this force from the side. In this case, Wei Na naturally has to seize the opportunity. If you are the first to respond, you will be able to have a higher status in this force at that time. I want to join the forces of the dream world that you speak of. Looking at the blonde girl not far away who hadn't reacted yet, Veena spoke again. Do you need to go through any formalities or sign a contract, Irina?
Needed.
Irina, who didn't expect to get a response so quickly, came back to her senses and took out a contract and handed it over. This thing was also given to her by Ma Wu. According to the other party's statement, this is a special contract made by the master of the sss-level Lord Skill Order. Once signed, even the main god-level powerhouse cannot easily break the contract. It's pretty advanced. As a result, the contract was scanned, and Veena also noticed the quality of the contract itself. Void contract? No, it seems to be a little higher than that level. 35. And more importantly, she vaguely sensed a cold current on this contract. Although she didn't know what that cold current was, she felt a fatal threat from this cold current. Interesting. Wei Na raised her eyebrows and signed her name directly on the contract. In the next second, as she had completed the transformation, she naturally experienced the effects of the 9 sss-level Lord skills. What the hell? Before Wei Na could react, Vita, who was sitting next to her, was the first to cry out. I saw his body subconsciously lean to the side for a few times and turned his head, looking in horror at Veena who had just signed the contract. What is your strength? As the person with the strongest perception ability in the reincarnation world, he can clearly perceive what kind of terrifying qualitative change happened to Veena at that moment. If the two played against each other before, he was sure to have the advantage in 4 or 6. Then after Vera signed that contract, this fact has become the past. Not only did he lose the title of the strongest combat power in the reincarnation world, but he was also pulled a huge distance by Veena. Judging from that suffocating sense of threat, if the two fought again, his win rate might even be less than 10%. Why did you suddenly become so strong? Did you hide your strength before? What do you think? 99. Looking at Vita, who guessed the truth but refused to admit it, Wei Na's face showed a strange look. Taste. Facing Vina's reply, Vader was completely stunned. As an old enemy, he also understands the character of the other party. Although Vina often keeps a dozen or so backhands for herself, they are usually all kinds of strange props. In terms of basic strength, the opponent seems to have not hidden it. Give me a copy of that contract too. Vader turned his head sharply and looked at Irina with fiery eyes. I'm going to see today what it is that can make such a big change in a person. Give. Looking at this familiar expression, Irina calmly took out a contract and handed it over, and said. The increase in strength may be a bit large, please stabilize your emotions and control them. Don't worry, my power control level is very high. After a casual reply, Vader, who now only wants to get the truth, directly signed his name on the contract. Then. Boom. Veda, you idiot! Accompanied by the violent explosion, Vina's voice also rang out. You pay my house. 39. Chapter 360 up to 6 times the basic attribute increase. Sorry, everyone. Among the ruins, Vita, who had just climbed out of the ground, scratched his head and looked around apologetically. This time he really lost an adult. There was no problem just finishing talking in the last second, but the next second, it was directly rising because of the skyrocketing power in the body. I really didn't expect the power to increase so much. Vader explained with great effort. Let's not say anything else, the basic attributes of all aspects have tripled all at once. Who would have thought of this? 3 times. Hearing Vita's reply, Wei Na, who was originally a little angry because of the house problem, suddenly froze for a moment. Why are you 3 times, how am I 6 times? 6 times. This time it was Vader who was stunned. With the help of complete control, Vader, who had completely controlled this power, began to carefully perceive the power within his body. After a while, he looked at Vina with a serious face. It's 3 times, it's impossible to go wrong. Since you have said so, it seems that there is indeed a problem. There was a thoughtful look on Wei Na's face. As someone who also signed the contract, she also got the increase in full control. When she understood why Orpheus could completely control the infinite power, she also clearly realized how terrifying this skill was. With this skill, Vader's judgment cannot be wrong. Irina, do you know why? No. Irina nodded. As the existence chosen by Mahu, Irina had learned about the effects of the various Lord skills from Mahu long before it was triggered. Although she was taken aback in the process of understanding, it also made her understand why the situation in front of her occurred. After joining the dream world, the two of them have received a total of 9 sss-level Lord skill enhancements. And among the 9 sss-level Lord skills, only 2 can increase basic attributes. They are the Ascension of the Royal Lady and the Hope of all beings. 55. Seeing the eyes of everyone looking over at the same time, Irina paused for a while and continued to explain. These 2 sss-level Lord skills have tripled the increase in basic attributes. However, if you want to obtain the increase of these 2 skills, there are different preconditions. The premise of Royal Girl Ascension is gender, which means that the booster who wants to obtain this skill must be a woman. And the premise of what all living beings hope for is believers, and there must be enough believers to be able to obtain this increase. As one of the controllers of the reincarnation world, Vita and Vina have developed over the years and naturally accumulated many believers. Therefore, unlike many members of the dream world, Vita and Vina directly pushed the effect of this skill to the upper limit at the moment when they obtained the increase expected by all beings. But the Royal Girl Ascension is different. The gender requirement of this skill is very strict. Must be born female. If the being who joins the fantasy world is a male or a genderless person, there is no way to get the ascension of the Royal Girl increase through judgment. That is to say, even if Vader uses a special method to change his gender, will he still not be able to obtain the enhancement of this skill? Wei Na, who reacted instantly, laughed. This is really bad news. Changing this kind of thing in one's own body sounds disgusting. Destroying the idea that was born in an instant in his heart, Vader retorted. I wouldn't change my gender because of something like that. Let's trust you for a while. Wei Na, who knew nothing about Vita's character, sneered twice and changed the subject directly. Forget about the issue of strength, how are you prepared to accompany me in the house? Let's talk about it first. In order to build this permanent place in the world, I have spent a lot of resources. Besides that, I also placed a lot of materials and several top circles in the house. 99. It includes a main God level perception augmentation array, a fusion of God's domain and God's heart. Stop, stop. Vita, who felt that his head was getting bigger in an instant, waved his hand and interrupted the topic. Stop reading, I know what you mean. 4 flowers. If you want anything, go back and make a list and send it to me. Can. Nodding with satisfaction, Vina looked at the others. It doesn't matter whether the information in the storage ring is true or not, you should have seen the benefits of signing a contract to join the dream world. Want to join or not, you decide for yourself. 35. That's a question. Harriman, who had been watching from the side, stood up and walked directly towards Irina. How could I not want the benefits of prostitution like this? 35. I also want. Give me a contract too. 35. Go aside, I am the senior and I will come first. Like a market grabbing food, many of the main gods present crowded in front of Irina and took a contract from the other party's hand. It seems to be going well. Looking at this strange scene, Hestia, who was watching the whole journey, sighed with emotion. With so many main gods joining in, it seems that the fantasy world has taken off completely. 35. It is thanks to Vina that it can be so smooth. After sending out all the contracts in her hand, Irina looked at the black-haired girl not far away with a sigh of relief. Whether it was the help when the matter was first proposed, or the first choice to join the fantasy world, or the effect of the last experiment Lord's skill. In the process, the other party has helped a lot. Without Vina's help, even if her recruitment plan could be successful, it would never be so smooth. If you want to thank me, just go back and say something nice in private for me. It seems that she heard Irina's conversation, and Vina's eyes swept over. Being stuck in the 4th realm of the Lord God for so long, I feel like I'm going crazy. If it is the existence who understands the way of omniscience, maybe he has the ability to help me complete the breakthrough. I will tell the truth to Master Mahu. Irina nodded and agreed directly. P.S. I have a heat stroke, it's so uncomfortable, I feel like the whole world is shaking. 1. Chapter 361 The Servant Hierarchy of the Dream World. Another week passed in the blink of an eye. At the same time that the 9 main gods of the reincarnation world all joined the dream world and began to search for various rare materials. Arthas and others in the void are also progressing the territory expansion plan very smoothly. You haven't surrendered yet. Looking at the tensed army of elements ahead, Arthas, who was riding on a huge bone dragon, said slowly. What happens to those who resist? You should have understood it long ago. 9. It's no good for you to resist until the end, so why keep resisting? Don't think about fooling us. The bright god realm has exposed all the evil deeds of your dream realm. Joining your fantasy world, there is no benefit at all. At the front of the element elf, a light element king with the strength of an intermediate god said angrily. The May 83 fellow clansmen who chose to surrender have all been oppressed in various ways. 995. Do you have a problem with your brain? Arthas raised his eyebrows and replied impatiently. Bright God realm and we are enemies, how can we tell you the truth? Finally give you a chance, if... Stop talking nonsense. The King of Light Elements interrupted directly. If you want to fight, Fight, I will never choose to surrender. It is good. Arthas nodded. Boom. Terrifying magic power spewed out from her body and gathered in the sky. In the next instant, a rain of fire fell from the sky and fell into the army of elements. All attack! 35. Looking at the army of elements that was hit hard in an instant, Arthas issued an order to the army of undead behind him. Give me 3 hours to end the fight. By you, I'm back meow. Pushing open the door in front of him, Asses, who has become a frequent visitor here for the past few days, walked in. Second round of capture is over. 35. There are 4 worlds that surrender directly, 7 who choose to surrender halfway, and 5 who would rather die than resist to the end. 5. Good job. After sketching 2 strokes on the map in front of him, Bai Yu looked at Arthas with satisfaction. How about the harvest? 35. Heart of the world has all the words. 35. As for other resources that are still being sorted out, these are sorted out at present, by the way. As if thinking of something, Arthas, who just took out a storage ring and put it on the table, added. The 5 worlds that chose to resist to the end this time are all worlds that have heard news from the Light God realm. According to them, the servants whom we later subdued all lived a hellish life, being squeezed to the end every day. I'm really mad at me, how can people still believe such a rumor that has no logic at all? The reason is simple. 99. Bai Yu replied while checking the items in these storage rings. It's not a rumor. What? This time, it was Arthas who was dumbfounded. Isn't it a rumor? 35. Oh no. Bai Yu's face did not change and explained. Although they are all affiliated strengths of the dream world, it would not be good if those who choose to resist and those who choose to surrender directly enjoy the same benefits. In order to make the next development plan smoother, she currently has a 5-level hierarchy based on identity issues. People like them who were directly recruited by Suwu and still hold important positions are first-class attendants. Those who were a little less qualified than them, but who were also recruited by Suwu through special options, were second-level attendants. For the third-level attendants, most of them are various ordinary attendants recruited through the arms building. This kind of attendant has limited combat power and potential, but with relatively high status and qualifications, it can be regarded as accompanying the dream world through the initial development time. In order to make these people more loyal, until the third-level attendant, Bai Yu still opened most of the Lord's skill enhancements. But after the third-level attendant, that is, the 4th-level attendant and the 5th-level attendant are somewhat different. Those who directly choose to surrender during the subjugation process, or who come here after hearing the fame of the dream world, will obtain the status of a 4th-level attendant. If the follow-up performance is excellent, it will be selected according to the situation whether to promote it to the 3rd-level servant. As for those who chose to resist at the beginning, but later chose to surrender when the momentum was not right, and those who were hunted down because of their status, or who had a criminal record to join the dream world, they were all 5-level servants. The benefits of the 5th-level attendants are relatively poor, and the Lord skills can only enjoy the increase of a few Lord skills, which is still the weakened version of the increase. In addition, people who are generally judged to be 5th-level attendants have a high probability that their attendant level will be fixed. Unless you make a great contribution or pass the follow-up loyalty verification, it will be difficult to move up. In terms of identity, it is regarded as the lower level of the territory. I see. After listening to Bai Yu's explanation, Arthas nodded thoughtfully. That is to say, after listening to the introduction of the Bright God realm and the evidence given, those people felt that the treatment of the 5th-level attendants was a unified standard for everyone, so they were resisting to the end. Of course not. After sorting out all the gains, Bai Yu said the real reason. During the subjugation process, those who choose to surrender in the middle will be judged as 5th-level servants. But those who choose to resist to the end, aren't some of them captured alive by you? It seems so. The ear above his head twitched twice, and a displeased look flashed in Arthas's eyes. Those guys are really ugly, if it wasn't for Bai Yuru's request, I would have killed all of them, meow. Don't be angry. Touching the head of the cat ear lowly, Bai Yu laughed softly. The way they are now is no better than death. 35. In the face of poor welfare and death 0.1, even a fool knows to choose the former. But why do some people still choose to resist to the end, even if they die? Apart from some people with firm beliefs and those who have no way out, the main reason is actually the treatment of these people. Not even a squire, it was used as a test item for consumption. Those who would rather die and resist probably made a wrong judgment after seeing the fate of these test items. But that doesn't matter anymore. Since he chose to believe in the bright god realm and made a wrong judgment, he must face the corresponding consequences. That's the goal of the third round of the capture program. Bai Yu drew a few strokes on the map and handed it to Arthas. Give it to you. Chapter 362 The Mutation in the Territory of Iod. In boundless chaos. A huge battleship comparable to the size of a medium-sized world in the void passed through many obstacles and moved straight into the distance. As expected of something designed by Daedalus, the speed is quite fast. 99. Inside the huge battleship, Shiraori, who had just finished eating, walked in slowly from the door. If nothing else, we will be able to reach our destination tomorrow. It is indeed tomorrow. Daedalus, who was playing with a strange pocket watch not far away, raised his head and looked at Shiraori curiously. But how did you know that? It has been more than half a month since everyone set off from Synopsis. Chaos is boundless, and nothing can be used as a reference. Here, even if Daedalus wants to judge his coordinates and his distance from his destination, he must have the system support that comes with the battleship. As for Bai Ji, a foodie who goes out every day to find chaotic creatures to eat to improve his strength, he should have never touched the system that comes with the battleship. Could it be that? 23 After you eat and digest, can you obtain the memories of those chaotic creatures? Yes. Shiro replied without hesitation. For me, the only troublesome place for those chaotic creatures is the chaotic aura on their bodies. As long as that thing is stripped away, they're no different to me than the ones I've eaten in the past. The devourer of the second awakening is very powerful. With this talent, she has obtained a lot of interesting information from the memories of chaotic creatures these days. Although it is still impossible to get the specific coordinates, it does know what comprehensive worlds are around it. Before she set off, she had seen the chaos map drawn by Daedalus. Taking the comprehensive world with the same name as a reference, confirming where she and others are generally is not a big problem for her. It's really convenient talent. With a sigh of admiration, Daedalus handed over the pocket watch-like item in his hand. This thing is an item she invented for the chaos evil god Iod, which is specially used to enhance the protection of the soul. Since the original plan was to only ask for Shiro Iyasha, she only made 2 at first. After the plan was changed, the person who went to hunt Iod was changed from White Yaksha to Argal and the Queen of Halloween. But because Bai Ji was also going, she had to work overtime continuously these days while she was on the road to make up 2 soul protection devices. This is your share, keep it. It's pretty fast. Buckling the pocket watch directly in his hand, Shiro returned to look around. What about Alger and the others? Do not know. Daedalus shook his head. Maybe somewhere else to have fun. But it's not a big problem, the 2 of them know a lot about this and will come back on time. That's true, but... As if sensing something, a strange look appeared on Bai Ji's face. It's one thing for the 2 of them to be back on time. But rushing back and bringing back some trouble, that's another story. Daedalus. An eyeball covered with tentacles. This is Daedalus' evaluation of this strange thing in front of him after carefully observing it for a second. What is this? Looking at Algor and the Queen of Halloween who were drinking tea not far away, Daedalus asked. Something I came across in Eold's turf. Alger replied. Iod's domain? 99. Daedalus was stunned for a moment, then quickly responded. Although Alger is not good at moving fast, the Queen of Halloween is different. As a master specializing in the way of space, it is not difficult to bring people to their destination one day in advance. But why bring this thing back? Is there anything special about it? It's not clear. Alger put down the teacup and walked over slowly. However, the only thing Ar-chan can confirm is that some unknown changes have taken place on Iod's side. Chaos Evil God Iod, also known as Soul Hunter, is very good at attacking the soul. In addition, the biggest characteristic of the opponent is that the people under his hands are all soul bodies or monsters who are good at soul attack. But this eyeball monster is different. Although its appearance is very consistent with the identity of Iod's family, Ar-chan can confirm that the other party has the power of destruction and darkness. 95. Besides, Arian and the Queen encountered many eyeball monsters with powerful physical bodies and eyeball monsters who were good at mental attacks on the way to explore. In the past, when these things appeared around Iod, they would be besieged by its vassals at the first time, but now they are swaggeringly patrolling back and forth in his territory. It seems that there is indeed an unknown mutation on Iod's side. 35. After hearing Alger's words, Daedalus' eyes instantly filled with a serious look. Looks like I'll have to take a good look at this guy in order to prevent an accident in the hunt. 35. That's not necessary. Alger waved his hand and turned his gaze to Shiruri beside him. Compared to a little bit of analysis, we have a faster way to get intelligence on this side. It turns out that there is indeed a faster way to say that. The Daedalus light also moved towards Shiruri. The ability that the other party just said a few minutes ago is still fresh in her memory. If you let the other party go out, you can indeed get a preliminary analysis in the shortest time. Please, Shiruri. Of course I don't mind if there is something to eat. In order to obtain information to the greatest extent, the eyeball-shaped monster brought back by the two of Alger is not a simple existence. The realm of the top gods, plus the strong power of the evil god. Although it looks a little weird on the outside. But in Baiji's eyes, this thing is already a good delicacy. Walking slowly in front of the eyeball-shaped monster, Shiruri stretched out a hand and placed it in the opponent's pupil, and released the devouring magic power in his body to wrap it. In the next second, a huge amount of memories began to surface in Shiruri's brain. With strong mental power, Baiji quickly eliminated all the useless information and screened out all the useful information. After a while, under the gaze of the three of Alger, Shiruri spoke slowly. It's done. 39. How is the situation? Daedalus asked quickly. There is indeed a little change on Eold's side. Baiji raised his eyebrows, a strange look on his face. It found two chaos evil gods as partners. Daedalus? Alger. Queen of Halloween. Chapter 363 Space Teleportation, Angry Saijia. Don't be surprised, this is the truth. After glancing at the three people who were stunned around him, Baiji, who had a strange expression on his face, said slowly. Chaos Evil God Saijia, Chaos Evil God Otuig, these are the names of his two wives. From memory, we know that the eyeball-shaped monster you brought back is the family member of the Chaos Evil God Saijia. This is also the main reason why this eyeball-shaped monster masters the power of darkness and destruction, not the power of soul. From the very beginning, it was not the servant of Chaos Evil God Iod, but the servant of Chaos Evil God Saijia. This is really exciting news. On the other hand, after digesting the information given by Shiruri, Daedalus also came back to his senses. She casually pulled out a light blue data frame in midair and tapped it twice. She called up two documents and put them in front of everyone. I have collected the information of the evil god of Chaos Saijia and the evil god of Chaos Otuig before. They are similar to Iod in appearance. They are all chaos heretic gods with an eyeball as their body. If Iod can be called the eye of the soul, then Sakya is the eye of the darkest, and as for Otuig. Daedalus was silent for a moment, then spoke up. The power it masters is pure destruction, and it is generally called the Eye of the End. It looks so strange, no wonder it is seen by Eold. Glancing at the two pictures with an eyeball as the core and a large number of tentacles growing on the outside, Alger's face showed a look of disgust. How's the strength? If it is divided according to the level of the void, one is the fourth realm of the main god, and the other is the third realm of the main god 5. Daedalus replied. However, this information was collected a long time ago, and there may be some changes. So how strong the opponent's strength is, we can only know after contact 9. It's not a big problem, Alger said without any pressure. The other party has accomplices, and so does she. You know, she didn't come alone this time. These two will be handed over to you, can you solve it? Alger looked at the Queen of Halloween. As long as you don't break through to the fifth realm of the Lord God, there is no big problem. The Queen of Halloween replied. It doesn't matter if you break through, you can just hold on for a while. 35. Alger puffed out his chest and said confidently. With the aid of Daedalus equipment, Ar-chan is sure to take out Iod in 1 minute. As long as the strongest Iod is dead, the rest will not be taken care of. I believe you in this, but what I care most about right now is not the two chaos gods who suddenly appeared. Daedalus spoke suddenly. According to the coordinates provided by Shirauri, the place where Icarus and Nymph slept is near the territory of Iod. Now that there are two chaos heretic gods as allies, Iod's territory will inevitably expand on a large scale. I'm worried about whether the two of them will be discovered. If you're worried, how about a quick solution? The voice of the Queen of Halloween came from not far away, attracting everyone's attention. You want to teleport everyone directly? Alger asked. Can't you? Putting down the teacup in her hand, the Queen of Halloween asked in a hurry. It's not too difficult for me. And directly to the hinterland of the opponent's territory, you can also prevent the opponent from gathering strength to the greatest extent while being caught off guard. If you can do it, of course I have no problem. Alger raised his eyebrows and looked at Daedalus. What is your opinion? Of course I'm fine. After all, if you really want to say, the matter of directly transmitting to the enemy's hinterland through the power of the Queen of Halloween is the plan they made at the beginning. But the place where the space teleportation was originally planned was on the periphery of Iod's territory. The coordinates where they are now are not a star and a half from the original predetermined coordinates. My lady, out of prudence, let me confirm again. Daedalus asked. Do you plan to carry out the space transfer, including the soul battleship, or just transfer a few of us alone? Is there a difference? The Queen of Halloween laughed. The other side. Not long after Alger and the two retreated, a giant monster whose appearance was similar to the eyeball-shaped monster that Alger and the two had taken away, but whose aura was not at the same level, appeared on the spot. It is really one of Iod's two wives, the chaos evil god Psygia, who is called the Eye of Darkest. After appearing here, the tentacles on her body suddenly began to spread endlessly in all directions, emitting a dark substance. Under the erosion of this material, all the surrounding light was swallowed up. In just an instant, this space turned into an absolute darkness. However, this dark field only lasted for more than 10 seconds, and then began to slowly dissipate. Did you run away? Retracting the tentacles that spread out, Sage Yuna's voice filled with anger, Li Qunhao, rang out. Just now, her family members suddenly began to die on a large scale. You must know that these dead heretic god dependents are not ordinary dependents. All of them are the top family members that she has slowly accumulated over the years and gathered around her through screening. Basically, everyone is an intermediate god or close to an intermediate god, and the stronger ones even have the terrifying strength of a superior god or even approaching the main god. It takes some time to cultivate even Psygia's relatives of this level of evil gods. But just now, nearly half of these relatives evaporated. How could this make her not angry, and immediately rushed towards this side from the core area of Eod territory. But even so, she was still a step too late. The enemy had disappeared before she rushed over. Chapter 364 Otuig, who completed the breakthrough. Although he did not intercept the enemy immediately, Saijia was not too disappointed. Saijia's eyes showed a sneering look when he took back all the broken corpses of his relatives. Naive guy! Do you think I can't find you without leaving a trace? With Iod's ability, I can lock you even if you escape to the other side of chaos. At that time, I will imprison your soul and make your body into a new carrier of relatives. You can try it now without Iod. 35. As soon as Saijia's voice fell, a magical voice came from behind her. Feeling the power of the space that suddenly appeared, Saijia subconsciously turned around and pulled away. Under her gaze, a huge warship slowly passed through the space mezzanine and appeared in front of her. What's the matter? Why don't you call me? Standing at the forefront of the battleship, Alger's mouth showed a malicious smile. Don't look at it, all of your dependents were killed by Ar-chan. If you want revenge, just call me directly. 587. Insanity. The realm of absolute darkness descends again. In just an instant, Saijia's tentacles spread out and surrounded the entire battleship. Since I came here to think about it, I will fulfill your wish. Saijia, who understood that Alger was not a simple existence, did not hold back at all, and directly controlled all the tentacles to fall together. Boom! Accompanied by a violent explosion, the shock wave of terror that is comparable to the explosion of a comprehensive world spreads in all directions. Under the full outburst of Saijia, the mighty power of the main god level was vividly displayed. But, looking at the twisted space in front of him, Saijia, who delivered the blow just now, did not show a satisfied expression. What's the matter, wasn't it quite arrogant just now? Glancing at the huge battleship slowly emerging in front of the right, Saijia said sarcastically. If you hide so fast, you shouldn't be afraid. Fear. Alger tilted his head and agreed with a sarcastic expression. Also let you take action in order to attract your two accomplices. Two friends. Saijia responded quickly. You are here for Iod and Otuig. That's not what you should know. Alger's voice suddenly sounded behind Sega. Now that your role is complete, it's time to send you on your way. 35. Wait. Wait, what are you waiting for? I mocked Ar-chan and thought that she had a chance to survive. Glancing at the huge petrified eyeball in his hand, Alger turned to look behind him. It's slow enough, old. Alger. Huge compound eyes, and tentacles slowly flowing around the compound eyes. Under Alger's gaze, a chaos evil god who looked very similar to Saijia slowly emerged from the depths of chaos. It's just that compared to the tentacles that are closer to the tentacles in Sigyana, the tentacles of this eyeball monster are more special, and they are all made up of the souls of animals and plants. There is no doubt that the existence of such special tentacles is really the goal of Alger and others on this trip. The evil god of chaos with a series of titles such as Soul Hunter and Soul Iod. However, at this moment, this famous chaos god has a look of fear in his pupils. Although Saijia's strength is a bit weak, he is still a strong man in the fourth realm of the Lord God. From the other party's shot to the present, only a few seconds have passed, dab. To defeat it in such a short period of time, even if it is not sure that it can do it, but Alger has done it. It's the kind of thing that doesn't seem to take a lot of effort to do it. What are you doing here? Suppressing the ominous premonition slowly rising in his heart, Iold asked cautiously. According to the time of the void, I haven't been to the void for almost 2 epochs 5. And the last time I went to the void, I should have never had a grudge against you. Stop talking nonsense. It's true that we never had a grudge, but that doesn't mean I'll let you go. 99. Throwing the petrified Saijia in his hand to Shiruri not far away, a sneer appeared on Alger's face. I still remember clearly what you did in the 7th era. Back then, that fellow Shiro Iyasha always told me to be concerned about the overall situation, and I ignored you. Now that the time is ripe, it is time to settle this account between us. Are you sure you want to shoot? Eold asked again. If the standard of the 5th realm of the Lord God is to master the power of the void, then the standard of the 6th realm of the Lord God is to convert the body into a void body through the power of the void. Once this transformation is completed, the wielder of the void body can store the power of the void in the body and exert 100% of its full power. If Alger is a strong policeman of this level, then Eold can say that his odds are 0. But with his keen perception, he was able to determine that Alger's body was still the body of a god. That also means that the realm of the other party is still at the level of the 5th realm of the Lord God. Both of us are the 5th realm of the Lord God. If you insist on fighting this battle, then the final result will only be a lose-lose. Both losers. Alger slowly raised his hand, facing Eold in front of him. You seem to think too highly of yourself. Also, let's just say it. Even if you go on with that trash in the dark, you can't last 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Boom. After Saijia and Iod, a third eye-shaped monster emerged from the depths of chaos. She is the other wife of Eod, and in the records, she has the Eye of the End, Otuig, the 4th realm of power of the Lord God. It's just different from what's in the documentation. At this time, Otuig, who appeared in front of Alger and others, had no less aura than Iod. Obviously, she has completed her breakthrough and became a chaos evil god of the 5th realm of the Lord God. Chapter 365 regards space as a plaything. Is it a breakthrough? It's a little troublesome. However, it's just a little bit. His eyes swept over Otuig who had just appeared, and Alger's expression did not change in the slightest. In fact, when she killed Saijia just now, she had some guesses about it. According to the intelligence records of Daedalus, the strengths of Saijia and Otuig are the 3rd realm of the main god and the 4th realm of the main god respectively. Since Saijia can complete the breakthrough, then Otuig also has this possibility. But the gap between the 4th realm of the Lord God and the 5th realm of the Lord God is still very large. If you want to break through to the 5th realm of the main god, you must at least master a power that is not inferior to the power of the void. The power of that kind of police officer, even in the entire chaos, is very rare. Unexpectedly, the other party was actually able to find it and initially controlled it. This was somewhat unexpected to her. It's been a minute, are you still in a daze? Otuig's voice came suddenly. Looking at Alger, who had not been moving, she swayed the shots around her at will, and said in a playful tone. Could it be that I didn't expect my breakthrough? But that's right, because of the similarity in appearance and strength, there are always many people in chaos who compare me to the waist of Saijia. It is estimated that you were also misled by that kind of strange remarks, so you just rushed over and made nonsense. Ro. Alger tilted his head suspiciously. Did you do something wrong? The kind of remarks in your mouth, Al-chan has never heard of it. However, there is one thing that Arya can confirm. There is really no difference between you and the waist in your mouth. What? A terrifying murderous aura suddenly erupted from Otuig's body. Who gave you the courage to be like this with me? Shut up, ugly! Boom! After shooting a petrified beam, Alger's face showed a look of disgust. A guy like you that makes you sick when you see it, Ar-chan hates it the most. It's decided, the first target is you. Don't underestimate people. Blocking the petrified beam unscathed, Otuig's side was also completely angry. Gollum gollum gollum. A strange voice sounded. Under everyone's gaze, a black liquid as thick as oil slowly flowed out from Otuig's tentacles. Oh? It doesn't seem to be particularly trash. After sizing up the viscous black liquid, Alger's face showed interest. The power of destruction, but not exactly the power of destruction. It is also mixed with the opponent's own evil god's power, as well as a part of the aura of chaos. If there is no accident, the other party should have mastered this power to break through to the fifth realm of the main god. But the fit between this power and the other party is too high. It doesn't seem to be mastered by finding the corresponding power, but it seems to have found a way to create it by himself. Al-chan has changed her mind, so I'll leave you alone for now. Alger's gaze moved to the direction of the soul battleship. Don't look at it, it's time to do it. According to what I said before, Daedalus will assist me in solving Iod, Queen, you will temporarily trap this guy. 35. Queen. Hearing Alger's words, Iod, who had been observing the situation, reacted instantly without waiting for a reaction from the soul battleship. It seems that there is only one person who can be called that by Alger. One of the three masters of the fourth era of the void, the Queen of Halloween, who regards space as a plaything. Boom! The power of the soul exuding white light spewed out from Iod's body, shattering all the space barriers in this area in an instant. The messy spatial turbulence mixed with the terrifying chaotic atmosphere filled this area in an instant. At the same time, Iod's voice also sounded. Otuig! Temporarily retreat. It's a little too late to retreat at this time. 99. Before Otuig could react, a voice full of laughter suddenly sounded. 4 flowers 0. Invisible fluctuations rushed from afar. Under the influence of this fluctuation, the turbulent flow of space that was scurrying around, like a child who was reprimanded, quickly quieted down. Not only that, under the control of the Queen of Halloween, these spatial turbulence began to converge. In the blink of an eye, a powerful space barrier that completely blocked this area was formed in the hands of the Queen of Halloween. Why are you so nervous, Eold? The long golden hair that was as bright as the sun swayed slightly, and the Queen of Halloween walked unhurriedly from the direction of the soul battleship. If you think about it carefully, we should meet for the first time. I would prefer not to meet. 35. Glancing at the space barrier that would take at least 2 strokes to break, Eold looked at the Queen of Halloween with fearful eyes. Among the 3 masters of the 4th era, the last thing he wanted to see was this guy. When the 7th era and many Chaos Heretic gods invaded the void together, there were a total of 5 Chaos Heretic gods of the 5th realm, including him. But in the end, he was the only one who managed to escape. The main reason for this situation is the Queen of Halloween. This woman, when everyone entered the Tower of Gods and Demons, alone created a space barrier that enveloped the entire void. With this space barrier, the opponent not only locked the coordinates of all the evil gods of chaos, but also used this convenience to send all the cutting-edge combat power of the void to every evil god of chaos in a short period of time. In the end, the other party relied on his own strength to hold down the 3 evil gods of chaos in the 5th realm of the main god in a short period of time, and annihilated everyone in one fell swoop after the teammates came over. It can be said that if it hadn't deceived the Shiro Iyasha who was chasing him with a fake body, the terrifying chaos evil god who invaded the void at that time will usher in an ending of annihilation. But even so, the fear of being completely controlled by others was still imprinted in his soul, causing him to react with stress the moment he heard the name of the Queen of Halloween. Chapter 366 Iod's Whole Card, Hades System. Iod, take it seriously. Glancing at the teammates who suddenly fell silent, Otuig's voice sounded slowly. The other party does have 2 powerhouses in the 5th realm of the Lord God, but that's all. Our lineup is not inferior to the other side. In a real fight, it doesn't matter who wins or loses. Lo. You're right. After listening to Otuig's words, Eold also completely calmed down. Otuig, I have an ominous premonition. 99. In order to prevent accidents, let's fuse directly. Can. Otuig was silent for a while, but finally agreed. If she could, she didn't really want to use this trick. But from the beginning to the present, Alger's expression has been in a calm state for almost the whole process, except for a slight change in her expression when she discovered that her 590 strength is the fifth realm of the Lord God. She is not stupid either. The other party's performance was so obvious, and it was obvious that they were fully prepared for this action. At this time, if you choose to keep your hand, it will only give the enemy a chance. Whoosh! 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 After receiving Otuig's reply, Iold also acted quickly. Controlling the tentacles on his body, which were mixed with the souls of animals and plants, Iold wrapped Otuig next to him in an instant. From a distance, it was like a giant octopus eating, and it began to twitch continuously. Along with the twitches, the breath on his body began to swell visibly. It's kind of interesting, is this what they call fusion? Facing this scene, Alger, who was not far away, not only did not choose to interrupt, but instead watched with great interest. It seems that the memory you got Shirauri must have gone wrong. I can see without you telling me. 35. It's obviously a trick to find two wives to be partners. 35. How can something like Chaos Evil God do such a boring thing? With the stone statue that was turned from the Chaos Evil God Saijia in his hand, Shirauri replied while tearing off each tentacle and sending it to the end. If nothing else, this so-called fusion is the main reason for the three people to gather together. 95. Of course, there is no need to guess. After eating a part of Saijia's torso, she naturally got part of the other party's memory. Judging from the memories of Saijia obtained so far, the other party will appear here because Iod made a deal to her. Iod helped her break through to the fifth realm of the Lord God and gain a powerful strength. And she will focus on Iod, and at a critical moment, let him gain the strength comparable to the sixth realm of the Lord God. Although the method of making Iod obtain the strength comparable to the sixth realm of the Lord God at a critical moment in his memory has not been mentioned, the result is actually obvious. That's the move Iod is currently using on Otuig, fusion. Relying on the nature of power and the very similar racial contact, he fused Saijia and Otuig at a critical moment, and gained power far beyond the usual. Of course, in the absence of a powerhouse of the fifth realm of the main god of the same type as the fusion material, the strength of the opponent after fusion obviously cannot reach the height of the sixth realm of the main god as he remembered. However, this is still not to be underestimated. Are you sure you don't need to interrupt? He broke off a tentacle and threw it into his mouth again, and Shirauri turned his gaze to Alger. On the surface, that guy's current aura seems to have surpassed yours. After he completes the fusion, this aura should be able to increase by another 20 to 30%. 39. If you end up overturning because of this kind of thing, then you will lose the adults. No need. Alger, who had also been following Eold's situation, replied. Didn't you find it, although this move is called fusion by Eold, it is obviously bluffing. It's more like your devotion than the fusion of two people's powers fully brought together. 99. Completely digest the power of Otuig and finally convert it into his own power. 99. I see. Shirauri instantly understood what Alger was thinking. A strengthened fifth realm of the Lord God, and two unenhanced fifth realm of the Lord God. If it's a normal time, let Shirai choose one of these two, she will most likely choose the latter. After all, there are also two powerhouses in the fifth realm of the main god on their side, and they are both the kind that are stronger than the other. Once the fight is over, it basically takes little effort to get the victory. If the strengthened fifth realm of the main god is Iod, then Shirauri will choose the first option. You must know that they came all the way this time to kill Iod from the very beginning. In order to ensure the smooth progress of the plan, Daedalus has made many targeted measures. For example, watch-style gear that enhances soul protection. Another example is a soul battleship equipped with the Hades system that can absorb the power of the surrounding souls and suppress the power of soul creatures. Almost there, Daedalus. Just as Shiraori was recalling the various preparations that Daedalus had introduced before, Alger's voice sounded from the front. It's time to start. Just use those things you've prepared for revenge to be the clarion call for this battle to begin. Okay, Lord Alger. Daedalus' somewhat excited voice sounded from the Soul battleship. As early as the first time she was passed by the Queen of Halloween, she had already made all the preparations. Although Alger's strong performance in the middle, she once thought that these backhands might not be able to use 0.1. But fortunately, Eold's sassy operation made these weapons available again. Wrong. Daedalus suddenly reacted. Although Alger likes to do things, he prefers to take everything in his own hands. If it was a normal time, as early as the first time Eold started to merge, the other party should rush to interrupt it. So, it wasn't Eold's actions that made her preparations available. It was Alger's idea of letting Eod merge, which made her preparations available. Gratefully glanced at Algor in the distance, Daedalus raised his right hand and pressed the button in front of him. Hades System, Full Power Start. 99. Chapter 367 The Petrochemical Field. The battle that ended Indiana an instant. The faint blue light waves flew out from the Soul battleship, turning into rulers and flying in all directions. During the flight, the rulers began to emit a dazzling white light. Under the irradiation of this white light, the family members who belonged to Iod in this area let out a painful roar. The weaker existence was directly dissolved by this white light and turned into nothing. What is this? Facing this white light, Iod, who had just fused Otuig into his body, let out an angry roar. Originally, after noticing that Alger and the others did not interrupt his fusion, he was still secretly laughing at the other party for being too careless. Who knows that the other party is not careless at all, but has long been prepared. In the face of this terrifying white light, it can feel the power of the soul in its body, and it is rapidly descending at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only that, but even its origin began to be affected and began to tremble faintly. In this situation, after merging a chaos evil god of the fifth realm of the Lord God, his strength not only did not get a significant increase of 23, but it declined compared to before. What did you guys do? You should ask Daedalus. Alger scratched his ears and replied indifferently. Also can't understand her scientific theories. But if it's easy to understand, this white light was specially invented to weaken your strength 5. Can you understand what you said? That wicked woman. Hearing this familiar name, Iod's tone became a little irritable. If that strange angel hadn't been pestering me back then, I would have killed her long ago. Alger, who was planning to do it directly, looked over. If she remembered correctly, Daedalus seemed to have mentioned before that Icarus disappeared because he was hunted down by Iod. Where is that strange angel you speak of now? Who knows, he might have died early. Eold replied. You are still playing tricks at this time, you are really boring. Shielding the other party's voice mixed with mental attack, an ominous magic power rose from Alger's body. Forget it, I won't waste time with you. 35. If you don't want to say it, then die. Boom. A terrifying explosion sounded in an instant. When Eold didn't react at all, Algor, who appeared in front of the opponent, slammed his right fist and instantly smashed it into pieces. However, with just this level of attack, it was not even a minor injury to Iod. Chi. Under the gazes of everyone, these fragments began to multiply and grow rapidly, and eventually turned into eyeball-shaped meatballs floating around. You are too careless, Alger. Even if my own strength is weakened, I am not just a person now. Boom. 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 The surrounding eyeball-shaped flesh continuously shoots out black beams. Different from the power of the soul that Iod had originally emitted, the power of these black beams was more like the power of destruction that Otuig had released before. In front of this terrifying force, the solid space barrier was like a piece of paper, and cracks appeared after the black beam passed. Al-chan has already said that it's useless to brush up on things like this. After glancing at the black light beam shot towards him, Alger's gaze moved to a corner below. There, a piece of meat that was smashed by her was tightly attached to the space barrier, corroding outward a little bit. You are really afraid of death? A disappointed look appeared on Alger's face. Just like after Orpheus left the void, due to the surge in the power in his body, he couldn't fully control it for the first time. After she left the void, a similar situation occurred. She had returned to the celestial spirit realm to fight with Bayasha before, and she also had the idea of quickly controlling the power in her body through battle. But unfortunately, this incident ended because of the sudden appearance of the Queen of Halloween. I originally thought that this time I would fight with Eold, so that I could have a good fight. As a result, when the other party saw that the situation was not right, he had no intention of fighting at all, and only thought about how to escape. Forget it, anyway, if you have complete control, you can get used to it after a while. Since you're not ready to fight, let's just end it. No longer suppressing the power in the body, Alger, who was ready to release a wave, said. Buzz. 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 A terrifying power slowly rose from her body. With Alger as the center, the surrounding area was instantly involved in a special field. Whether it was the eyeball-shaped flesh that was really strafing at her, or the black beams with the power of terrifying destruction, they all turned into white stones in an instant. The chaotic aura that corrodes everything is solidified, and the broken space barrier is sealed. In just a split second, this area fell into absolute silence. So strong. 39. On the Soul battleship, Daedalus, who had watched what happened at that moment from the perspective of a bystander, had a big mouth and a surprised look on his face. Eod was killed without any resistance. Is this the true strength of Lord Alger? Of course not. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. It seems that he heard Daedalus's words, and Argel, who was taking back his realm, replied casually. That guy Eod is too embarrassing, and it just fell down after Ar-chan activated a petrochemical function. If the functions of God's domain are completely liberated, the power will probably increase by 2 to 3 times. However, if she raised her power to that extent before she could completely control her own power, she would not have the energy to avoid Daedalus and the others around her. Queen, did anyone run away? After recovering all the petrified corpses around him, Alger turned his attention to the Queen of Halloween. Yes. The Halloween Queen's fingers swiped across the space in front of her, sending 3 tentacles while creating ripples in the space. Look, that's not it. Chapter 368 Strange Heart. There are really enough backhands. After glancing at these tentacles, Alger curled the corners of his mouth a little unhappy. It seems that the reason that Shiroyasha was able to escape from Shiroyasha's men was not entirely because he was too rubbish. 39. Well, it's normal for it to run away. Sealing these tentacles, the Queen of Halloween blinked at Alger. After all, you are not me, and it is understandable that the enemy ran away because you failed to kill them completely. Queen, do you want to fight? Alger looked over in annoyance. The current Al-chan is different from the past. Even if you run fast, it doesn't mean that Al-chan can't do anything about you. Then try and see and you'll know. 35. The Queen of Halloween, who wanted to test how strong Alger was, said. Although the leading evil gods are gone, there are still many evil gods under them. Would you like to compare it? The loser promises the winner any condition. Compare to compare. Al Gore replied without any timidity. Today, Alexi will let you taste the taste of defeat. Are they 2 children? Looking at Al Gore and the Queen of Halloween who disappeared in place, Shiraori's face showed a helpless look. Get used to it. 35. Daedalus, who got off the Soul battleship, replied. Those 2 have been of this character from a long time ago. 39. But you can rest assured that since they chose to hand over the cleaning of the battlefield to us, it means that there is no danger here. It is. Silently stuffed a petrified tentacle into his mouth, and Bai Ji, who had quietly become the biggest beneficiary of this battle, nodded. After losing the 3 leaders, the most dangerous thing here are those top-level evil gods who are close to the main god in strength. The 2 of Alger chose to clean up the family of the evil gods, and to a certain extent, they were also doing what they were supposed to do. It's just that this reason is too outrageous, so she couldn't help but complain. Speaking of which, are you sure you have no problem? Looking back from afar, Daedalus's gaze fell on the white stone in Shiroi's hand. This thing is also a part of the chaos evil god anyway, if you eat it directly like this, it will be affected. Don't worry, it's fine. After eating another tentacle without changing his face, the aura on his body returned at a speed visible to the naked eye. As long as I don't eat it all in one sitting, this level of impact is not a problem at all. That's good. Daedalus nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Regarding Bai Kai's unreasonable devouring ability, she has seen it many times these days. Since the other party said there is no problem, it is really no problem. Don't worry about me, go find someone first. Seeing that the torso of the evil god in his hand was all put away, Shiraori raised his finger and pointed in the direction that Eold and the others came. The coordinates where Icarus and the others are sleeping is right there. After eating part of the evil god's torso, Shiraori successfully obtained the memories of Iod and others. With this part of the memory, the territory of Eod is as friendly as returning home to Shiraori. With her leading the way, the 2 soon arrived at their destination. In front of a huge heart that is floating in chaos and constantly beating. What a strong magic power! Years. Looking at this huge heart, Daedalus' face showed a surprised look. With the convenient detector on her body, she was able to confirm that the magic value emanating from this heart was even higher than the previous Iod. You must know that Iod is the evil god of chaos with the strength of the 5th realm of the main god. The magic power of a heart is even higher than it, which is a bit exaggerated. Could it be that the original owner of this heart is a strong man in the 7th realm of the Lord God? I don't know about that. 9. Shiro replied. From my memory, the main reason why the Iolds regard this as their own territory is this heart. As long as the heart is given some good things, the donor can get a part of the memory inheritance from the heart. 99. If you are lucky, you will even get a part of the pure chaos power to improve your strength. Including Iod, who first discovered this heart, and the 2 evil gods Saijia and Otuig who were later united by him, all 3 of them have their current strength because of this heart. Is it so exaggerated? Daedalus was silent for a moment, then suddenly reacted. No. Didn't you say that Icarus and the others were sleeping on this side? Could it be that? Yeah, as you think. Shiroi, who got the memories of Eod and the others, nodded, confirming Daedalus' conjecture. Icarus, who led Eold away, and Nymph, who went to pick her up, did not escape successfully, but was caught by Eold instead. In the end, the result of the 2 of them was given to this heart as a tribute. And this is also the reason why Eold gave that answer before. The power of this heart is too strange. Even Iod of the 5th realm of the Lord God would not dare to try it randomly. In addition, the creature that was sacrificed to this heart had no precedent for it to come out alive. So in Eod's view, Leonios, Icarus, and others should have died long ago. But don't worry too much. Bai Ji narrowed his eyes and carefully looked at the heart bar in front of him. Since the information given by Mao is sleeping, it means that Icarus and Nymph are not dead. As long as this heart is brought back to the dream world, Suwu must have a way to rescue them. Face, well, let's take this heart and go to the dream world together. Daedalus was silent for a moment, and nodded helplessly. Although it was only the simplest observation with the naked eye, she was sure that she could not open the heart with the existing technology and rescue the 2 sleeping Icarus inside. Since this is the case, the only way is to pin their hopes on the unknown existence called Suwu. Chapter 369 Comprehend the Law of Void. Pillar of Law Space. A thin figure stood silently here, looking at the top of the Pillar of Law in the distance. I don't know how long it took, the figure suddenly paused, and then a wave-like terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body. With the rise of this terrifying momentum, a colorful black light began to appear around his body. I don't know how long it took, the black light began to become more and more intense. From the size of a spot of light, to the size of a palm, and finally expanding until it surrounds the figure. And at the moment when this black energy enveloped the figure, the entire space suddenly began to shake violently. Hum hum hum. On the huge pillar of law, the source rune of the law of impossibility began to light up continuously. It seems to be cheering, and it seems to be celebrating. The aura of the law sprang from the source runes of these laws and shot towards the shadows ahead. Under the installation of the power of these countless laws, the figure who remained motionless for an unknown period of time finally began to reflect. Ended. Glancing at the power of the law surrounding him, Mahomean 590 Lu, who had just withdrawn from the state of deep comprehension, sighed with emotion. It took a total of 81 days, which is a bit faster than expected. 81 days to fully comprehend the law of void. At the same time, this also means that he can, like Kang Yu, obtain the qualification to freely control the power of the void before reaching the fifth realm of the Lord God. If this matter is told, all existences who understand what this matter represents will probably be frightened. This is the power of the void. You must know that even if you look at the entire chaos, the power of the void can be said to be one of the most powerful forces leading to the fifth realm of the Lord God. To control it in advance, it can be said that before reaching the upper limit of the fifth realm of the main God, there is basically no bottleneck that can stop Mahu. It can be said that as long as there are enough resources to support, the realm of Mahu will rise rapidly like a rocket. It's no wonder that divine choice will comprehend the law of void at the top of the best options. Although some time was wasted in the early stage, as long as you understand the law of void, you will completely open up the road behind. 35. I don't know how many times the time, Dab, will save is the time I wasted. Only. The only pity is that this trick only applies to him. Ma Wu, who slowly flashed a rainbow light in his eyes, shook his head. Although the way to comprehend the law of void is secret, it is not so secret that few people know it. Not to mention his own family in the void, many people even in chaos know this shortcut. But since the birth of void, there is still only one person who has done this. That's right, only one person. That's him. Apart from him, no other person has comprehended the law of void before the fourth realm of the Lord God. Even the powerhouses of the epochs who have broken through to the fifth realm of the Lord God and become masters are still the same. To a certain extent, Ma Wu can be considered unprecedented. As for whether anyone else can do this, there is a high probability that there is no more. Silently looking at the silent pillar of law, Ma Wu's face showed a look of regret. Some things, only after doing it, can you know how outrageous the difficulty is. After 90% of the void law, even if the progress is increased by 0.01%, it is a huge difficulty. If not for the help of the divine choice of the second awakening, even he would fall at this level. Su Wu would feel so much pressure to have the sacred choice that represents the omniscience, let alone others. Unless there is another one who comprehends the way of the Lord God before becoming a god, the way of the Lord God who comprehends is still the most difficult way of omniscience among the ways of the Lord God, and then he can stay in the pillar of law for dozens of days. Otherwise, there is basically no such thing as a latecomer. It's time to go out. After adapting to the skyrocketing power in his lower body, Su Wu opened a space door in front of him. The sacred choice after the second awakening, also known as Guan Yu Ji Wei. With the help of observing the universe and knowing the microscopic, even if he is in this isolated space of the pillar of law, he can still know the information of the outside world and the distant chaos. With the help of this ability, in just a few seconds, he understood what was going on in the outside world when he entered the cultivation state. It was precisely because of this that he knew that he should go out. Unfortunately, there is still a lot of time left to use. Finally, after glancing at the pillar of law in the distance, Su Wu stepped into the gate of space with regret. Since someone chooses to interrupt his cultivation, then recover the lost part from the other party as compensation. The depths of chaos. In the center of the endless insect tide, a slim figure slowly opened his eyes and looked towards the void. Is the breakthrough completed so soon? The news came a little earlier than she expected. But now that the guy has delivered the letter, it's time for me to go too. 55. The Zerg Queen Iwei raised her legs and walked slowly towards the void. And just as she started to move, the insect wave that had been staying in this area for an unknown period of time also began to move. At the same time that Ivy left. The other side of chaos. The giant dragon, who was only sleeping in chaos, slowly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the void. Unlike Ivy who received the news, it did not cooperate with the void consciousness and did not receive any information. But is it the all-knowing way? Recalling the fleeting gaze on it just now, an inexplicable look flashed in the dragon's eyes. Somewhat interesting. PS1, well. Sorry to everyone who is still reading, the new book has to be re-prepared for another new book, and it will take some effort, so starting from July 1st the day after tomorrow, this book will enter every the day is better. PS2, after graduation, I am no longer a student. I cannot generate electricity for love. I am forced by life. I hope you will bear with me. Chapter 370 The Plan of the Undead God Realm, Reincarnation Skeleton. Undead God Realm. Inside a huge palace. Lord of the Undead. DeWitt, the agent of the Undead God Realm, knelt on one knee on the ground and looked at the man in front of him with a respectful face. Your subordinates have completed all the things you ordered, when will the final plan be implemented? Don't worry, now is not the time. His fingers tapped twice on the seat, and the man known as the Lord of the Undead laughed. Since that fantasy world appeared, the current situation in the void is much more interesting than before. Even if the preparations for the retreat are completed, it is necessary to make a big one and then retreat. You mean, do you want to do something about the dream world? DeWitt asked in confusion. It's not just the fantasy world. The Lord of the Undead's gaze passed through the palace and looked towards the west side of the void. Since the dream world came out, the situation that was originally stalemate in the void has been completely broken. The more chaotic times, the more space we can operate. Devitt, you next take someone to join the annihilation plan of the Bright God Realm, and figure out the trump card of the Bright God Realm this time. Dream World. By you, I'm back meow. Pushing open the door in front of him, Arthas, who had just arrived in the dream world, walked into the conference room. I suddenly called me back this time, is there any urgent task to give me? You'll find out later. Bai Yu pointed to the seat on the right. You find a place to sit first, before the others arrive. 35. Hey? Elena is here too. Looking at the place where Bai Yu pointed, Arthas looked at the girl in front of him in surprise. Long time no see meow. It's been a while indeed. Elena stretched out her hand and touched Arthas's head. I've heard all the things you've done these days, and now many people in the outside world call you the #1 general in the dream world. It seems that you are not far from completing your goal of building an undead empire. 35. That's the goal of the past meow. Arthas put his hands on his hips and replied proudly. Undead empire or something, it's too simple. In order to follow in your footsteps, my goal now is to replace the undead master and become the master of all undead in the void. Lord of the Dead? Elena froze for a moment. Are you sure you want to make this your goal? It is not difficult for Elena to replace Arthas as the Lord of the Undead. With Mawu's help, Asses will be able to do this sooner or later as long as he doesn't rot himself. But according to Mawu's current progress, I always feel that it will not be long before the Lord of the Undead will be solved by Siwu. It's a little difficult for me to get the power to rival the Lord of the Undead before that. That's true. Arthas scratched his head in annoyance. She patronized and changed targets before, and didn't think about it at all. Now that you think about it, that's a really big problem. Would Elena help me think of a goal? I'll leave it alone. 99. Elena waved her hand and declined the proposal. It's better to decide for yourself what you want to do. Right. Arthas nodded and fell back into thought. What does she want to do? Apart from cutting down the undead master and becoming the boss of all undead in the void, that seems to be only one thing. Slashed the evil god of chaos that caused her world to be destroyed in the first place. But I can't even find people anywhere, it seems even more unreliable. You don't need to look for it, it won't be long before the chaos evil god Bagshas will bring it to your door. Just when Arthas had a headache, Siwu's voice suddenly came from outside. What? Hearing this voice, Arthas froze for a moment, then looked out the door with a look of surprise. Siwu! What's wrong? 55. Mahu, who happened to be walking in from the door with Macefield and the others, looked over. 4 flowers 0. I've only been cultivating for a few months, why do you seem like you haven't seen me in years? Cough, I just miss you a little bit. After quietly glanced at Bai Yu, Arthas replied. In fact, the reason why she is so excited is mainly because she has suffered a lot while performing tasks these days. Although all of them were resolved without any danger, compared to the ease of the past, the army has been in the thick of it, and the leaves are not touched, this kind of treatment is undoubtedly a lot more uncomfortable. Now that Mawu's practice has come to an end, it means that she will be able to return to the state where she can easily perform tasks in the future. In this case, she would naturally be excited. 0. However, even Arthas understood that in the presence of Bai Yu, this emotion couldn't be too obvious. After calming down a little, Arthas looked at Siwu expectantly. Speaking of which, what did you mean when you said that the evil god of chaos would take the initiative to come to your door? It's literally. After pressing the slightly smarter cat ear lowly twice, Siwu came to his seat and sat down. The void will soon give birth to a master of the current era. When the Tower of Gods and Demons opens, even if we don't go looking for it, the guy who has contact with the Lord of the Undead will automatically come to the door. Reincarnation. In the depths of the boundless sea of blood. I finally found it. Looking at the sea of blood below, Vina's eyes passed through the surface to the depths of the sea of blood. There, an unremarkable black disk was lying motionless on the ground. There is no energy fluctuation, no specificity, and it looks like an ordinary iron product that can be seen everywhere. If ordinary people see this, I am afraid they will ignore it for the first time. However, after getting relevant information, Vina, who had been searching this sea of blood for a month, understood. This black disk is exactly one of the items at the top of the list of items to be found in the dream world. Reincarnation 1. Chapter 371. Take the initiative to find Orpheus, trade. Blood Moon Realm. As a comprehensive world in chaos, the Blood Moon Realm is nothing different from ordinary people. The only feature of this world is that it has a main god-level blood moon that hangs in the sky all year round. Under the nourishment of this blood moon, a large number of gods and ordinary people were born in the Blood Moon world. If this progress continues, after the birth of the second main god in the Blood Moon world, this ordinary comprehensive world will begin to explore the surrounding chaotic regions. But is this what is called a blood moon? 55. Looking at the red full moon in his hand, Nyarlathotep, who passed by here and took a curious glance, was a little disappointed. I thought it would be some kind of strange thing in the world, but it turned out to be just the corpse of a fallen Lord God. However, this is normal. Like this ordinary comprehensive world 590's, it is only a problem that there are strange things in the world that can attract her attention. Rubbing her hands on this blood moon twice, the silver-haired girl casually threw it into her mouth. Although the strength is not very good, the taste is not bad. Squinting his eyes with satisfaction, Nyarlathotep, who was in a good mood, walked out of the blood moon realm. If the blood moon still existed, this world was a somewhat special comprehensive world. Then, after losing this blood moon, the blood moon world will completely become one of the most common comprehensive worlds in chaos. No features, no resources to help the higher level gods break through to the main god level powerhouses. If you are a little bit unlucky, maybe one day you will be blown up by a passing chaos evil god and turn it into a part of yourself. However, those matters were out of Nyarlathotep's control. After all, it was a great luck that this world could be preserved even after she passed by. I remember that not far from the Blood Moon world, there seems to be a slightly interesting world 5. Leaving from the Blood Moon realm, Nyarlathotep, who came to chaos, looked left and right. According to the original plan, the place where she will go next is the reincarnation world where Orpheus and the others are. However, it was a little far from her body position, and even Nyarlathotep couldn't arrive at the first time. In addition, she was a little bored on the long journey, so she found some fun to pass the time on the way. Of course, for the evil gods like Nyarlathotep, it is fun, and for the target she topped, it is a great disaster. I remember it, it seems to be called the Realm of Stars. After thinking hard for a few seconds, a smile suddenly appeared on Nyarlathotep's face. I heard that there are a lot of interesting star beasts there, I happened to pass by to see it. Before he could finish speaking, Nyarlathotep, who suddenly noticed something, stopped and looked in front of him thoughtfully. There, a short figure stepped through the chaotic airflow and slowly walked towards her. Interesting, why are you here? Looking at this figure that exploded her avatar in his memory, Nyarlathotep showed an interested look on his face. I don't think I was expected to be here, so I came here specially. Nyarlathotep's question was not answered. After looking blankly at the eyes of the silver-haired girl in front of him, Orpheus slowly raised his right hand. I want Soul Qinglian, give it to me. Soul Qinglian? Facing Orpheus' ignorance and this sudden question, Nyarlathotep was not angry. After thinking for a few seconds, she took out a blue lotus flower exuding the brilliance of her soul and shook it. Did you mean this? 35. Orpheus nodded. Give me. Why should I give it to you? Putting away the Soul Qinglian, Nyarlathotep unsurprisingly rejected the proposal. You are a person from the void, and you have destroyed the avatar that I finally got out. In every way, we are all enemies. It's the enemy, but... Orpheus paused, took out a ball of light from his arms and handed it to Nyarlathotep. Transactions are possible. Oh? Is that what the guy behind you thinks? Taking the ball of light from Orpheus, Nyarlathotep, who noticed part of the truth the first time he saw this lowly, laughed. Not only did he disrupt my plans, he even saw through my path and sent you to make a deal. 35. It's bold enough, isn't that guy afraid that I refuse this deal and kill you directly? In the face of Nyarlathotep's threat, Orpheus did not reply, but directly released his suppressed breath. A huge void force emerged in her body. Under the shock of this power, the surrounding chaotic airflow that can corrode all things began to slowly recede into the distance. With Orpheus as the center, a safe area in chaos appeared in front of Nyarlathotep. Interesting, really interesting. Looking at Orpheus who looked like this, Nyarlathotep subconsciously laughed. If you want to control the power of the void to this point, the only way is to convert the body into a complete body of the void. No wonder you dare to come alone, it turns out that you have completed a breakthrough. As the well-known evil god of chaos in the chaos, even the strength of Nyarlathotep is only the 6th realm of the main god. And in the same realm, even Nyarlathotep is not confident that he can kill a strong man of the same realm alone. It is still the same realm powerhouse with unknown information and many singularities on his body. But if it's just 0.1 like this, it won't scare her. Bang! Smashing the light ball in his hand, a terrifying aura also rose from the silver-haired girl. Come and fight, Orpheus! He took out a crowbar and faced lowly in front of him. Nyarlathotep said slowly. If you can beat me, I will give you that soul Qinglian and agree to your deal. If you lose, then I won't lose. Before Nyarlathotep could finish speaking, Orpheus suddenly interrupted. You are not my opponent. Then let me see. Nyarlathotep disappeared in place and appeared in front of Orpheus with a look of excitement. Boom! Chapter 372 How to Use the Power of the Void. Dream World. Sorry, I'm late. Pushing open the door of the conference room, Ravali walked in from outside. It's okay, we just arrived. Ma Wu, who was sitting in the center, looked over. Looks like you've made your breakthrough. 99. Mainly thanks to Arena's side. The aura on his body had already broken through to the higher level god, Leville replied. After clearing the items inside the reincarnation ruins and returning from the reincarnation world, Arena brought back a lot of good things. Among them, in addition to the reincarnation stone that Revere had been waiting for a long time, it also contained 5% of the reincarnation authority. With these things, she not only completed the breakthrough in the realm in a short period of time, but also began to make a sudden and rapid advance in the realm of the higher gods. Although it was just an intuition, Rivali felt that as long as he continued to progress at this pace, he would soon be able to touch the edge of the way of the Lord God that belonged to him. Speaking of which, you have called everyone together as soon as you broke through, do you want to make a big move again? Sitting down in his seat, Rival looked at Ma Wu, whose aura had changed qualitatively. 23 is not a big move, it's just doing what it's supposed to do. What was supposed to be done? 35. Yes. A smile appeared on Ma Wu's face. It's time to clean up those annoying guys and unify the void. So soon? A look of surprise appeared on Leville's face. Those annoying guys in Ma Wu's mouth, you don't have to think about it, they are the main god-level forces that have been harassing the dream world recently. Now the fantasy world is still in a thriving stage, and everyone including her is also increasing their strengths. According to this progress, it would take some time for Dream World to become a qualified main god-level force. It was a bit unexpected for him to take action against those main god-level forces so early. It's not too early. Seeming to know what Revel was thinking, Su Wu shook his head and replied. I haven't shot against them before because I have some things of my own on my side. 99. Now that I've made my breakthrough, it's time to get my hands on the guys who like to jump. 55. Of course, you don't have to worry about the lack of strength. Su Wu raised his hand, condensing a mass of void force in his palm. After completing the second awakening of talent and fully comprehending this power, Ma Wu has a deeper understanding of the power of the void. This is a simplified energy based on the power of chaos, and in nature, it is the force closest to the power of chaos in the entire chaos. For this reason, the power of the void has a very wide range of effects, and it is a power that can be called a panacea. Strengthen the body, strengthen the moves, strengthen the soul, strengthen the power of the law, strengthen the perception of the law, and even help others understand the way of the Lord God. With proper usage and precise manipulation, the power of the void can do anything a person can think of. Of course, although it sounds simple, it is still difficult to achieve these two premises. Let's not talk about the manipulation of this dangerous energy, the power of the void. It is not so easy to explore just the proper usage. Even the major masters who have comprehended the power of the void in the past epochs still use the power of the void at the level of boosting themselves at most. But for Ma Wu, these two preconditions are not so difficult. With the complete understanding of the law of the void, he has now obtained the authority to control the power of the void. Coupled with the assistance of complete control, he is sure to bless the power of the void on others without hurting others. As for the other use of the power of the void, it is not a problem. Although limited by his own lack of basic quality, he cannot fully develop his evolved talent Guan Yu's highway to achieve omniscience in the true sense. But under the circumstance of limited preconditions, it is not difficult for Ma Wu to get the desired answer. FFT. Don't resist. After dividing the power of the void in his hand into several small portions, Su Wu threw it to others. Facing this terrifying energy that made people feel a chill just by looking at it, Revere and the others did not choose to avoid it. Their past experiences told them that whenever Ma Wu did something that ordinary people couldn't understand, they would gain huge benefits. Sure enough, at the moment when the power of the void was just integrated into their bodies, they felt the power in their bodies suddenly skyrocketed. So amazing! Feeling the change in himself, Arthas showed a surprised look on his face. I didn't even start to practice, my body started to automatically change meow. That's one of the effects of the power of the void. Su Wu explained. As long as you decide your next path, the power of the void that I injected into your body 593 will automatically accelerate its growth. In addition to transforming the body of God, other aspects such as comprehending the law and comprehending the way of the Lord God can also increase. 35. To put it simply, he helped other people open a 24-hour automatic cultivation plug-in. Even if Reville and the others choose salted fish, the power of the void in their bodies will automatically help them cultivate. And when they choose to cultivate independently, the speed of cultivation will be further accelerated. Of course, this method also has a disadvantage. That is, what martial arts enters into everyone's bodies is the power of the void, which is limited in number. After a period of consumption, you must come to him for a replenishment. Otherwise, when the power of the void in everyone's body is exhausted, the effects of these enhancements will automatically disappear. But for Ma Wu, who can freely control the power of the void, this is not a big trouble. For the specific effect, you can go back and try it slowly. Su Wu coughed and attracted everyone's attention. In addition to helping you strengthen your strength, there is another thing to call you here this time. Chapter 373 Recruiting Small and Medium-Sized Forces. Dark God Realm. Long time no see, Annabelle. 55. He greeted the agent of the Dark God Realm in front of him, and Ma Wu, who had just finished the internal meeting of the Dream Realm, sat down. How are you? What do you think? Annabelle shrugged and sat down opposite Ma Wu. Thank you for releasing the blessing of eternal night everywhere, I have a lot of blame on my side. Although the Bright God Realm and the Beastmaster Alliance knew that this matter had nothing to do with her. But in order to make up for some of the losses, these people still seized on this and denounced her. To be honest, I myself don't care. But because of this incident, many people below began to complain that I made enemies everywhere. Looking at Ma Wu in front of him, a smile appeared on Annabelle's face. As the culprit, Ma World Lord, should you make up for my loss? 99. You can rest assured that your own prestige will be affected. There was also a smile on Ma Wu's face. As long as the wise and talented Annabelle leads the Dark God Realm and defeats the ancient enemy of the Light God Realm for countless years. 35. Then no matter how many bad things you do, you will still become a hero that everyone admires in the end, right? After hearing Ma Wu's words, the smile on Annabelle's face instantly converged. Originally, she thought that Ma Wu was here today to launch some in-depth cooperation transactions. Now it seems that this matter is not as simple as she imagined. Are you ready to attack the Bright God Realm? It's not just the Bright God Realm. Su Wu shook his head. The Beastmaster Alliance, the Mechanical God Realm, the Undead God Realm, and the Great Abyss World that has been shrinking to eliminate its own sense of existence. All the enemies who are secretly against me are my next targets. Are you serious? Annabelle frowned subconsciously. To challenge the 5 main god-level forces, we can't talk about whether we can beat it or not. We can't pass the level of void consciousness alone. 5. Despite their fierce fighting between the dark god realm and the light god realm, in fact, the two sides are still maintaining the most basic restraint. Once they cross that bottom line, their biggest enemy is not each other, but the void consciousness that has been watching. In the face of enemies of that level, let alone their superior gods, I am afraid that even if all the main gods in the void arrive, they will all be knocked down by the opponent with one punch. You don't have to worry about the void consciousness. In the face of Annabelle's question, Su Wu replied. It won't be long before the void will give birth to the first ruler-level powerhouse of the current era. At that time, the Tower of Gods and Demons will restart. For the next development of the void, the consciousness of the void will completely lift the restrictions of the contract of the gods. What this means, I don't need to say more. Of course I understand. 35. Annabelle replied seriously. The restrictions on the contract of the gods are lifted, and the main god and the superior gods will regain the right to shoot at will. They are the main god-level forces. But those small and medium-sized forces, as well as the large-scale forces that had enmity with the main god-level forces in the past, had a difficult time. In the face of the threat of the main god-level forces of the bright god realm, these forces either choose to resist and swear to the death, or they can only choose to surrender and become a part of the other party. This is not Annabelle's conjecture, but the reality that has already happened. Before the gods' contract appeared, this was the real situation of this era. In addition to the very few neutral forces like the Dragon God, there are only the main god-level forces of the radicals like the Bright God Realm and the main god-level forces of the conservatives like the Dark God Realm in the entire void. At that time, due to the ideological discord and competition for land cards, the fight between the two sides could not be described as intense. Even the leaders of the two sides, the God of Darkness and the God of Light, do not know how many times they have fought. Thinking of this, the expression on Annabelle's face became more serious. Are you sure your intelligence is correct? 35. Of course there will be no errors. After all, the upcoming master, I put out 9 points of strength in it. Ma Wu revealed without changing his face. In other words, is that master one of your own? Annabelle suddenly relaxed. After the contract of the gods is lifted, the competition between the two sides is who has the bigger fist. At that time, when there is a dominant level powerhouse on their side, they will already have an advantage on this side. If Ma Wu had said this earlier, how could she have been nervous? You are still the same, like to scare people. It's not my fault, it's you who scare yourself. Su Wu replied indifferently. Okay, just pretend I'm scaring myself. Annabelle shook her head helplessly, not talking more on this topic. What shall we do next? 9. Since you took the initiative to come to the door, you should have thought about it. It's really easy to talk to you. Nian. Ma Wu took out a stack of paper and handed it to Annabelle. These are the small and medium-sized forces recruited by your Dark God Realm, and I will leave them to you. 39. Dark God Realm is recruiting, Lin Yohao, small and medium-sized forces. After listening to Gabriel's narration, Michael frowned subconsciously. Are they ready for war again? Maybe. Gabriel replied. It's been a while since the last battle. It's really normal for the Dark God Realm to make big moves. However, the only problem now is the speed at which the Dark God Realm recruits these small and medium-sized strengths. The speed of recruitment. A trace of doubt appeared in Michael's eyes. Faced with the invitation of the main God-level forces, is there any problem with this kind of small and medium-sized directly choosing to surrender? 55. If the person who initiated the solicitation is our Bright God Realm, there is really no problem. Gabriel was silent for a while, then opened his mouth to remind. But if it's the Dark God Realm, it's a little bit abnormal. Chapter 374 An Annihilation Plan Launched in Advance. Good people being bullied. This is universal no matter where it is placed. Take this war between the Light God Realm and the Dark God Realm as an example. In order to win the war, both sides sent their own demands to the affiliated forces after the outbreak of the war, and began to recruit troops. In this case, although the final results of both sides are similar. However, in terms of execution speed, the Light God Realm is obviously faster than the Dark God Realm. The main reason for this situation is the deterrence of both sides. As a member of the radical faction, the Bright God Realm has always tended to be strong in the past and present. Anyone who does not cooperate or fails to satisfy him will be severely punished. When there is a major mistake, it will even be annihilated by the Bright God Realm directly. As the conservative side of the Dark God Realm, its style is undoubtedly a lot more peaceful. It is precisely because of this that the affiliated forces of the Dark God Realm do not feel the fear of their boss from the bottom of their hearts like the affiliated forces of the Light God Realm. In the same way, due to the style of the Dark God Realm, the first reaction of those small and medium-sized forces when facing the Dark God Realm's recruitment of 593 was not to directly agree, but to negotiate to increase the benefits. Under such circumstances, the Dark God Realm will recruit in a short period of time. A large number of small and medium-sized forces is undoubtedly an abnormal situation. Do you understand why? Michael, who reacted, asked. Not yet. Gabriel shook his head. However, according to the current information, in addition to the Dark God Realm, a similar situation has also occurred in the Dream Realm. With the Dream World as the center, a large number of small and medium-sized forces and neutral worlds surrender to it. Even some of the small forces that I sent people to persuade have started to defect. So you suspect that the Dream World did it? Michael asked. It's not doubt, it's certainty. Gabriel replied. Except for the weird guy named Siwu behind the Dream World, there is no way that there is a second person who can do such a strange thing. Then what are you going to do? Start the annihilation plan ahead of time. You sure? Michael's expression became serious. The so-called annihilation plan was a plan designed by Gabriel to completely destroy the Dream World. In order to ensure the progress of this plan, the other party not only spent a lot of rare resources, but also attracted the core members of the major God-level forces. If we act in advance, not only will we not be able to ensure that all the planned combat power will arrive, but it will also waste some of the previously invested resources. No matter from which point of view, Gabriel's move is a reckless act. I know my behavior is irrational, but... Looking at Michael in front of him, Gabriel sighed helplessly. My intuition tells me that the Dream World has to be nipped in the bud. If we can't do it, maybe our entire Bright God Realm will face a crisis of destruction. Since you think so, then do as you say. Michael was silent for a while, and finally agreed with a heavy tone. I will report on the side of the Lord of the God of Light, and I will leave it to you to notify other people. Mechanical God Realm. Number 1, what's the matter with calling me here? The number 4 special connection that was called just now asked. Received news, Gabriel of the Bright God Realm decided to execute the annihilation plan ahead of schedule. Dab. In advance. Special link number 4 was stunned for a moment. Did something happen? Explanation. Preliminary speculation is related to the fact that the Dream Realm and the Dark God Realm began to conquer small and medium-sized forces on a large scale. Order. You inform number 3 and number 5 to lead a god-killing army to cooperate. You sure? A surprised look appeared on the face of number 4 special link. If you send so many people out at once, there will be problems with the defense system of the Mechanical God Realm 5. Answer, don't worry, the Mechanical Overlord has already woken up, this is his order. Beastmaster League. Fox, Bud, Xavier. Looking at the 3 people in front of him, Tyler, the Beastmaster sitting on the throne, spoke slowly. The three of you took your subordinates and went to the Bright God realm to destroy the Dream realm for me 5. If you fail, you don't have to come back. Yes. Abyss World will take this over. The Lord of the Abyss broke off a tentacle on his heart and put it in the hands of the werewolf Will. You have only one purpose this time, and that is to find the core members of the Dream World, annihilate them, and severely damage the Dream World 5. When necessary, you can sacrifice all the Abyss creatures present and summon my avatar to come. Respect. After the news of Gabriel spread, the main god-level forces of the major radical factions also cooperated very quickly to start personnel transfer. Of course, the efficiency of the annihilation operation is so efficient. The main reason is actually the true controllers of the major god-level forces, the meaning of the 5 main gods, including the god of light. Dream World's past performances are simply too amazing. Even the Gensokyo Alliance, which has gathered many seeds of the main god, is far inferior to Dreamland in terms of threat. In the eyes of these main gods, the Dream World cannot stay. Once it grows up, the status and even the life of oneself and others will inevitably be threatened. EK. As long as this hidden danger can be completely eliminated, this effort is nothing at all. Thus, since the appearance of the contract of the gods, the most massive war in the void appeared. Chapter 375 Sniper, Revenge Trio. Dream World. I didn't expect our face to be quite big, and it actually made the whole void move. 55. Looking at the information just presented in his hand, Bai Yu looked aside with a headache. Ma Wu, do you need me to shoot? What do you mean? Ma Wu, who was tasting afternoon tea, looked over. Certainly the rumored annihilation plan now. Seeing Ma Wu's appearance, Bai Yu, who seemed to understand something, relaxed. However, she still spoke her mind. Ignoring those main gods who may be able to take action, just the number of top gods gathered together is not something that the current fantasy world can't stop. You also said that if Kang Yu can't take action, it's better not to take action 9. Since this is the case, should we simply attack in advance and snipe some of the enemies who are still on their way? I've already chosen someone for this matter. As one of the main culprits of the current situation, Ma Wu was naturally prepared. But the current dream world doesn't need guards for the time being. If you're really bored, you can go and help Elena. Although there won't be any big problems, it's still a bit difficult for one person to wipe out that number of Abyss Army 5. Then I'll go help Elena. 99. If there is Wu, she will not have to worry about the management of the fantasy world. In this case, let's take this opportunity to help our little friends. By the way, take this with you. As if thinking of something, Su Wu took out an ice blue sword-shaped pendant and gave it to Bai Yu. This is Kang Yu's power. Looking at the cold air emanating from this pendant, Bai Yu asked uncertainly. It was made by Kang Yu, but the essence of this thing is just a container, and it stores the power of the void that I put into it. If you encounter any unexpected difficulties, use this power of the void to strengthen yourself. Su Wu explained. Although the way of omniscience is very powerful, Ma's own strength is limited. Before he can fully exert this power, all he can do is false omniscience. Now that the level of the enemy has reached the level of the top gods and even the main gods, in order to prevent accidents, he must provide some protective measures for his attendants. And this container with the power of the void is one of the protective measures he made. With the blessing of this power of the void, with your strength, even a weaker Lord God will not be your opponent. Now there's no problem with Elena's side. Looking at Bai Yu's disappearing figure, Ma Wu slowly picked up a piece of cake and tasted it. Although it is only a pseudo-omniscient state at present, it is still possible to obtain some desired information. The annihilation plan of the Bright God realm was already understood by Ma Wu when it was just born. The main reason why I chose to leave it alone is for now. Since the Bright God realm decided to start the annihilation plan ahead of time, the reinforcements of the major god-level forces will inevitably lack some preparation time in order to arrive at the bright god realm to complete the reconciliation as soon as possible. And the price of insufficient preparation is to be sniped by those sent by Su Wu. The next thing is to strengthen one's own strength. Dong dong dong. Come in. Hearing the knock on the door, Ma Wu, who had just finished eating the last piece of cake, replied. Click. The door of the room was opened, and 4 beautiful figures walked in from the door. Hey? How is it you? Looking at Ma Wu who was sitting on the main seat, Tang Minjiahu's face showed a look of surprise. Aren't you retreating and breaking through? Of course it will come out after the breakthrough is over. Su Wu smiled and turned his eyes to the other 3 girls who were looking at him. After he was promoted to the 8th level lord and got the reward of the 8th level lord, he thought about whether to choose several 7th level lords for training. The 4 girls in front of him, including Tang Minjiahu, were the seeds he finally picked. Why don't you introduce yourself? Karina, a puppet master. Doris, the 9-tailed fox. Nina. 35. It's really shorter than the last. 4 flowers 0. After casually complaining, Ma Wu spoke slowly. My name is Ma Wu, and I am the master of the fantasy world. 35. At the same time, I sent Tang Minjiahu to recruit you. Looking at your expressions, there should be a lot to ask. Yes. Karina nodded and was the first to ask. Why do you know my information? Because I want to find a few potential subordinates, so I know. The next question. What a hanging answer. Karina raised her eyebrows and looked at the others. How on earth did you know about our intelligence? I don't care. It seems that Karina has no idea of continuing to ask, and Doris, whose body is the 9-tailed fox, said. The only thing I want to know is, how are you going to help me complete my revenge? As soon as this question came up, Tang Minjiahu and Nina, who had never spoken, also turned their attention to Ma Wu. As the existences that Ma Wu took a fancy to, the 4 of them are the top group in the void, whether it is talent, blood, or strength. The reason why it has been hidden in the dark and not exposed is that Karina, the puppet master, is a personal character. The other 3 are all because they are existences outside the void. It's just that their original hometown was destroyed, so they came to the void to take refuge. Of course, although it is a refuge in name, the main reason is to get enough development time here, and then go back to kill the enemy. In order to be able to accomplish this purpose, great power is essential. This is one of the reasons why they will choose to join the fantasy world. In addition to this reason, another reason is that Tang Minjiahu said that Dream World can help search for enemies and give corresponding help. Su Wu had been in a closed state before, and they were powerless even if they wanted to obtain information in this regard. Now that Ma Wu is out of customs, it is time to ask. A serious look flashed across Doris' seductive eyes, and Ma Wu stared at each other tightly. As long as you can do everything you promised, then I will help you unify the void wholeheartedly as promised. Chapter 376 Bloodline Evolution, 9-tailed Destiny Fox. Doris was not lying, nor was she polite. She has been alone since her hometown was destroyed. Even if he came to the void and became a lord and recruited some of his subordinates, it was only subordinates. If it weren't for the basic requirements for territorial upgrading, she would not even recruit attendants. For her who witnessed the destruction of her hometown, revenge was her only thought. It can be said that in the matter of revenge, Doris' obsession is even stronger than that of Macefield and others in the Mahu territory. If Ma Wu can really help her complete her revenge, then it is a logical thing for her to stay in the dream world. Since you have said so, it seems that I have to show some sincerity to 597. 99. Looking at Doris in front of him, Su Wu raised his hand and pulled out a light screen in mid-air. IG, the evil god of chaos, your goal is it, right? That's right. 35. Looking at the giant snake in the light screen, which seemed to swallow the world in one bite, a look of hatred flashed in Doris' eyes. It's the fox fairy world it destroyed. As long as you can help me find it and let me kill this guy myself, I'll be yours from now on. Sounds exciting, but... Glancing at Doris, Su Wu shook his head slightly. Although your strength is not bad, just this level is not enough. As an ancient evil god of chaos, Iger is only one step away from the fifth realm of the main god. If you want to defeat Yi Ji with your own hands, you must at least have the strength of the second realm of the Lord God. Until you gain enough strength, I won't tell you even if I know its whereabouts. I understand. Facing Ma Wu's reply, Doris was silent for a while and then spoke up. Bai Yu said before that you are very good at guiding your subordinates to become stronger. Since you know my condition, is there any way to make me stronger? Of course, this is one of the reasons why I called you here today. Su Wu raised his hand and shot out 4 void powers in midair. This is the power of the void that I have dealt with specially. Depending on the method of use, it can be strengthened separately. After briefly introducing the role of the power of the void, Su Wu slowly opened his mouth and said, I have always been a democratic person, and I will not force my subordinates to do things they don't want. If you want to become stronger in a short period of time, take your share. If you don't take it, there is no other way to become stronger. 9. Doris asked. You don't have to worry about that. Ma Wu said without caring. With your strength, I have as many ways to quickly become stronger. It's just that with the power of the void, the efficiency can be more efficient when implementing other plans. I understand. As if she had her own answer, Doris did not continue to ask, but directly stretched out her hand to take down the power of the void that belonged to her. Under Su Wu's control, the power of the void slowly merged into Doris' body. It's just different from the calm scene when Arthas and others accepted the power of the void before. Just as Doris integrated the power of the void into her body, 9 white tails instantly appeared behind her, and a pair of fluffy fox ears also grew on top of her head. Hey! 35. It seemed that she noticed something was wrong, and a surprised look appeared on Doris' face. My blood concentration has increased. It's not just the blood concentration that goes up. Su Wu's voice came from not far away. As an existence with the highest bloodline concentration in the history of the 9-tailed heavenly fox in the fox immortal realm, your bloodline is only separated by a thin line from your main god-level ancestor. 35. As long as there is a proper way to use it, the power of the void can help you cross that boundary and complete the bloodline returning to your ancestors. What this means, I don't need to introduce too much. Of course. 39. A fiery look flashed in Doris' eyes. 9-tailed Destiny Fox, this is the real name of her fox clan. It's just that due to the lack of bloodline concentration, these descendants generally turn their own race into 9-tailed celestial foxes. The holder of this bloodline will awaken his talents 3 times at the moment of birth, the moment he becomes a god, and the moment he becomes the main god. Although it sounds very powerful, there is still a certain gap with the source of this bloodline, the 9-tailed Destiny Fox. The holder of the bloodline of the 9-tailed Destiny Fox can awaken his talents 9 times in his life. Even in the 9th awakening of talent, the level of talent will inevitably reach the level of sss-level. What this means, needless to say. It's just a pity that maybe it's because this bloodline is too heaven-defying. In the long period of time in the past, there has always been only one person with this bloodline. That is the source of their bloodline, the fox ancestor who has the strength of the 3rd realm of the main god. And now, with the help of Su Wu, she will become the 2nd existence with this powerful bloodline. Thinking of this, Doris turned her eyes to Ma Wu, and a longing look flashed in her eyes. What do I have to do to cross that line completely? 35. You don't have to do anything, just wait. Su Wu replied. The bloodline holder of the 9-tailed Destiny Fox will go through the process of awakening talent 8 times before becoming the Lord God. 0.1. Now, with the help of the power of the void, your bloodline concentration will continue to increase slowly. During this process, you will experience the third innate awakening, the fourth innate awakening, and so on. When you complete the awakening of the eighth talent, your bloodline is equivalent to completing the evolution and reaching the level of the nine-tailed destiny fox. It's that simple. After hearing Mawu's reply, Doris suddenly froze in place. Originally, she was prepared to enter dangerous places and search for various rare treasures. Unexpectedly, Mawu told her that she just had to wait. This was really beyond her expectations. Chapter 377 Evil God Puppet, Star Spirit World Spirit. Simple. Looking at Doris, who didn't seem to understand the situation, Suwu shook his head helplessly. You don't seem to be clear, so I'll tell you one thing. A bloodline like the nine-tailed destiny fox, which can be said to be against the sky, normally only one of a race can exist. 35. You have the opportunity to complete the bloodline return to the ancestors. In addition to the factors that I helped, the biggest reason is actually the death of your ancestor. But even so, it's still not easy for you to successfully complete the return to your ancestors. You mean, the process of returning to one's ancestors and awakening one's talents comes with risks? Doris asked. Although she is the genius with the bloodline concentration closest to the ancestor in the history of the nine-tailed celestial fox. But in the past history, there are actually many geniuses who are not inferior to her. Among these geniuses, there are many people who have returned to their ancestors to become the nine-tailed destiny fox, and inexplicably suddenly disappeared. Now, after listening to Mawu's introduction, I am afraid that the problem is in the process of renting back. You're right, the process is really dangerous. Seems to have seen through Doris's thoughts, Mawu affirmed. The existence of your ancestors will only increase the difficulty of the last process of your return to the ancestors. But until that point, her presence will not bring any additional difficulty to your throwback. In other words, the geniuses of your nine-tailed Tianhu clan who disappeared for the sake of their ancestors in the past all failed because of their lack of ability. Of course, your situation is more fortunate than theirs. Mawu raised his hand and pointed to himself. As long as I am here, your throwback will not fail. Like I said, you just have to wait and I'll do the rest for you. It sounds reassuring. After silently looking at Mawu for a few seconds, a charming smile suddenly appeared on Doris' face. Then look forward to your performance, Martial World Lord. After speaking, she had already adapted to the changes in her body and put away her tail and ears, and took a few steps back to look at the others. Suwu took out a total of 4 copies of the Power of the Void. At present, in addition to her taking one, only Tang Minjiu, who had long been on the same front as Suwu, took her own share. As for Karina and Nina, there is still no intention to receive the Power of the Void. What are the two of you thinking? Are you ready to give up receiving the Power of the Void? Mawu, who also noticed this, turned his head and looked at Karina and the two. I don't mean to give up, I just want to ask something. Karina swiped her right hand beside her, summoning a puppet the size of a slap. The shape of the puppet is a Western dragon, with a huge body covered with scales, 2 huge wings, and a pair of horns on the top of the head. From the appearance, this Western dragon and those common Western dragons in the void have no police. However, when Karina summoned this puppet, the 3 people beside her, including Tang Minjiu, took a step back subconsciously, with a look of fear on their faces. This is the corpse of a giant dragon I found in a ruin, and it took 100 million hours to transform it into this look. 5. Ignoring the expressions of the others, Karina said, with my own talent, I can clearly feel that this giant dragon possesses a powerful force within its body. But for some reason, I haven't been able to fully utilize this power, even if I have a fully controlled increase. So I would like to ask, if I gain the power of the void, can I fully exert the full power of this puppet? 35. It's not just that. Suwu raised his eyebrows and directly stated Karina's true thoughts. You also want to ask if I can give you an extra piece of void power to help you strengthen the power of this puppet. Yes. Karina, who was dismantled, was not embarrassed and directly admitted it. To answer your first question first. Ma Wu, who had been prepared for Karina's inquiry, said slowly. The answer is no. The original body of this giant dragon is a chaotic evil god in the fourth realm of the main god. You can resist its coercion and transform its corpse into a puppet, which is already a very powerful thing. But without the perception of the main god realm, you can't exert its full power. Of course, after getting the boost of the power of the void, your personal abilities will be improved to a higher level. 55. After briefly explaining the reason, Su Wu turned to talk about another benefit. In this state, when you use this puppet, at least you won't be backlashed. What about the second question? Karina asked. The answer is yes. 95. Su Wu replied. With the increase of the power of the void, the power of this puppet can indeed go to a higher level. But I don't recommend you do it, and you should understand why. Of course I understand that. Karina nodded. This puppet 597 has been transformed a long time ago, but she has not used it once so far. Even in the battle with Tang Minjiu not long ago, she still did not take it out. One of the reasons for this situation is that she did not expect Tang Minjiu's outbreak to be so high at the time. Another reason is that this puppet is too dangerous, and if it is used at will, it will be backlashed by the remaining power in the opponent's body. The heretic god puppets that have not been strengthened are so dangerous, not to mention the strengthened ones. But since I can strengthen it, I will ask you to strengthen it when I get stronger in the future. After putting the evil god puppet back in place, Karina took a few steps forward to take away her own share of the void power, and then retreated back. All three of them are done, then it's you. After solving Karina's problem, Ma Wu's eyes turned to Nina, who hadn't spoken much the whole time. In a sense, this girl who looks a little like Orpheus is the most difficult one to deal with among the few people present. Of course, in the case of the right medicine, the other party is also the best one to deal with. Is there anything you want to say, Miss World Spirit of the Star Spirit World? Chapter 378, The Evil of Chaos. As the saying goes, everything has a spirit. Down to the grass, trees, soil, and stones, up to the whole world, everything in the world has the possibility of giving birth to spiritual intelligence and becoming an independent individual. The so-called world spirit is the existence at the top of this kind of intelligent creature. They were born in a comprehensive world, they are the managers of a world, and they are born with the power of the top gods. If the world standard is a little higher, it is not impossible to be born as the main god. It's not impossible. If I have to say it, void consciousness is the best example. As a world spirit born from the top-level comprehensive world of void, it is born with a power that most of the main gods look up to. After the training of the day after tomorrow, the power mastered by the opponent surpassed 99% of the existence in the chaos, and became the top powerhouse. Therefore, compared to the starting point, there is really no creature in this chaos that can be higher than the starting point of the world spirit. But since there is a world spirit that grows up with the Shuangwen protagonist template, there are also world spirits who grow up with the useless protagonist template. Unfortunately, Nina, who is a star spirit world spirit, belongs to the latter. Although the scale of the star spirit world is not comparable to the void, but looking at the entire chaos, it is also a huge comprehensive world. As a world spirit of the star spirit world, you should have been born with the power of the third realm of the Lord God, and you should be at the apex of this chaos. It's a pity that before you were born from the ovary of the world, the star spirit world was destroyed, and the origin of the world was swallowed up by that chaotic evil god. Looking at the girl in front of her whose expression did not change at all, Su Wu spoke slowly. If it wasn't for the Lord of the 8th era of Void passing by, you might even have a problem with birth. But even if you successfully descended into the world with the help of the other party, you who were born in the wreckage of the world only gained the power of the top gods. Not only that, because of the incompleteness of your origin, it is far more difficult for you to improve your strength later than ordinary people. As a legendary world spirit, at this point, is there anything you want me to do, Nina? I have no idea. Facing Ma Wu's question, Nina slowly shook her head after being silent for a few seconds. Tang Minjiu said that you can help me with revenge, so I agreed to her conditions and joined the dream world. I hope you can help me complete my revenge and get back my origin. But after meeting in person, I'm pretty sure you don't have that ability. 35. You're right in saying that. Facing Nina's question, Ma Wu nodded indifferently. If it is an ordinary evil god of chaos, such as Ig, the snake god who destroyed Dora's hometown, I can kill as many ways as I want. Even if it is a stronger, chaos heretic god with the 5th realm of the Lord God or the 6th realm of the Lord God, I can handle it with a little effort. 35. But unfortunately, it was the famous chaos evil who destroyed the celestial spirit world. The other party is in existence at the apex of this chaos in the true sense. Compared with it, even the Zerg Queen that Ma Wu met a few days ago, or the void consciousness is half worse. If he wanted to defeat him in a head-on confrontation, even Ma Wu would not dare to say he was absolutely sure. But although I can't help you get revenge right now, that doesn't mean I can't do anything in the future. Su Wu raised 2 fingers and shook it with a confident look on his face. As long as you give me some time, I have 2 ways to deal with the evil of chaos. Besides that, I have another way to bypass the evil of chaos and directly help you complete the source and continue the path of future promotion. Any solution? For the first time, there was a mood swing in Nina's eyes. As a world spirit born in the wreckage of the world, she doesn't actually have a huge sense of belonging to the star spirit world. Compared with the revenge for the celestial spirit world, her hostility to the evil of chaos is mainly due to the resentment that she almost died, and the anger that caused her own origin to be incomplete. If there is really a way to bypass the opponent and complete her own origin, then even if Su Wu can't get rid of the evil of chaos for the time being, she can choose to stay. The method is very simple, eat what you want. Su Wu replied. Since your source is damaged, it's good to fill the source of the world for you. Fill it directly with the origin of the world? Nina looked at Su Wu suspiciously. This obvious method, she has naturally tried in the past. But this filling can only temporarily fill the gap. 55. Because of different origins, over time, these later filled origins will gradually dissipate. Of course I know that. Do you have a solution to this shortcoming? Seeing Su Wu, Lin Yazeo, still looking confident, Nina's eyes lit up as if she had thought of something, and her tone instantly rose by half a level. The solution is simple, just fundamentally change your identity. Ma Wu didn't give up, and gave the answer directly to Yang. Your identity is the world spirit of the astral spirit world, but the astral spirit world has already been destroyed. 5. Without the help of the astral world, you are water without a source and a tree without roots. Even if you devour more world power, you can't store it and digest it slowly. After understanding what Ma Wu meant, Nina suddenly fell silent. After a while, she spoke slowly. You mean, let me abandon this source completely? 35. Chapter 379 The Solution, Su Wu's Decision. It's not a permanent abandonment, it just needs to be separated temporarily. Facing Nina's question, Ma Wu shook his head and gave the real solution. You temporarily hand over the source of the world spirits belonging to the star spirit world to me, and then merge with the dream world. 35. Today's dream world has not yet been born with spiritual wisdom. As long as you can get the origin of the dream world, you can become the world spirit of the dream world. When you have a complete original wish, you can not only practice freely, but also gain corresponding benefits as the dream world grows. As for this incomplete source of the celestial spirit world. Su Wu paused for a while, and said slowly. When the evil of chaos is annihilated in the future, I will complete this source and find the remains of the Protoss world. 95. If you have this idea, I will help you completely separate from the dream world and help you restore your identity as a star spirit world spirit. Of course, I recommend that you swallow these two items as the spirit of the dream world, and take it to the next level. I need some time to think about it. After listening to Ma Wu's reply, Nina said after being silent for a while. Sure. Su Wu smiled and agreed. The plan he gave was essentially drawing wages from the bottom of the pot. If there is one mistake in operation, then Nina will completely lose all escape routes and face the ending of death. If the other party still promises to be so straightforward in such a major event, then there is a real problem. But, although my side can help you at any time, I advise you to make a decision as soon as possible. Looking at Nina, who was receiving the power of the void in front of him, Su Wu continued to speak. Dreamland will harvest a lot of resources in the heart of the world in a short period of time in the next battle. At that time, I will use these gains to raise the level of the fantasy world to the level of the top world. Today's dream world has a tendency to give birth to spiritual wisdom. After the upgrade is completed, it will inevitably give birth to the spirit of the world. If you can't make a decision before then I can only find another world as a shell for you. Due to the fact that Maho personally sits and transforms it, it is no exaggeration to say that today's fantasy world is the world with the most potential in the void. Compared with it, even the base camps of the main god level forces are a bit worse. If the dream world cannot be used as the body for reincarnation, then even if Nina can fill the source in the future, the final harvest will be much worse. I understand. Although Su Wu didn't finish speaking, Nina, who still understood his potential meaning, said firmly. I'll give you the answer within 3 days. That's good. Seeing that Nina understood what she meant, Su Wu did not continue to talk about this topic. Since your problems have been solved, it's time to solve the problems in the dream world. I need the 4 of you to divide into 2 teams and help me snipe the people from the Undead God Realm and the Beastmaster Alliance. I'm going to the Beastmaster Alliance. After listening to Ma Wu's mission, Karina was the first to reply. Tang Minjiahu's knife a while ago, even if she didn't cut it down in the end, still caused her puppet to lose a lot. Most of the Beastmaster Alliance are existences with high-level bloodlines, which can be used to transform into puppets and fill her inventory. I will also go to the Beastmaster Alliance. 35. The second to reply was Doris. After coming to the void, it has been developing in secret. It's rare to have a chance to fight with the Beastmaster Alliance. I want to see if there is a bloodline on the same level as the 9-tailed heavenly fox. Since that's the case, is there any problem with Tang Minjiahu and Nina going to deal with the people of the Undead God Realm? 39. Su Wu's gaze shifted to the remaining 2. No problem. Can. The 4 top seeds of the Lord God are not bad. Looking at Tang Minjiahu and the others who were far away, Ma Wu's eyes flashed a thoughtful look. As one of the top comprehensive worlds in chaos, the void accommodates many beings who are displaced in chaos. Among these people, Tang Minjiahu, Doris, and Nina are undoubtedly the 3 most talented. After subduing all of them, Dream World is now almost sufficient in terms of cutting-edge combat power. With his help, these potential talents are top-notch talents in every aspect, and it is not particularly difficult to break through to the 5th realm of the Lord God. But at this level, it doesn't seem to be enough. Shaking his head helplessly, Ma Wu turned his gaze to the blue-haired girl who was silently eating melons in the corner. After coming into contact with the way of all-knowing, even if the limitation of void consciousness is not lifted, he can still learn a lot of secrets. If it is said that the 5th realm of the main god is the division between the ordinary main god and the top main god, then the 7th realm of the main god is the division between the top main god and the chaos level powerhouse. And Kang Yu, who has always looked down on her in the past, is one of the only 2 chaos-level powerhouses in the void who has mastered the power of chaos. It is precisely because of this strength that void consciousness will always give in to King Yu without excessive interference. But although the 7th realm of the main god is very strong, in Ma Wu's opinion, it is still a little worse. Kang Yu, are you sure you can break through to the 8th realm of the Lord God? No. Kang Yu directly denied it. It's impossible to break through by me alone. Makes sense. Ma Wu, who was not at all surprised by this answer, touched his chin and finally made a decision. Looks like it's up to me. No problem. Kang Yu replied calmly and firmly. Ma Wu, it is impossible to fail. Chapter 380 Principles of the Recovery Array. Dragon God Realm. Long time no see, Fafna. The one who had just arrived at Ma Wu raised his hand and greeted the Golden Dragon King in front of him. It won't be long, just a few months. Putting down the teacup in her hand, Fafna looked at Su Wu suspiciously. Well, Martial World Lord, you have become a god, haven't you changed your concept of time? For our level of existence, this time basically passes in the blink of an eye. 35. This point cannot be changed in a short period of time. Su Wu smiled and replied casually. After all, many of my next plans are carried out on a monthly basis. I see, that sounds like busy enough. Since the Dragon God realm is in a closed state, Fafna, who basically has nothing to deal with, said with emotion. I haven't experienced this feeling in a long time. Don't worry, you'll experience it soon. Su Wu raised his eyebrows and looked at Fafna with a playful expression. I came to see you today, not just to talk about family affairs. 35. I guessed that. Fafna, who had expected this for a long time, froze and looked at Su Wu with some anticipation. She also had a simple understanding of the character of the other party in the brief contact. Usually, if there is something wrong, the other party will only send his subordinates to run errands. Even the last time Ma Wu got the original blood and sent it to the Dragon God realm was sent by his subordinates. It can be seen from this that Ma Wu is a person who likes to hide behind the scenes. But it was just such a person who suddenly brought that dangerous blue-haired woman to the Dragon God realm today. In this regard, Fafna can only think of one thing. Well, Martial World Lord, do you mean that you have already obtained the Soul Qinglian and the Reincarnation Skeleton? The Reincarnation Skeleton is in hand, as for the Soul Qinglian, it will be later. After urging the power of Omniscient to perceive the situation on Orpheus' side, Ma Wu replied. The men I sent in the past have only just gained the upper hand. If you count the time to get back, it will take a month at the earliest to bring the Soul Qinglian to the Dragon God realm. After hearing Ma Wu's words, Fafna suddenly fell silent. Of course, it was not because Bai was happy that she fell into silence because she was frustrated. But because I was too excited, I didn't know what to say for a while. After a while, Fafna, who had calmed down again, took a deep breath and raised her head to look at Su Wu. What shall I do next? It's simple. In the face of Fafna's straightforward question, Su Wu took out a black disc and shook it. Put all the materials you collected before, and now start to arrange the recovery circle. 35. Set up now. Fafna looked at Ma Wu hesitantly. No problem. Don't be nervous, I know you're concerned that some of these rare materials will expire over time. 35. Recalling the principle of the recovery circle, Su Wu asked Fafna. Reincarnation Skeleton, Primordial Blood, Soul Qinglian. These are the three main materials for arranging the recovery circle. But do you know what role these three materials play in this array? 99. I've never seen these three items, so I don't know their specific effects, but… Fafna paused and said some insights she had gained from researching the complex array over the years. The principle of the recovery circle is to use a certain material as the core, decompose the target's body into energy, and then completely reshape it. Judging from the name, I personally think that such an item should be the original blood. Your understanding is correct. After affirming Fafna's guess, Ma Wu continued to ask. Do you know what the other two materials are for? Soul Kinglian's words should help Lord Winnie to restore her damaged soul. 99. As for the reincarnation, I don't know that. 35. Fafna replied. Dragon God Winnie's current problem is that his body is destroyed and his soul is damaged, leaving only a weak source. Among these three problems, the most serious one is physical damage. In order to solve this problem, Fafna focused her research on this part when she was studying the recovery circle. 4 Flowers 0. This also led her to have a very good understanding of the role of the primordial blood, but only had the most superficial guess about the other two items. Since you don't know, then I'll tell you. 35. After coming into contact with the way of all-knowing, Ma Wu, who had a deeper understanding of the heaven-defying magic array, said. The essence of the recovery circle is decomposition and reconstruction. Why the dragon god Winnie is convinced that she can be fully resurrected is actually very simple. This magic circle has only one requirement for the target, that is, the origin is complete. The original blood reconstructs the body, and the soul Qinglian reconstructs the soul. And the most important reincarnation corpse in this process is it. Su Wu shook the black disc in his hand, and an inexplicable look flashed in his eyes. Its role is to keep the process stable when the body and soul are reorganized, and to give it a chance to restart once or more after it fails. No other effect. Fafna asked. Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. There is none left. Su Wu replied. That's good, I'm really afraid that you tell me that the function of this thing is to reorganize the origin. Seeing Su Wu's confirmation, Fafna breathed a sigh of relief subconsciously. If she can understand the reorganization of the body and the soul, then the reorganization of the origin is completely unacceptable. This kind of thing is the most essential existence of a person. If this thing is reorganized, even if it looks exactly the same as before the reorganization, it will actually change internally. In a simple and easy way to explain it, the character, memory and some daily behaviors are all my own. But in fact, it's just a stranger who is exactly the same as me, still wearing the other party's clothes. Fana doesn't know what other people think about this kind of thing, she herself is absolutely unacceptable. Even if the other party, on the surface, still has absolute trust in her, believing that she can break through her own limits and become the Lord God, Lord Winnie, it still won't work. Chapter 381 Avoiding the Gaze of the Lord God, Su Wu's request. I probably understand the principle of the recovery circle. After listening to Ma Wu's explanation, Fafna nodded thoughtfully and continued to ask. But why did you ask me to arrange the recovery circle in advance? 35. As you said before, some special materials will gradually fail after being taken out. Soul Qinglian will be available in a month at the earliest. If the complex formation is arranged in advance, even if the soul reaches the Dragon God realm at the same time, it will still cause the performance of some of the materials to be lost. So instead of arranging the recovery circle in advance, Fafna prefers to wait until Soul Qinglian is in hand before arranging it. In this way, it can also maximize the guarantee that there will be no accidents in the process of arranging the recovery circle. But although I prefer 600 to this method, Fafna did not express it directly. In her opinion, Su Wu is a very mysterious person. Since the other party has done so many earth-shattering events, they have never made a mistake. Then in the matter of recovering the magic circle, it should not make such a low-level mistake. So since the other party proposed this, it must have his own considerations. Can you tell me why you did this? Sure. Su Wu nodded and said his reason. The major god-level forces in the void have begun to gather to prepare for the annihilation of the dream world, you should have heard of it. Of course I've heard of this kind of big thing, but… Silently looking at Kang Yu who was in a daze not far away, Fafna showed a puzzled look on her face. As scary as this may sound, it shouldn't be too much trouble for you. This is not her compliment, but her truest thought. According to the fantasy dragon Elsa, the blue-haired girl who seems to be doing nothing is a very terrifying existence. Not to mention the gathering at present, it is just a group of top-level superior gods. Even if the main gods of the whole void gather together, I am afraid that it is not enough for the opponent to fight with one hand. In this situation, Su Wu should not have to worry about it. You don't have to count on Kang Yu, she can't do anything at will under the current situation. 99. Of course, those guys really aren't much trouble to me. Even if Kang Yu doesn't take action, I have 10,000 ways to deal with those guys, but... Looking at Fafnir, who didn't seem to realize the seriousness of the problem, Ma Wu reminded. I have a way to deal with those top gods who are looking for trouble, but the dragon god realm can't deal with those main gods who are looking for trouble. Fafnir's expression changed, and she instantly understood the potential meaning of Ma Wu. You mean, those main gods will take the initiative to destroy Lord Winnie's resurrection plan? You're missing a premise, the chief god of those radicals. Ma Wu corrected. You should know what those radical gods have done in order to delay the development of the current era. 66 I know. 35. Fafnir nodded solemnly. Although the main gods of the radical faction have never done anything to them in order to stabilize the dragon god realm. But that's also because there is a void consciousness watching over it, and there are moderate master gods such as the Dreaming Dragon to help. If the Dragon God realm really insists on starting the recovery circle to help the Dragon God Winnie resurrect, these insurances do have a certain probability. No, it will definitely fail. Winnie the Dragon God, who is resurrected through the full version of the Matrix, will definitely achieve a breakthrough in strength. In other words, the other party will become the first ruler of the current era of the Void. At that time, the development stage of this era will end, and it will enter the final stage, the domination stage. This is undoubtedly what the main gods of the radicals do not want to see. In order to prevent this kind of thing from happening, even if there is the punishment of void consciousness and the obstruction of the Dream Dragon and others, the main gods of the radical faction will definitely try to destroy the recovery circle. Thinking of this, Fafnir's expression became completely gloomy. The martial world lord continued to speak. It seems that you have realized the seriousness of the problem. 35. Fafnir, whose expression changed drastically in just a few seconds, Ma Wu said slowly without caring. It's actually pretty simple to fix that. Even if the main gods of the radical faction will try to destroy the recovery circle, there must be a premise. For example, they have the energy to pay attention to the fact that the Dragon God realm is activating the recovery circle and resurrecting the Dragon God Winnie. So you want to suck everyone's attention away through this battle of annihilation. After listening to Ma Wu's words, Fafnir seemed to understand what Ma Wu meant by mentioning this. It's really a good way, but the energy fluctuations when the complex circle is activated is too huge, and it seems unrealistic to completely cover it up. 35. Of course I understand this, that's why I will come to find you in person. After throwing the reincarnation skeleton that he had been playing with for a while to Fafnir, Ma Wu's expression became serious. The reason why I have to arrange the recovery circle in advance is because I have the ability to start the recovery circle in stages. In other words, I have a way to activate that part of the function of physical reconstruction first and shape the physical body of the Dragon God Winnie. 35. Then activate that part of the function of soul reconstruction to shape the soul of the Dragon God Winnie. Finally activate the final recovery function, combine the origin, soul and body of the Dragon God Winnie to complete the resurrection. 0.1. And in this process, only the last step will emit energy fluctuations that are enough to be valued by the main god-level powerhouses in the past. 99. I see. Fafnir came to a complete understanding now. Ma Wu World Lord, this time. Don't rush to thank me. Su Wu stretched out a hand and interrupted Fafnir's thanks. Although I say it easily, in order to do this, we must make a certain degree of fine-tuning of the recovery circle. I'll tell the truth. Only I can do this. Even if you tell the steps, you won't be able to complete it. So if you want to do this, you must let me enter the Dragon Mystery Realm. Do you understand what I mean? Fafnir. Chapter 382 The Army of the Abyss, Elena's Sniper. On the border between the south and east sides of the void, the endless abyss creatures gathered here and moved quickly in the direction of the bright god realm. At the same time as they moved, a large number of abyss creatures came from all directions and joined this huge team. Looking from a high altitude, this abyss army is like an endless ocean, and the abyss creatures coming from all directions are rivers. Behind the rivers, they turned into countless tiny branches, covering every corner of the south side of the void. It's still too slow. Above the abyss army, the werewolf Will, who was carrying the order of the abyss lord to prepare to go to the bright god realm for support, frowned. Unlike other main god level forces, their abyss world has recently lost 3 top level gods, and the main task in this plan is to consume the power of the enemy. To translate it, their abyss world is responsible for providing cannon fodder, consuming the power and material reserves of the dream world. It is precisely because of this that he is the only one of the top gods dispatched by the abyss world this time. 123 people commanding so many abyss creatures at the same time, even if his management ability is very strong, the gathering efficiency is still a bit low. Hey! 99. Just when Will was thinking about how to provide efficiency, a huge magic of the moon suddenly rose from a distance. Who is it? Looking at the full moon slowly emerging in the void, Will, who suddenly had an ominous feeling in his heart, asked. Don't know whose territory is here. If you don't want to die, get out of here. That's really rare. Under the soft moonlight, a slender figure slowly penetrated the space and appeared not far from Will. With the style of your abyss, shouldn't you just kill people at this time? God Moon Elf Elena. Looking at this girl with long emerald green hair that exudes a holy radiance under the moonlight, Will's expression instantly became serious. Why are you here? There's no need to lie to yourself now. The corners of Elena's mouth slowly twitched, and a faint smile appeared on her beautiful face. The reason why I am here, shouldn't you, the agent of the great abyss world, be the clearest? Tisk, trouble. After listening to Elena's reply, Will's face, who had confirmed his conjecture, was instantly ugly. He is not unfamiliar with the name Elena. Possessing the potential of the seed of the Lord God, one of the 2 top geniuses of the eternal God realm. In addition, the other party is also the inheritor of Luna, the last agent of the eternal God realm. It is precisely because of this that the Lord of the Abyss took advantage of the time when the Tree of Eternity was severely damaged by the evil god of chaos countless years ago. He visited the base camp of the God Moon Elf and massacred the God Moon Elf. It was also from that day that Elena completely disappeared into the void and never appeared again. Originally, he thought that the other party had already died, but recently, after noticing that a large number of abyss creatures had evaporated out of thin air, he suddenly noticed that Elena had done all of this after in-depth investigation. What is even more deadly is that after reappearing, this seed of the Lord God, who is under the command of the Eternal Tree, did not know why he became one of the members of that dream world. According to the information collected so far, Mahu, the unknown lord of the dream world, has a lot of terrifying lord skills. With the increase of these lord skills, every member of the dream world is very terrifying in combat. The same level crushes everything, and the leapfrog battle is as easy as drinking tea and drinking water. Under such circumstances, even the werewolf Will, who is confident in his own strength, does not really want to face Elena. But, glancing at the abyss army below, Will sighed helplessly. Although they are all cannon fodder, the number of these cannon fodder is quite large. If he just gave up, it would be a huge loss even for the abyss. I have no choice but to fight. With a roar, his body suddenly swelled, and Will, who was covered in cat hair, looked at Elena. I have long heard that the members of the dream world are very capable of fighting, and I will try today to see if they are as exaggerated as the legends say. 35. Elena's dull voice full of terrifying murderous intent suddenly sounded. It will definitely be more exaggerated than you think. When? 35. Listening to the voice behind him, Will, who didn't notice when Elena moved, shrank into needles, and his body subconsciously rushed forward. In the next instant, a terrifying airflow swept across his head and landed on the abyss army below. The turbulent airflow burst, and countless sharp wind blades shot out, rushing towards 4,600 directions. In the face of this not a dimensional attack at all, even god-level abyss creatures have no resistance at all, and evaporate directly into the void. How does it feel? Glancing at the abyss army that was hit directly below her eyes, Elena, who annihilated tens of millions of abyss creatures with just a single blow, put down her right fist and looked at Will, who was terrified. I don't know if you at this moment regret what you have done for countless years. I do regret it a little. Will was silent for a moment, with a hideous smile on his face. I really regret why I was lazy in the first place and didn't lead the team to kill all of you God Moon Elves. It seems that these are your last words. The provoked Elena's expression did not change in the slightest, and she replied calmly as before. Don't be intimidated, Will. Elena, whose hair slowly turned from emerald green to golden red, raised her long bow under the brighter and brighter moon in the sky. You're not the first, and you won't be the last. Chapter 383 Will's Trump Card, by Yu's Assistance. Did you think you won? How dare you speak out? Looking at the arrow that was facing him, exuding a fatal crisis, Will's face showed a crazy smile. I am the servant of the great Lord of the Abyss, if you really want to make a decision with me here. 55. Then you have to sacrifice the crumbs below, and then use yourself as a carrier to summon the power of the Lord of the Abyss. Whoosh! The golden arrows flashed past, and after wiping past Will's face, they turned into tiny arrows and fell into the abyss army below. Boom! 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 Accompanied by the continuous sound of violent explosions, Elena's calm voice re-entered the werewolf's ears. I was right, Will. Will, who wanted to say something, opened his mouth, and a look of horror flashed in his eyes. Aren't you moving yet? Seeing Will who didn't react at all, Elena calmly raised her longbow again. I've already given you a chance. If you haven't summoned the Lord of the Abyss to come, then don't blame me for not giving you a chance. You will regret it. After watching Elena silently for a few seconds, Will, who seemed to understand something, instantly filled with bloodshot eyes. But only a superior god. You dare to provoke the great Lord of the Abyss. You will definitely regret it. Boom! A terrifying black mist suddenly erupted from Will's body and swept away in all directions. Boom! Can't beat it. After a tentative shot of an arrow, Elena, who found that her attack had been stopped, frowned and quickly withdrew her body. It looks like your plan was successful. At this moment, Bai Yu's voice suddenly sounded from her ear. Are you sure? I've promised other people before. Looking at the tentacles that bounced out of the black fog and continuously devoured all the abyss creatures in this area, Elena's eyes flashed an inexplicable look. No matter who the opponent is, as long as there is an abyss, I will slaughter them all. Even the incarnation of the Lord of the Abyss will not be an exception. That's what I said, but even now, it's still a little difficult for you to deal with the existence of such a high-level police officer alone. His eyes passed through the cover of the black mist, and opened the mouth to look at Bai Yu, who was the source of the tentacles. As the agent of the Abyss world, you should understand Will's strength even if I don't say it. Now he uses the tentacles of the Lord of the Abyss as a medium, sacrificing the abyssal creatures present and turning them into a part of himself. 35. Even if these powers are only temporary, they are undoubtedly the power of the Lord God realm. More importantly, because the abyss creatures sacrificed were too large, the power that the opponent mastered was not the kind of power that first entered the realm of the gods. If nothing else, there should be the peak of the first realm of the main god, and it should be close to the level of the second realm of the main god. For Elena, who is still just a higher level god, the gap in between is really too big. This is not the time to be brave. Looking at Elena, who was still silent, Bai Yu reminded me tirelessly. You should understand the meaning of Mahu sending me here. I see. After a few seconds of silence, Elena's eyes turned to Bai Yu. It's up to you this time. Don't worry, I won't steal your limelight. When he finally heard what he wanted to hear, a smile flashed in Bai Yu's eyes. Elena would know that Will has the tentacles of the Lord of the Abyss, and that he can obtain the power of the Lord of the Abyss. Naturally, Mahu told the other party. In the same way, Mahu also knew that Elena would take the initiative to provoke Will to use this trump card after learning about it. Under normal circumstances, at this time, as long as Elena can still maintain a strong attitude, she will destroy the strengthened will. Then she can not only annihilate a terrifying number of abyss creatures in a short period of time, but also defeat the plan of the abyss world in one fell swoop, and gain enough confidence in defeating the power of the Abyss Lord for the first time. It can be said that this is the most ideal situation. Elena couldn't do it. The power of the main god is absolute, and there is an essential difference between this realm and any realm in the past. Unless Elena can comprehend the way of the Lord God, she is not even qualified to fight against the strengthened will. Once the two sides really fight, Elena, who has not yet understood the way of the Lord God, has no second possibility except to urge the power of the void that Mahu gave her to temporarily strengthen herself and find an opportunity to retreat. 18. If such a thing happens, it is self-evident that Elena, who is determined to defeat the Lord of the Abyss and avenge her clan, will suffer a great blow. In order to change this result, Su Wu sent Bai Yu over to bundle up. Of course, he didn't mean to let Bai Yu, who understood the way of the Lord God, take action and cut off the strengthened werewolf will. Although not impossible, but that is obviously not the best way. After all, if you really want to do this, then it shouldn't be her but Mahu. Therefore, even if Mahu didn't say it clearly, Bai Yu still understood what the other party meant. Are you ready? Bai Yu, who retreated into the body, controlled the white jade sword and slowly floated in front of Elena. This should be your only and last chance to experience my power, so cherish it. Chapter 384, Special Skills Sword Master, Su Wu's Big Pie. Sword Master. This is the name of the special skill that Bai Yu has mastered. The effect is very simple, that is, the sword bearer can master her full power in a short period of time. This full power is literally full power. Talent, strength, moves, comprehension of the law, the transformed divine body, the authority of the law in Bai Yu's hands, and even the way of the Lord God that she herself comprehends. As long as it is what Bai Yu owns, after she activates this special skill, the sword holder who has obtained her approval will be able to obtain all of it. It can be said that this special skill is a source contract that can take effect on any existence, or an enhanced version. Of course, if you want to gain this power, you have to meet a premise. That is to get Bai Yu's approval. The reason why Sword Master is regarded by Su Wu as an enhanced version of the original contract is because its working principle is almost the same as the original contract. However, unlike the origin contract, when this skill is activated, the origin jade transfers not only its own origin to the sword holder. Even the power of the soul, the power of the body, and the rest will be handed over. There is no need to say how dangerous this is. Once the sword holder has any bad intentions, Bai Yu can be said to be completely powerless to resist at this time. It is precisely because of this that even the first generation White Jade Sword Master simply uses the White Jade Sword's edge in battle at best. To this day, only Su Wu has been recognized by her in the true sense and has fully experienced the effect of this special skill. In fact, if it wasn't for Mahu's order this time, even if she and Elena were partners, she would not easily use this skill. And even if it is used, she will not transfer all 100% of her power to Elena. In any case, Elena is not an outlier like Mahu. Once she shares the way of the Lord God that belongs to her alone to the other party, then Elena will inevitably be affected when she comprehends the way of her own Lord God in the future. Bai Yu naturally wouldn't do something like this to pit teammates. Certainly. Even without the power of the way of the Lord God, it is almost enough now. After handing over all her powers except the way of the Lord God to Elena, Bai Yu's voice sounded from the white jade sword. His side is almost at the end, let's try to end it with one blow. Good. 35. Looking at Will, whose aura had swelled to a terrifying realm, the black mist slowly dissipated, Elena nodded. With the body of a higher level god, he killed Will who held the power of the main god realm with one blow. It sounds exaggerated, but it's not impossible for her today. Her sss-level talent, Shinayu, increases her basic attributes tenfold. In other words, the power she now controls is 10 times the sum of Bai Yu and Elena without the way of the Lord God. Although there is still a certain gap with the other party, this gap has also been reduced to the point where it is visible to the naked eye. In this situation, if she wants to win this battle, she only needs to meet one more condition. That is the decisive blow that can perfectly utilize this power and completely kill the enemy. I don't know why, but suddenly I can't be happy. Slowly pulling the bowstring in her hand, Elena, who put the white jade sword on it, said in a flat tone. Kill the agent of the Abyss World, and fight against the power of the Abyss Lord. This is obviously the first step in my official revenge, but I'm not happy at all. What would be happy for, Dab? Bai Yu's equally calm voice sounded as if she understood what Elena wanted to ask. We're not stopping anything, we're taking revenge. Those tragedies have already happened. 39. Even if we kill them, it will only give us some comfort. 35. If you really want to be happy. After a moment of silence, Bai Yu's voice sounded again. Then try to become stronger, so strong that you have the power to fight against the whole chaos. 39. By that time, it will be possible to travel through time or reverse the entire chaos. Is that what Mawu told you? Elena's eyes lit up slightly and asked. Yes. Bai Yu's light laughter sounded. After all, even I am not confident enough to think that I can grow to that point. 35. That's true. Although Bai Yu did not say any words of consolation, Elena, who was still in a much better mood, laughed. Boundless magic power bloomed from Elena's body, rushing towards the full moon in the sky. In the next instant, the full moon pulled by Elena fell from the sky and slowly merged into Elena's body. At the same time, Elena, who had truly entered the divine moon state, radiated a circle of gentle moonlight around her body. Why doesn't this moonlight have any substantial power, nor does it have any limiting effect? But the next second it emerged from Elena's body, this moonlight began to spread endlessly in all directions. In just a few seconds, this moonlight shrouded the entire southern quarter of the void. It was also at this moment that all the existences above the god level on the south side of the void were shrouded in this moonlight, and they felt like they were locked. Since I've drawn such a big cake, let me look forward to it for a while. Aiming at the faraway Will, who noticed something crazily widening the distance, Elena seemed to be facing Bai Yu, and she seemed to be facing the distant Mahu slowly. The so-called force against the entire chaos. Boom. Chapter 385, Attitude of the Eternal Tree, Human Silhouette. The deepest part of the Eternal God Realm. Passing through layers of protective barriers, Luna, the elder of the elf clan, came here slowly and looked at the giant tree in front of her that penetrated the sky. Tree of Eternity, you felt the power just now. 35. The voice of the Eternal Tree suddenly sounded in Luna's mind. It's Elena. Is it really her? Although the breath only flashed by, the rich moonlight power still made Luna think of Elena for the first time. After confirming her guess, she frowned slightly and asked. What is Elena fighting now? Why did she burst out with this level of power and how is she doing now? 99. Don't worry, Elena is fine. The branches of the eternal tree swayed slightly, and dropped a leaf that slowly flew into Luna's hand. As for her enemy, it is Will, the agent of the Abyss world. Of course, you don't have to rush over to support. The battle is over, Elena has won. Then you mean? Looking at the leaf in her hand, Luna thought for 2 seconds, and the expression on her face instantly turned serious. Are you ready to let the eternal God realm end? The abyss has moved. The voice of the Tree of Eternity sounded again, but compared to the dull and peaceful in the past, this time its voice rose a bit. What we need to do is very simple. That is to hinder everything the other party wants to do. Sounds really good. 33. Although her state was not very good, Luna, who had been waiting for this sentence for a long time, laughed. Since that's the case, let's call those old guys together after a long absence. Abyss World. The Lord of the Abyss, who was in a silent state, slowly opened his eyes and looked at the silhouette of a human figure with a faint grey veil that appeared in front of him at an unknown time. How did you come? The voice of the Lord of the Abyss sounded. However, compared to the magnificence when he gave orders to Will and others in the past, this time there was a bit of fear in his voice. What's matter? Save you. An ethereal voice sounded from the silhouette of the human figure. Help me. Hearing the other party's words, the aura on the Lord of the Abyss instantly became agitated. You mean? I'm going to die. Yes. The humanoid silhouette stretched out a hand and pulled out a long river of gleaming light beside him. He raised his finger and counted somewhere in the river. The next second, the corpse of the Lord of the Abyss fell to the ground, and the picture of being dragged away by someone slowly appeared in the air. This is one of the futures I see about you. The Lord of the Abyss fell silent. If someone else said this, he would probably fight without saying a word to teach them how to behave. But if the person who said this sentence is the other party, then it has to be carefully considered. But why is it only one of the future? With your ability, you should be able to show me all the future. Because it's not necessary. The humanoid silhouette shook his head, and his eyes moved to the picture in midair. Hum hum hum. Under the gaze of the Lord of the Abyss and the silhouette of the human figure, the scene that just emerged began to shake continuously. After a few seconds, the original image in the picture dissipated, replaced by a face with sword eyebrows and star eyes with a smile on the corner of the mouth. I say that it has been touching the long river of time recently. 99. So it's you. Bang. As if he didn't want the other party to say his name, the silhouette of the human figure directly dispelled the influence in mid-air, and then his eyes returned to the Lord of the Abyss. 4 flowers. You should understand now. The voice of the human silhouette sounded again. From the moment he appeared, the so-called future was already a joke. 35. As long as the other party has this idea, the future will change towards the result the other party wants at any time. That naturally includes your death. Who is he? The Lord of the Abyss asked in a low voice. He is omniscient. 35. The human silhouette replied. Of course, you can call him Mahu, the master of the dream world. Dragon mystery. Mahu, who had just arrived here, was stunned, and an inexplicable look flashed in his eyes. What's wrong? Looking at Mahu who suddenly stopped, Fafnir who was leading the way stopped and looked over. It's nothing, just some troublesome things ran into the void. Suwu replied. The troublesome thing? A look of doubt flashed in Fafnir's eyes. Then why do you look like you're not worried at all? Because it's just a little troublesome. Mahu raised his hand casually, clenched it into a fist and shook it in front of Fafnir. In the face of absolute power, even if the nature of the opponent's power is somewhat troublesome, it is not impossible to solve. 99. Compared to the other party, the guy behind it is the real natural disaster. Then do you have a solution? Although he didn't know exactly what happened, Fafnir, who understood the general situation from Mahu's words, asked. Not yet, but don't worry too much. Suwu smiled and broke the news without caring. The existence of that level will only cast eyes on the powerhouse of the same level. In other words, before he was promoted to the 8th realm of Lord God, the other party would not wake up from his deep sleep. Chapter 386 Meet the Dragon God Winnie, Be Alone. Fafnir naturally couldn't fully understand Mawu's words. But for her, that kind of thing that is obviously not on the same level as hers, and it doesn't need to be specifically understood. Arrive. After taking Suwu to continue walking in the Dragon Mystery Realm for a while, Fafnir, who came to the World Tree, stopped and looked at the blue figure lying under the World Tree. This is where Lady Winnie slept. Hey? It's Fafnir. Feeling someone approaching, Winnie woke up from her slumber and looked at Fafnir with a puzzled face. It seems that it has been a few months since the other party last came to see her. In such a short period of time, she woke up 607 twice in a row, which seemed to be the first time after she was severely injured. Did something happen? 35. Lord Winnie, I'm here to report the progress of the recovery circle to you. Fafnir lowered her head and spoke slowly. Currently, among the 3 core materials, the original blood and the reincarnation skeleton have been collected, and the soul Qinglian will also be obtained in a month. In order to enable you to revive better, we decided to arrange the recovery circle first, and take the lead in activating some functions to restore your body and soul. What? There was a gentle aura on her body, and Winnie, who was approachable and fishy, was stunned for a moment, and a confused look appeared on her beautiful face. All collected? If she remembers correctly, these few things are very rare and precious items even in the entire chaos. It was all collected in just a few months, which is too fast. But how do you prepare to activate some of the magic circle effects first? Recovering from the surprise, Winnie asked curiously. It has been some years since she started the recovery circle. Over the years in the Dragon Mystery Realm, she occasionally studies the function of the complex magic circle when she is awake. After such a long time, it was the first time she heard that this thing could only activate part of it. It's up to him. Fafnir took 2 steps back and glanced at Mahu beside her. This is the ally who helped us collect materials, Mahu, the master of the dream world. Oh? 35. Winnie took 2 steps forward and came to Mahu with a curious expression. Is it because you collected all 3 materials within half a year? It's amazing. How is this done? Can you tell me the principle? This is related to my personal ability, you can't learn it. Although it was only the first time we met, Mahu, who had long known the character of the dragon god, replied. I see, that would be a pity. 99. Winnie said regretfully. If you have anything you want, you can actually ask me directly. Basically, except for very few things, I can directly tell you whereabouts, but… Looking at Winnie who seemed to be out of tune in front of her, Suwu smiled and said again. Before that, you have to be fully resurrected first. In order to achieve the goal, I need to modify the Heilong mysterious realm a little bit so that I can easily install my improved Fuma array to activate some functions first. I wonder if you agree with this matter. Sure. Winnie nodded indifferently. She didn't wonder why Mahu wanted to cut the effect of the complex array and use it separately. Some things are still very clear from her point of view. The reason why I haven't mentioned it in the past is because I can't collect the materials, so don't worry. Now that I have collected it, I really need to cover it up. But… Looking at Mahu with a confident face in front of her, Winnie's eyes flashed with a thoughtful look. Since the other party has such a deep understanding of the recovery circle, he can even improve it. Then some things seem to be hidden. Did you tell Fafna about the principle of the complex circle? Of course I said that. Suwu affirmed. After all, if she doesn't make it clear, she won't bring me here. 35. Don't worry, Lady Winnie. Fafna agreed on the side. Mawu has already told me the principle of improvement. Although there are some individual parts that cannot be understood, in general there is no problem. Is that so? Then I'll be at ease. Looking at Mawu who was smiling in front of her, Winnie, who had successfully obtained the information she wanted from the conversation between the two, pondered for a while, and turned her eyes to the blonde girl beside her. Fafna, I need to discuss something with Suwu. Can you avoid it for a while? Do you want to be alone with Mawu? Looking back and forth on Mawu and Winnie twice, Fafna said hesitantly. If that's what you mean by 0.1, then I won't stop it. Then trouble you. Reaching out her hand and touching Fafna's head, Winnie said with a gentle face. Don't worry, there will be no problem. After all, Mawu was able to come here, didn't he also get your approval? Cough, I said, Lord Winnie, don't treat me like a child anymore. Some helplessly removed the palm above her head, and Fafna took a few steps back with a respectful look on her face. Then I'll go to the warehouse first and get the materials for arranging the complex array. Wait, Mawu, after you have finished chatting with Lord Winnie, come and find me directly. Chapter 387 The Supreme Void Contract, Contract Winnie. She really believes in you. Looking at Fafna's disappearing figure, Mawu turned around and looked at Winnie in front of him with a meaningful expression. Looking at her appearance, I didn't even consider the reason why you took her away. I just wanted to talk to you alone. Don't talk like I've done something bad. A mild smile appeared on Winnie's face. Isn't it the biggest bad thing for you to hide the principle of the complex formation like her? Suwu replied. Sure enough, you already know. A set of wooden tables and chairs was made by the side. Winnie made an inviting gesture and sat down. What did you tell Fafna? I only told her things that would reshape soul and body. Sitting down opposite Winnie, Mawu said. As for the fact that the source will also be reshaped, I have concealed it. That's right, he just lied to Fafna. The complex formation not only reshapes the body and soul, but also reshapes the origin. In fact, only the remodeled origin can be completely matched with the remodeled body and soul, and they will be completely integrated into one. Of course, as the holder of the omniscience, Mawu naturally knows the means to make it fully integrated without remodeling. But there was no need to tell Fafna about this. After all, what he did next, if the dragon god control knew, the cooperative relationship between the two would be deadlocked. Thank you for helping me hide this. Actually, I don't care much about the reshaping of the source. 99. For me, as long as the knowledge I hold can be passed down and I can continue to protect the dragon god realm, it is enough. On the other side, Winnie, who still didn't know what Mawu was doing, looked at Mawu for a few seconds, then spoke again. If you can, I hope you can keep this matter a secret, and don't let Fafna. Don't rush to entrust, I am very utilitarian. Suwu waved his hand and interrupted Winnie. I can help you hide this. But correspondingly, you have to do me a favor. 35. Help? Winnie was stunned for a moment, a look of doubt flashed in her eyes. I can agree. But Mawu, you have also seen that my current state is not very good. Raising her somewhat illusory arm and shaking it, Winnie continued to speak. If you want me to help you with anything, you may need to wait until I'm resurrected. 5. It doesn't need to be that troublesome. Suwu shook his head, raised a finger and slid casually in mid-air. A few seconds later, an exquisite magic circle exuding an inexplicable aura appeared in front of Winnie. You just have to sign your name here. After drawing the magic circle, Mawu pointed to the center of the magic circle. As long as you sign your name, I promise to help you hide it. Are you taking advantage of the fire? Winnie's eyes twitched, and the gentle smile on her face instantly stiffened. As a studious dragon god, her knowledge is still very broad. Although Suwu has remodeled this circle, she can still see that the model of this thing is the original contract circle. If you sign this thing, isn't that the equivalent of selling yourself to Mahu? Anyway, you promised to be loyal to me before, so it doesn't matter if you sign one more contract. Suwu didn't seem to notice the change in Winnie's face, and Suwu said casually. That said, but the allegiance I promised before is time-limited. Winnie pointed out the loophole. If I sign this source contract, and you don't return the source to me after the time limit expires, wouldn't that mean that I signed a permanent contract of selling myself 5? How about this 9? Suwu took out a piece of parchment from the air, drew on it twice, and handed it to Winnie. I signed the Supreme Void contract with you, after reaching the time limit of allegiance, as long as you are willing, I will return the source to you at any time. The Supreme Void contract? After thinking for a few seconds, Winnie nodded slowly. Can. As I said before, her knowledge is still very broad. Although the High Void Pact was rarely signed, Winnie had heard of it. Unlike ordinary void contracts, the Supreme Void contract is the highest level contract in the true sense of void. Supervised by the void consciousness personally, once someone violates the sacred contract, the punishment will be personally descended. If it is a contract of this level, then there is indeed a great guarantee. But the content of the contract needs to be slightly revised. After scanning the contents on the parchment, Winnie slightly modified it and added dozens of restrictions to prevent the Mahu drill loophole, and then handed it back again. If you can agree to this condition, then I will. No problem, all are very reasonable conditions. Receiving the contract, it seemed that 610 had expected Winnie's actions for a long time. Mahu smiled and signed his name on it. I've signed, now it's your turn. 35. Shaking the contract that had already begun to take effect in his hand, Mahu gestured to the source contract circle beside him. Why do you seem to be looking forward to it? Looking at Mahu in doubt, Winnie, who didn't want to understand, signed her name on the origin contract magic formation according to the agreement. The moment Winnie signed her name, the magic circle floating in the air suddenly turned into runes and flew towards Winnie. Hey! 35. Winnie, who didn't expect this scene at all, was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously wanted to get up and dodge. But the speed of these runes is too fast. From launching to falling, it was just a split second, covering every corner of Winnie's body. Looking at the inexplicable runes on her body, Winnie, who couldn't understand it for a few seconds, raised her head. Aren't you ready to explain, Mahu? Don't worry, Winnie. Feeling the power emerging in his body, the corner of Suwu's mouth rose slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. We are allies, how could I harm you? Chapter 388 Suwu's joke, Macefield's goal. Won't hurt her? Looking at Mahu in front of him, and at the runes on her body, Winnie complained. Your argument is not convincing at all right now. No, it's still very persuasive. Taking out the Supreme Void contract he just signed and shaking it, Mahu retorted. You shouldn't have forgotten the terms you just filled in. If my actions are malicious to you, this contract has now begun to punish me. Of course I know that. Winnie, who had the same reaction, replied. That's why I want you to explain what this is. It's part of an improved revival circle. Suwu explained. Winnie tilted her head in confusion, apparently not understanding what Mahu Xiang was saying. In a nutshell, these runes are auxiliary props that allow you to skip the step of remaking your origins. Seeming to understand what Winnie was wondering, Suwu continued to speak without waiting for her to ask. Compared to your soul and body, apart from being a little weak, your origin has no substantial damage. Since there is no damage, there is no need to complete the remodeling through the complex circle. However, if you skip this step, your current origin will be slightly repelled from the reshaped body and soul. So these things on me. Looking at the glittering runes on her body, Winnie suddenly realized after listening to Mawu's explanation. Is it something that eliminates this exclusion? Yes. Mawu affirmed. If you want to do something like this next time, tell me in advance. Suddenly coming like this, it gave me a big shock. Winnie said helplessly. I saw you doing this just now, and I thought you had any way to ignore the constraints of the Supreme Void contract. Well. Mawu raised his eyebrows, and a smile flashed in his eyes. Strictly speaking, I do have. The smile on Winnie's face, who was already relaxed, stiffened again. I'm joking, don't be so nervous. Suwu's expression became positive, he got up and patted Winnie on the shoulder, and walked not far away. I've finished talking about what I have to talk about, I'm going to get the materials. 9. If you want to arrange the improved version of the recovery circle, the amount of work is still very large, and you have to hurry up. Hearing the words coming from her ear, Winnie, who was still silent, looked at Mawu with her eyes fixed. That sentence just now. Is it really a joke? By the way, you can fully control those runes with a little adaptation. 99. It's up to you to decide whether to continue to show or hide at that time. Of course, if you choose to manifest, you don't have to shirk me when Fafnir asks why. Just when Winnie was thinking about whether Mawu's words were deceiving or not, his voice came from a distance again. Hey, I always feel that I have fallen into a big pit inexplicably. Winnie, who took her eyes off Mawu and gave up thinking about it for a while, looked at the rune on her body. Anyway, let's get these things done first. Otherwise, it would take too long for Fafnir to see it, and it would be hard to explain. On the boundary between the east side of the void and the west side of the void. It's finally here. Macefield, who was sitting on a chair tasting black tea, raised his head and looked at the army of machines slowly emerging in the distance. The time is exactly what Mawu said. Opposite Macefield, Rias said thoughtfully. Although I know he has changed a bit since he left the country. 35. But now it seems that this change is a little too scary. 99. In the past, Mawu, at most, only predicted the direction of the enemy and when something would happen. But it seems to be the first time that it is accurate to the second level. Really? If this guy does it like this, I don't have much room to play. Macefield grumbled feebly. It is indeed a good thing to have such a reliable leader as Suwu. But if she is too capable, it will make her, who is similar in strength and nature to the other party, seem a little incompetent. Is there anything bad? 35. Not far away, Astria, who was eating a piece of bread, raised her head and looked at Macefield in confusion. According to what you said, if there is martial arts, there is no need to activate this ability. Looking at it from another angle, isn't it that half of the tasks are missing? With the same benefits, you can do half the work. Isn't that a good thing? In the eyes of Astria, who had a relatively simple personality, some couldn't understand why Macefield felt uncomfortable. It's not that it's bad. 99. Wang does. Macefield glanced at Astria with a subtle expression. After expressing her affirmation to the brain circuit of this mechanical angel who joined the dream world not long ago, she turned to look at another golden retriever girl not far away. Ravel, your condition is fine. 35. Do not worry about me. Looking over the long distance, Laville, who fell on the golden figure at the forefront of the mechanical army, slowly opened his mouth and said. Although it is indeed affected by some, it will still be hands-on. That's good. Putting away all the tables and chairs beside him, Macefield, who had been waiting here for several days, spoke slowly. Since there are no problems, let's get started. According to the plan, I went to capture Revere's mother alive. 99. Chapter 389th Multi-Line War. Oh. The first one to find something wrong was the number 4 special connector of the mechanical god realm. He pulled out the fiery red sword at his waist, and looked at Macefield and the others who were walking in front of him with a playful expression. Looks like something unexpected happened. The connection to the database is successful, and the data detection starts. The detection data is over, and the 3 people on the left of the 4 are Macefield Scarlet, Rias Gremory, and Revere Phoenix from Dreamland. The existence on the far right of the 4 is the legacy of Synopsis that was taken away by Devoured not long ago, and the race is a modified mechanical creature. Beside the number 4 special link, a woman in a blue and white military uniform with waist-length black hair opened her mouth and said. In other words, are they all people from the dream world? Special link number 4 touched his chin, and a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. It seems that they did not want us to meet with the bright god realm, so they formed a team to snipe. The round of inspection is over, and there is no folding space around. The second round of detection is over, and the space barrier is set. The number 5 special link with long golden hair retracted his right hand and looked at the 2 teammates beside 613. Do you want to do it? Of course, if you do it, you have to do it. The person in charge of this operation, the number 4 special connection, opened his mouth and ordered. Number 3, directly use all his strength to increase the performance of all fighters to the limit. Number 5, you come with me and try to stop 3 or 4 enemies. 3 or 4. Macefield's voice suddenly sounded. You must be thinking too much. When? Looking at the vampire loli who suddenly appeared above the 3 of them, the number 4 special link body froze, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. As a special linker of the mechanical god realm specializing in single combat, his perception system can be said to be the strongest in the entire mechanical god realm. But just when he kept checking with all his strength, he still didn't notice how the other party approached. That's why I said, you take yourself too seriously. Looking at the 3 special linkers below, Macefield, Dab, raised his palm contemptuously. Open your eyes and focus your energy. This is the power of fate. The law of destiny. Boom! 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 3 violent roars sounded in an instant. In front of Macefield, who mercilessly erupted with all his strength, the 3 cutting-edge combat powers from the mechanical god realm were all knocked out in an instant. Do you have a reaction? Slowly retracting his right hand, Macefield's eyes turned to the special link number 4 flying towards the right front. It seems that is the strongest single combat capability. But with Rias there shouldn't be any problems. Glancing at the red figure rushing towards the other side, Macefield's gaze shifted to the direction of the number 5 special link. After the blow just now, she now has a preliminary understanding of these 3 special connectors. If the number 4 special link is the one with the fastest response, then this number 5 special link is the most durable one. But right. After all, the main body is a phoenix. 55. In this way, I don't have to keep my hands on it. A scarlet spear was drawn from the air, and the figure of Macefield disappeared. Let's fight quickly. It was at the same time that Macefield fought with the people of the mechanical god realm. At about the same time, the other 2 teams also started to move on their goals. Too weak. Looking at the 2 figures in front of them covered with various knife marks, Tang Minjiahu's face showed a look of disappointment. I've always heard how powerful you, the powerhouses of the main god-level forces, are. When I saw it today, I didn't expect it to be all scumbags. Crappy? DeWitt, the agent of the undead god realm, twitched the corner of his mouth and looked at Tang Minjiahu with a numb expression. Is it that they are too weak? Obviously the other party is too outrageous. How to do? Continue to fight, or retreat? Beside DeWitt, Ian, surrounded by a black aura of death, asked. I didn't expect you to have the option of retreat in your mind. DeWitt gave Ian a surprised look. He knows the character of the other party very well, and he is very arrogant. It was the first time he had said such a thing since he met. Stop talking nonsense and make a decision quickly. Ian shouted a little indifferently. As one of the cutting-edge combat powers of the undead god realm, Ian, whose body is the spirit of death, was originally full of confidence in his own strength. Looking at the other side, Tang Minjiu, who was looking at the two of them as if nothing had happened, twitched the corners of her mouth while her body was still in pain, and a look of fear flashed in her eyes. The other party is really terrible. It was the first time in his life that he had encountered the knife force that seemed to cut everything in the world into two pieces. In the face of the terrifying sword light, the power of death that he was proud of had no effect. Just like a tissue paper, it was easily torn into two pieces by the other party. In addition to delaying the enemy's offensive rhythm through large-scale attacks, Ian can't think of a second method of confrontation at present. Boom! Just when Ian was considering how many of his cards could make a comeback, a deafening explosion suddenly came from above. Ian raised his head subconsciously and looked in the direction of the sound. In the next second, a huge and terrifying figure suddenly appeared from afar, rushing towards the two at an extremely terrifying speed. Ian's eyes widened subconsciously, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Class 99. Chapter 391. The Main God and the Main God cannot be generalized. As expected of Ma Wazeo's novice, his perception is quite keen. Hearing that she was pointed out by Karina, the figure in the space mezzanine was no longer hidden, and slowly appeared in front of everyone. Hakure Riemu. 39. Looking at this girl wearing a witch costume and exuding a strange aura, a strange look flashed in Taylor's eyes not far away. It has been a long time since the opponent broke through to the present. During this period of time, Tyler, the Beastmaster, who broke out of the closed state, naturally conducted an in-depth investigation of the girl who broke through to the Lord God a few months ago. What do you mean by being here? What else could it mean? Of course it's getting in your way. Shaking the royal coin in her hand, Bo 613 Li Lingmeng replied indifferently. Humph. 35. I think you are tired of living. 35. Hearing Hakure Riemu's reply, Taylor snorted coldly, and a strong blood energy suddenly erupted from her body. It's just a kid who just broke through. Do you really think that if you have made a breakthrough, you are qualified to stand on the same level as me? Whether it can be done or not is not a final decision. Facing the danger of this legendary Beast King, Hakure Raymond took a step forward without the slightest fear, and a shocking surging aura also erupted from her body. The second realm of the Lord God? Tyler, who noticed that Riemu's aura was a little off for the first time, was stunned for a moment, and then a hideous smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems that your Gensokyo alliance has invested a lot of resources to get you up. 39. He was not surprised that Hakure Riemu made a breakthrough. Compared with the difficulty of breaking through to the main god realm. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. To break through from the first realm of the main god to the second realm of the main god, the only requirement is to use the way of the main god as the foundation to build a main god level god domain that belongs to him. And in this process, if enough world origin is invested, the time required to build the god's domain will be greatly shortened. Take him as an example. Under the worship of the Beastmaster Alliance, he only spent 8 months to complete the construction. In the same way, it can be seen that if Bo Li Lingmeng can complete the breakthrough in such a short period of time, it can only mean that the other party has sufficient resources and his talent is better than his. 18. Should I say that your courage is commendable, you still dare to challenge me with 2 major realms. The figure of the Beastmaster disappeared in place, and in the next instant came to Riemu Hakure. Today, I'm going to make you understand that the gap between the main gods is even bigger than the gap between ordinary people and top gods. Bang! That's true. After blocking the blow effortlessly, Hakure Riemu nodded in agreement. The gap between the main god and the main god is sometimes really big. How is this possible? Looking at Riemu, whose body did not shake at all, the Beastmaster's pupils shrunk into needles. The main god realm is a very special realm, and there is a world of difference between the first realm and the second realm, which are best to pass through. I have the advantage of two great realms. Even if I don't use all my strength in this attack, I won't be stopped so easily by the opponent. Have you been closed for a long time, and your brain is not working well? I dare to be in a daze at this time. I'm really not afraid of death. Just as Taylor was in shock, Ryumu Hakurei's voice came again. Before Taylor could react, a terrifying giant force suddenly came along the contact between the two sides in the next second. Boom! With a terrifying explosion of air, Taylor's body flew out in an instant and disappeared on the other side of the world. Okay, your two tasks have also been completed. Don't stay here too much, retreat now. Looking back from afar, Ryumu looked at Karina and Doris beside her. Retreat? Karina asked in confusion. Can't you suppress that guy? In that case, why don't we just cooperate with One Wave and directly destroy the Beastmaster Alliance 9? And after the annihilation, she can also recycle all these corpses and use them to make puppets. Better and better, kill two birds with one stone. It's too easy for you to think. Hakurei Ryumu replied. Although she didn't know Karina's true thoughts, she still understood the true strength of Tyler, the Beastmaster. That guy was careless just now. In the real fight, even if I use all my strength, at most it will be a 5-5 split. 39. And that's not the most important thing. Feeling the gazes coming from far away, Hiroyuki Ryumu turned around again and looked in the direction where Taylor flew away. If the Beastmaster Alliance is really destroyed, it means that we will completely fight the main god of the radical faction. At that time, it will be more than just the Beastmaster Alliance who will join in. Simply put, the time has not come. Karina said with a pity. Boom! The moment Karina let out a disappointed voice, the Beastmaster's breath that was dozens of times stronger than before came from afar. Anyway, hurry up and retreat. A mass of colorful black energy rose from his body, and Ryumu, who was not inferior to the Beast King, said. I'll hold this guy for a while. 35. I will retreat when I find a suitable opportunity later. 5. I understand. The two main 0.1 god level domains collided, and Karina, who felt that it was difficult to breathe, nodded her head just because she was in the center of the battlefield. The strong power of space flashed by, and with the space control, one of the sss-level Lord skills, Karina disappeared in place in the next second. Not far away, Doris, who had been silent all the time, took a deep look at Hakurei Ryumu and the Beastmaster in the distance, and also urged the space control to disappear in place. At last they all left. After confirming that Doris and the two had completed their retreat, Hakurei Ryumu suddenly exuded a terrifying murderous aura, and her breath soared again. Let me try it myself. How strong is the legendary Beastmaster? The 392nd chapter is full of firepower. The mechanical overlord debuts. Anger. This is Taylor's only emotion at this moment. It's okay to meet that blue-haired woman a few months ago. The other party is an old antique from the past era, and it is normal to have a high degree of control over power. It is not shameful to leave the other party behind. But, looking at Ryumu, who was still taking the initiative to meet him even after he showed his true strength, Taylor's expression gradually turned hideous. Stinky brat. 35. Since you want to die, then I will grant your wish. 35. Buzz. 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 Elemental dragons, undead phoenixes, sky titans, golden beemen, chaos monsters. With the huge blood-colored magic power rushing out of Taylor's body, one after another illusory beast shadows appeared in the field around him. With the unique skill blood smelting technique, it strips out the blood of all creatures, and selects the advantages of it and turns it into a part of itself. At a critical moment, it can also condense the blood of these devoured creatures into phantoms and launch a group attack on the enemy. This is the way of the Lord God and the way of the Beastmaster that Taylor understood. Of course, this is only the most simple application of the 23 ways of Beastmaster. After just playing against Ryumu, Taylor had to admit that the other party had a strength that did not belong to his own realm. In order not to lose face, he decided to directly use the power of the fourth realm powerhouse of the Lord God. Field Fusion. Boom! The huge area that had already covered half of the space on the north side of the void began to shrink. While wrapping the magic power on the road back together, the thousands of phantoms that have just been condensed are also all merged. In just an instant, Taylor's momentum doubled, and it was still rising. Did you use this trick so soon? On the other side, after sending off Karina and Doris, Ryumu, who took the initiative to charge towards Taylor, also came to the other side at this moment. Facing Taylor, whose strength suddenly soared, there was no panic on her face. But just like that, it's not enough. The weak power of space was fleeting, and Ryumu's figure disappeared in place and appeared above Taylor. Tian Ba Feng Shen feet. Boom! Not enough. After shaking his body slightly, Taylor, who took the blow without changing his face, raised his head with a sarcastic look on his face. You mean yourself? I can't even tell the difference. It looks like your brain is really not working well. After sneering back without hesitation, Ryumu took 2 steps back and temporarily opened the distance. Through the blow just now, she has figured out Taylor's current strength. I have to admit that after entering this state, the other party is indeed a lot more difficult than before. And because Ma Wu was sending information behind her back, she knew very well that Taylor, who had already used domain fusion, had still not reached her limit. 18. If I say it's not enough, it's not enough. Motivating the power of the void on his body, the black energy on his body suddenly skyrocketed, and Hakure Ryumu spoke again. Kang Yu's ability to use the power of the void to beat Taylor with the body of a top-level god has proved the power of this power. Even if she controls the power of the void, she is not as skilled as Kang Yu. But with the help of complete control, he obtained the most basic control over the power of the void. With this power, it is not difficult for her to cross 2 realms before the enemy's realm reaches the 5th realm of the Lord God. Beifang Ghost-bound formation. Don't you take out your whole cards. 35. After setting up a barrier around him to prevent others from interfering, Hakure Ryumu looked at Taylor, who was not far away. Deal with you. 35. This state is enough. Since there was no obvious change, Taylor, who had not realized that Ryumu was different from just now, replied. How arrogant! Just like your disgusting subordinates. 35. Facing Taylor's attitude, Hakure Ryumu, who remembered some bad memories, spoke slowly. I was going to follow the plan. But Suwu told me before that the current stage is just a game that can turn the table at any time. If I feel unhappy with the plan, I can always act on my own terms. Have you started babbling? 39. Taylor, who didn't understand what Ryumu was saying at all, frowned, and the next second his body appeared in front of the other party. I'm not interested in listening to your nonsense. Since you don't want to fight hard, then die here. Boom. I mean very simply. Looking at the Beastmaster who flew upside down just like not long ago, Ryumu, who avoided this attack and responded, replied. I don't want to wait. I want to kill you, disgusting BD now. How do you feel that the combat level has been upgraded? Feeling the more terrifying aftermath from the distance, a puzzled look flashed in DeWitt's eyes. Who the hell is fighting the Beastmaster? And why hasn't Void Consciousness shot yet? Is it the time to think about those 617s? Beside DeWitt, Ben interrupted with a deep sword mark from his shoulders to his crotch. Anything is fine on the Beastmaster's side. What we should consider now is how to retreat. Of course I know that, but... Glancing at Ian, who had lost his breath not far away, DeWitt, who had lost an arm, smiled wryly. I can't think of it. Just now, the woman killed Ian with just one sword, and by the way, severely injured herself and her class. The enemy of this level of police is not at the same level at all. If the other party didn't know why he suddenly stopped after cutting the sword, the two of them would have gone to accompany Ian long ago. Is there nothing you can do? 35. On the other side, after hearing DeWitt's reply, Ban's voice became a little desperate. There is no way, we cannot escape. DeWitt affirmed. Use your whole cards directly. If you're lucky, you might even be able to kill, Before he could finish speaking, DeWitt, who suddenly felt that something was wrong, raised his head and looked up in surprise. Mechanical Overlord. P.S. I went to the hospital and came back a little late. Chapter 393 The Commission of the Lord of the Undead, Macefield's Guess. Why did the Mechanical Overlord appear here? Looking at the man made of steel in the sky, DeWitt, who had seen the other's portrait, had a look of doubt and fear in his eyes. Totally incomprehensible. The sudden appearance of the other party was even more shocking to him than the two Tang Minjiu who suddenly appeared. This is a character who is located at the apex of the void in the true sense, and whose status is comparable to that of the Lord of the Undead and the Beastmaster in the distance. Feeling the faint coercion emanating from the other party, DeWitt asked after taking a few seconds to calm down. Master Mechanical Overlord, why are you here? 9. His subordinates were intercepted, and they were in danger of being wiped out. And Taylor's shot proves that void consciousness has temporarily given up its supervision of me. If that's the case, how can I still stay at home like that coward from Saxton? But after his eyes swept over the cool Ian, the Mechanical Overlord slowly opened his mouth and said, that guy from Saxton made a deal with me before I left. Trade? A look of joy appeared on DeWitt's face. As the second in command of the Undead God Realm, he naturally knew that Saxton was the real name of the Lord of the Undead. Do you mean that the Lord of the Undead has entrusted you to rescue the two of us? 9. You can understand that. The Mechanical Overlord waved his hand and threw 2 silver cubes onto DeWitt and Ben. In the next second, a brilliant light erupted from the two of them. Under the gazes of everyone, DeWitt and Ben disappeared, leaving only 2 squares that turned from silver to pure white. Recovering the 2 pure white squares and the corpse of Ian not far away, the Mechanical Overlord looked at Tang Minjiu and Nina indifferently. This momentum is really terrifying. Tang Minjiu, who felt a pressure just by being watched, straightened her back, and rarely laughed. She hadn't felt this feeling for a long time. I'm not afraid, but are you still excited? Squinting at Tang Minjiu and Nina beside her, the Mechanical Overlord who seemed to see something laughed. Interesting. I seem to understand why the void consciousness will temporarily give up its supervision of us. At the same time, he also understood why the Lord of the Undead would choose to use his hand to save people, instead of personally taking action. Finally, he took a deep look at Tang Minjiu and the two of them, and the figure of the Mechanical Overlord disappeared in place. No shot. And Tang Minjiu, who secretly pushed the talent of heaven and earth to the limit, was stunned, with a puzzled look on his face. What's happening? Isn't the opponent the boss of the enemy? Why did he just leave? He wasn't sure to take us down the first time. Nina, who had been silent for a while, suddenly spoke up. If nothing else, he should go to the battlefield on the other side of the mechanical god realm. Wouldn't that be a big problem? Tang Minjiu also reacted at this moment. The mechanical overlord just said that he will appear here because of the commission of the Lord of the Undead. However, before the entrustment of the Lord of the Undead, the reason that prompted him to leave the mechanical god realm and take the initiative to set out was that his subordinates were on the verge of annihilation. Looking at it like this, isn't what the other party said is the mission of that team in Macefield? Tang Minjiu and Nina's judgments were indeed correct. The main reason why the mechanical overlord didn't do anything to the two of them was indeed that they sensed a threat from the two of them. Tang Minjiu, who multiplied his strongest attack hundreds of times. Nina, who inspired the source of the world spirit to burst out the power of the main god. If the two urge their cards to cooperate, even the mechanical overlord is not confident that they can win the two in the first time. Once the fight really started, even if the final victory would fall into his hands, it would be meaningless. Because of the time spent in this process, the special linkers number 3, number 4, and number 5 and the mechanical army they led will be wiped out. For the mechanical overlord who has not colluded with the chaos evil god and developed solely on his own. This is something he cannot allow. FFF. Boom. After bursting out all the power, the mechanical overlord took only 5 seconds to cross a third of the distance on the east side of the void and landed in the center of the battlefield. Looking at the army of machines that had been annihilated by a third, as well as the 2 special connectors that were severely damaged and 1 special connector that was captured alive. The main god, whose expression did not change drastically, laughed for the first time. He didn't say anything. Because it doesn't make any sense. Buzz. 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 With the appearance of translucent space ripples, one after another barrels exuding cold light emerged from the space ripples. In just an instant, this area was locked by endless cannon barrels from all directions. Boom! 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 The next moment, the deafening bombing sound continued to sound. Under the gazes of everyone, a terrifying beam of light enough to annihilate the superior gods continued to attack from all directions. That's an exaggeration. Glancing at the number 5 special link, Wang Dezhao, body pierced by bright red chains at his feet, Macefield looked at the mechanical overlord who didn't even use it for a second from his appearance to the launch. Although it was only the first time I saw it today, she was sure. The other party is a main god. At the same time, she is also quite sure of another thing. That is, even if she bursts out with all her strength, it is impossible to defeat the opponent. But this situation should also be expected by you. 39. Looking at the beam attack that was so close in front of him, Macefield said to himself without the slightest panic. Then next, it should be Kang Yu's debut. Did you think so? As if in response to Macefield's guess, a dreamlike voice suddenly sounded. It's a pity, however, that such a high-level police battle doesn't require that kind of big shot. The 394th chapter comes from the temptation of the mechanical overlord and others. The mysterious mental fluctuations spread in all directions. In the face of this wonderful force, the beam cannon that was about to fall began to twist continuously, turning into faint little spots of light slowly falling. Bathed in this rain of light, Macefield looked thoughtfully at the red-haired woman who appeared in front of him. The essence of the energy beam has been altered. With this ability, you shouldn't be that dream dragon. 99. It's really me. You are quite quick. Elsa chuckled and turned her eyes to the mechanical overlord in the sky. Long time no see, ASEAN. 35. You are still the same, nothing has changed. 35. You seem to have changed. The mechanical overlord Yacian snorted coldly and asked. Are you here to fight me? You can understand that. Like the men you want to protect you. I have to keep Macefield and the others. Elsa replied without changing her face. Then fight. Facing the mighty Elsa, the mechanical overlord ASEAN did not flinch in the slightest. I saw his 617 big hand wave, and sprinkled golden light spots on the mechanical army. In the next instant, except for the special link number 5, who was captured alive by Macefield, all the mechanical armies present began to change, and weapons that exuded terrifying power grew from their bodies. This is Asian's ability, mechanical transformation. Elsa, who had fought against the mechanical overlord many times, said casually. The effect is the same as what you see, using the mechanical armament prepared in advance in his hand to complete the transformation of the ordinary mechanical body in a short period of time. It doesn't feel like it's gotten much stronger. After focusing his attention on the two special connectors, Macefield took the initiative to speak. Just leave those little ones to me. 99. You go and focus on dealing with the mechanical overlord. You underestimate them too much. The most terrifying thing about the transformed mechanical body is evolution. In fact, the database of the mechanical god realm was established through the evolved mechanical army of the mechanical overlord in the past. Reaching out a hand to stop Macefield, who was ready to attack, Elsa explained. If you make a rash move, you will only leak your own information to the other party. That's nothing to be afraid of. 35. Macefield was a little puzzled. As long as the power can maintain absolute crushing, even if they evolve, it is useless. You're right in saying that. If you burst out with all your strength, even this group of evolved mechanical armies will at most be at odds with you. In addition to the support of other people, the probability of you winning the opponent can be said to be 100%. But halfway through speaking, Elsa stopped and looked at Macefield with a dull gaze. Have you ever considered a question? What is the problem? Macefield asked. In order to deepen the cooperation with the God of Light, the mechanical overlord sells your information to the other party. Elsa replied. 35. Macefield was suddenly silent. She hadn't really considered this. You must know that the reason why she has been able to cross the borders to crush the members of the Bright God realm, and even hit Metatron of the top gods with the body of the lower-level gods in the past. The main reason for this is to rely on her targeted power. If the opponent researches the means of counteracting this power through the data of the mechanical god realm, then she will lose her advantage when facing the powerhouses of the Bright God realm. In other words, she will lose some of her advantages in the future when she leaps over the ranks to fight against the God of Light. Dab, looks like you figured it out. Pulling Rias and the others present aside, Elsa slowly opened her mouth. This space has been sealed by ASEAN. In order to prevent accidents, I will personally send you away. Do you really need help? Rias, who also had flame-like red hair, asked. Macefield can't reveal intelligence, but that doesn't mean I can't. If I'm here, you can relax a bit. Don't get so nervous. She shook her head with some laughter, and Elsa's body exuded that mysterious mental wave again. Even if you don't believe in my strength, you still have to believe in Mawu's judgment. When the words fell, she didn't wait for Rias and others to speak, and sent them all to Tang Minjiu, who were rushing towards this side. Now the people who have disputes are gone. After sending Rias and others away, Elsa looked up at the mechanical overlord in the sky. Are you still going to fight? Boom! 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 What responded to her was the joint magic cannon radiating golden light. Dream Dragon! Is there a mechanical overlord? Strange, why this side is also fighting. In the Dragon God realm, Fafnir, who immediately recognized these two forces, turned around and looked at Mawu, who was not far away, with a suspicious expression. You must have done this too. It's me. Suwu calmly nodded. What the hell are you trying to do? Fafnir asked in confusion. Didn't I tell you the answer not long ago? Throwing the reincarnation corpse in his hand, Mawu's mouth rose slightly. Help you attract the attention of the main gods. Help the dragon god Winnie to complete the recovery. 35. You are really scary. 35. Although she had some guesses about the answer, Fafnir, who didn't expect Wahen to do this, was a little worried. If the Lord God makes a big fight, the consequences will be very serious. If it goes on like this, will there really be no problems? Do not worry. They're just testing it out right now. Mawu replied. Whether it is the Beast King and Mechanical Overlord on the bright side, or the Undead Master who hides in the dark. He had already seen through the thoughts of these main gods. When they test out the information they want, they will stop by themselves. 99. At the same time, that was also the time when these main gods made up their minds and completely joined forces to attack the Dream Realm. Chapter 395 Killing Contract, Lord God Conference. Mawu's conjecture was not wrong. Whether it was the battle between Hakure Ryumu and the Beastmaster Taylor, or the trial between the mechanical overlord Asien and the dream dragon Elsa, it didn't last long. After only 3 days, the energy fluctuations between the two sides began to slowly decay. And a week later, with the stare without the slightest emotion falling, the 4 of them involuntarily stopped the movements in their hands. Obviously, the void consciousness who suddenly let go of his hand for a week for some reason has begun to restrict the shots of the main god-level powerhouse again. As a result, this huge melee that shocked 99% of the existence of the void came to an end. But after noticing the threat of the dream world and one thing Mawu made them aware of through the battlefield battle, the mechanical overlord and others were not ready to directly turn the matter over. The deepest part of the bright god realm. With 18 pairs of wings on his back, the blonde man who looked exactly like Michael, the agent of the bright god realm, slowly opened his eyes and looked at the figures that had just appeared in front of him. It's really rare. The last time we got together, it seems to have been hundreds of thousands of years ago. Isn't that normal? An existence that exudes an aura of death and is shrouded in shadows let out a strange smile. You guys like to sleep at home every day, it's a strange thing to be able to get together. 35. Shut up, Saxton. You coward who likes to hide in the dark is the most incapable of saying that. The appearance is exactly the same as that of the mechanical overlord, but the humanoid figure with only a high-level god-level breath snorted coldly. If you think prudence equals cowardice, then I have nothing to say. The Lord of the Undead, Saxton, replied indifferently. Shut up all. I didn't come here to listen to your nonsense. Exuding a tyrannical aura, Tyler, the Beastmaster with a displeased face, interrupted the conversation between the two. I just want to kill all the people in the so-called dream world now. Taylor. Do not worry. The God of Light, who did not respond to the conversation of several people, spoke slowly. According to the current situation, the dream world has the support of the old antiques of the past era, and it is bound to give birth to a dominant powerhouse 5. According to the destruction contract we signed, the dream world must be annihilated without a doubt. But after his eyes paused on the 3 figures in front of him, the God of Light asked, do you know what happened to Naraku? Naraku in his mouth was actually the last of the 5 main gods of the radical faction. Lord of the Abyss, Nai Luo. It stands to reason that in such a large-scale war, the Lord of the Abyss, who strengthens himself by means of fighting to support the war, should be the first to appear. It hasn't come yet, so it must have been an accident. If I guess correctly, it may have been stopped by the old guy from the Eternal Tree. The mechanical overlord Asien guessed. Ordinary people may not be aware of the movement of the Eternal Tree when it wakes up from its deep sleep. But in the eyes of several of them, it couldn't be clearer. In addition, the fact that the Lord of the Abyss backstabbed the Eternal Tree in the past is not a secret. Now that the Eternal Tree shot to intercept the opponent and leave the south side of the void, it is also a very normal thing. Then just wait. The God of Light said. Void consciousness begins to supervise again, and even if the Tree of Eternity is unhappy, it cannot intervene. It is estimated that it will be a few more minutes at most, Naraku. It seems that there is no need to wait. 35. Halfway through, the God of Light, who seemed to have sensed something, raised his head and looked at the black-haired man who walked in slowly from outside the hall. Although it was different from the last time the other party met, the disgusting aura was still the same. There is no doubt that this black-haired man is a temporary carrier made by the Abyss Lord Neruo to carry his own will. Everyone is here. Then let's get started. 35. The space began to shake slowly, and in an instant, the God of Light, who had temporarily cut the space where he and others were from, stood up and said slowly. A plan to annihilate the dream world. A corner of chaos. The two figures collided continuously and separated in an instant. Under this uninterrupted terrifying aftermath, the space barrier in this area was broken, and the boundaries of time began to slowly blur. After an unknown amount of time, the violently tumbling chaotic airflow suddenly calmed down. No more, no more. The dumb hair above his head swayed slightly, and Nayako, who seemed to have received some news, waved his hand and stopped fighting with Orpheus. I agree to your cooperation. When the voice fell, she directly took out a blue lotus flower exuding the radiance of soul from her storage space and threw it towards Orpheus. Orpheus tilted his head, with a rare look of doubt on his face. Although she only played against each other for half a month, she still had a preliminary understanding of Nyarlathotep, the famous chaos god. Generally speaking, unless you have absolute power to crush it. Otherwise, the only way to get the other party to agree to their deal is to kill their interest through a long battle, and only hand over Soul Qinglian to her until the other party doesn't want to fight at all. And this time, at least should be several thousand years. Well, you don't have to think too much. Just as Orpheus would observe Nyarlathotep, Nyarlathotep also learned something about the infinite dragon god during the battle. She seemed to be worried about the other party's misunderstanding, so she rarely explained 2 sentences. I just received the news that Yog's avatar has appeared in the void. Although they are in the same camp, their goals are different. In order to prevent that guy from interfering with her plan, she had no choice but to reach a deal with Orpheus in advance and obtain the qualification to enter the void through the dream world. Chapter 396 Flesh Remodeling, Arrival of Nyarlathotep. Dragon God Realm. Looking at the giant dragon soaring in the sky above, exuding a terrifying aura, Suwu showed a satisfied look on his face. How do you feel? Great. It's the exact same body I used to be. The giant dragon slowly fell from the sky and transformed into a slender figure before Mawu's transformation. The fair skin, the eyes as pure as the sea, exudes a gentle and approachable aura. It is the real controller of the dragon god realm, the dragon god Winnie. It's just that it's not the same as the calm and peaceful appearance in the past. She regained her body with the help of Mawu, and now she is smiling like a happy girl. 620 This is full of power, and full of vitality. I haven't experienced this solid feeling in a long time. And I don't know if it's my illusion, I always feel that the strength of this body is much stronger than before. 35. That's not your illusion. Suwu explained casually. When I was reshaping your body, I used the power of the void for wave enhancement. Although it took a little effort, the strength of your remodeled body has actually reached the limit of the 5th realm of the Lord God. 35. If it wasn't for the fear that you couldn't control this force, I actually still have a way to go further. 35. Then no need. Winnie waved her hand and quickly refused. There is no free lunch in the world. This kind of promotion method that promotes seedlings sounds like a good thing. But the well-informed Winnie understands that artificial powerhouses who grow up in this way often have many huge problems. The degree of power control is low, the actual combat ability is not high, and it is easy to be defeated by others. The bigger problem is that there will be loopholes in the mind after prematurely mastering the power far beyond its own limit. Run away, degenerate, blackened, and become a puppet in the hands of others. In Winnie's view, this ending was even more tragic than death. Of course, this situation will not appear to her yet. It is indeed a fact that the physical ability was forcibly upgraded from the 4th realm of the main god to the 5th realm of the main god by Suwu. However, her own sss-level talent ancestralization is a talent that greatly improves her physical abilities in a short period of time. With this talent, she has experienced the physical ability of the 5th realm of the main god many times when she was in the 4th realm of the main god. This is also the main reason why she did not lose control when she placed the source on this body for manipulation. But if Ma Wu took a step closer and raised her body to the level of the sixth realm of the main god, that would be another problem. But looking at the Ma Wu in front of her who was under her control, Winnie subconsciously suppressed the thought. Unless the other party is intentional, otherwise this situation will not occur at all. Correct. Although you have temporarily reshaped your body, you'd better keep your original state, and it's better not to manipulate this body too much. Just as Winnie was lost in thought, Ma Wu's voice came from the front again. Although with the help of auxiliary runes, you are not fully fused with this body. 99. If you use it for a long time, it is easy to fall into a semi-fused state. It will affect the subsequent real integration. Say this kind of thing sooner next time. After hearing Ma Wu's words, Winnie immediately found a place to lie down. The next second, a Winnie who was exactly the same length as the body, but looked a little illusory, drilled out of her body. Don't be nervous. Just for a while, it won't have any effect. 35. According to my budget, you can still stay in the flesh for about 3 days. Su Wu replied with a smile. That's not necessary. Winnie's head shook like a rattle. It's not easy to have a chance to fully recover. 99. If I overturned because of temporary greed, I would suffer to death. 35. Then do what you want. Ma Wu did not dissuade him too much. Speaking of which, a month is almost here. 35. When she came to sit down on the grass beside Ma Wu, Winnie looked over expectantly. According to Ma Wu's plan, the recovery formation was cut into 3 parts by him. They are the remodeling of the body, the remodeling of the soul, and the complete fusion of the body, the soul, and the source. Among these 3 steps, the first 2 steps will not cause much impact as long as the preparations are made. Only when the 3rd step is carried out will it break through the blockade limit and attract the attention of others. The first step has now been completed, and the next step is the 2nd step. Don't worry, my time card is still very accurate. Knowing what Winnie wanted to say, Ma Wu replied. Since I said that Soul Qinglian will arrive in a month, then naturally I will not be late. 35. 0.1. Looks like I heard something interesting. The moment Su Wu's voice fell, a playful voice suddenly sounded. According to what you said, did you expect Yager's appearance and my reaction? Not expected. I saw it. Ma Wu raised his head and looked at the silver-haired girl who had bypassed all the defenses of the Dragon God realm and slipped into the Dragon Mystery realm to come to him. Long time no see, Nyarlathotep. P.S. Scratching my head, the latest update is a bit late, but don't worry, I will not pigeon. Single G. Chapter 397 Su Wu's True Identity. It's been a long time? Hearing the reply coming from his ear, Nyarlathotep froze, and a look of doubt flashed in his eyes. Who are you? Didn't Orpheus tell you? I am Ma Wu, the master of the fantasy world. 99. At the same time, he is the one who invited you to void and trade with you this time. Su Wu replied with a smile. You should know that's not what I'm asking about. Taking advantage of this short interval, Nyarlathotep has turned over his memory several times. She can confirm that this is the first time she sees Ma Wu. 18. Looking at the smiling man in front of him and exuding an inexplicable aura, Nyarlathotep, who had seen through himself, put the thought behind him without hesitation. Meeting for the first time? Impossible. It's definitely not the first time you meet someone. HA23RD, Ryan, Michanaz, Pongana. After calling out a series of names like a dish name, Nyarlathotep asked again. Whose reincarnation are you? Not at all. Su Wu raised a finger and shook it, denying the other party's guess. Although there have been some changes in my identity, I haven't changed my name. Impossible. Nyarlathotep immediately retorted. You definitely changed your name. What are you panicking about? This is nothing like you, Nyarlathotep. 35. Looking at the evil god who was subconsciously nervous in front of him, Su Wu reminded with great interest. Think again. 35. The last time we met was in the Void. 35. Void? Nyarlathotep has encountered many powerful masters in the realm of the gods, but very few can impress her. If the scope is limited to the Void, it will be even less. After all, she had only been to the Void once in the past. And in that memory, she never had any intersection with the existence called Ma-Wu. Wrong. As if thinking of something, Nyarlathotep suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Ma-Wu with a look of horror. The time she came to the Void was in the Third Era. At that time, the Void was in the stage of the birth of the Master, the era of the era entered the end, and the Tower of the Gods and Demons was opened. It was also that time, when she came in for a stroll, she encountered the extreme cold Master from the Second Era of the Void, and was hammered by the other party. Although that encounter left her with a huge shadow in her heart for the woman who played ice. But if I remember correctly, there was a strange guy who was in the shadows and didn't speak the whole time who came to the door with the woman. Could it be that you were the guy who stood behind the extreme cold Master? 35. Looks like I remembered. You guessed it right, that's really me. By the way, the Master of Extreme Cold is just a title, her real name is Kang Yu. What are you looking for from me? 35. Seeing Ma-Wu's admission, Nyarlathotep instantly became serious. After being forcibly driven out of the Void by Kang Yu, she has carefully investigated the information about Kang Yu. And in the process of this investigation, she naturally also investigated Ma-Wu, who had not taken any shots in the whole process. Although the feedback received at the time was a cloud of fog, there was no useful intelligence. She still had some guesses about Ma-Wu's true identity. The true Master of the Void, the Master of the First Era of the Void that has never appeared in public in the past hundreds of thousands of years. Why would someone at your level take the initiative to reveal their identity at this time? Hearing Nyarlathotep's words, Winnie, who was secretly eating melons, froze and looked at Ma-Wu with a bewildered expression. Although she knew that the other party was not simple, it was too exaggerated. Isn't the answer to this question obvious? 35. I will take the initiative to find you, of course, because the time has come. Ignoring Winnie's surprised look, Ma-Wu admitted Nyarlathotep's guess without changing his face. He is indeed the Master of the First Era of the Void. Of course, this matter was only known when he was promoted to a god, evolved his own talent, and unlocked the memory seal in his mind. In addition, he also found the reason for his rebirth in these memories. The millions of reincarnations in the past have allowed me to gather everything I need for 620. The Ninth Era is the last era of the Void, and the Void will not restart from now on. In this era, I will break the limit, break through to the 8th realm of the Lord God, and proceed to the unprecedented 9th realm. To accomplish this, I need your assistance. A million reincarnations? Knowing what this meant, Nyarlathotep was silent for a moment, and suddenly laughed out loud. You guys are crazy. Compared to you, I feel that this chaos heretic god is a little too conservative. So what's your answer? Su Wu asked again. Does my answer really matter? Nyarlathotep asked rhetorically. Since the other party has started the layout so early, it is impossible for the number of prepared plans to be 1 or 2. I am afraid that whether she refuses or agrees, it will become a part of the other party's plan and push it forward. Then I'll take it as your promise. 35. As a reward, I will help you break through the 7th realm afterwards. Chapter 398 Soul Qinglian is in place, preparations for major forces. Nyarlathotep came and left suddenly. After realizing that she had no room to resist, she, who always took pleasure in playing with people's hearts, naturally didn't want to stay by Ma-Wu's side. So, after a brief exchange with Ma-Wu, her avatar, which sneaked into the Dragon Mystery Realm, dissipated directly on the spot, and her consciousness shifted back to her body. Is it really okay to work with that guy? Seeing Nyarlathotep leaving, Winnie was silent for a few seconds and then suddenly asked. Although I have only heard about it, I have also heard of the existence behind her. 99. If your plan touches the other party, even you will be affected. Chaos Evil God is a general term, which is specially used to describe the main god-level powerhouse who has no bottom line to attack the comprehensive world in chaos. But in fact, Chaos Heretic God is also divided into forces. It's like Ivy, the queen of the insect race who cooperates with the Void, is actually the leader of the top chaotic force Insect Disaster. And Nyarlathotep, as a well-known chaos god in chaos, is actually the leader of a super-large chaos force Chaos of Prowling. It's just different from the real power leader like Ivy. The Croating Chaos commanded by Nyarlathotep is actually just a subordinate force of a master of the 8th realm of the Lord God. Because of his personality, the other party is not particularly interested in foreign things. After throwing all his subordinates out to develop on his own, he fell into a long slumber and has yet to wake up. So from this point of view, Nyarlathotep and his subordinate Chaos of the Walk can also be treated as an independent force and the leader of the force. It's just that no matter how independent the other party is, they are still related to the powerhouse of the 8th realm of the Lord God. As one of the 3 pillar gods under the opponent's subordinates, Nyarlathotep cannot guarantee that he will not have any means of awakening the opponent. That's why Winnie is worried. But don't worry 5. Nothing will happen. Suwu replied. It's not like sleeping in the true sense of the word. The current state of that guy is not so much asleep as it is to deduce the path of the 9th realm of the Lord God by means of sleep 5. Unless a new 8th realm of the main god is born in the chaos, or there is a strong person in the 8th realm of the main god approaching his body. Otherwise, even if there is a big mess, the other party will not withdraw from that state. That's good. Winnie breathed a sigh of relief. She still has confidence in Mawu's judgment. Since he said that he would not involve such a high-ranking police officer, then there is really no problem. Speaking of which, you said earlier that you have been reincarnated 1,000,000 times. Then do you have any other famous identity besides your current identity? Winnie asked curiously. Number 35. Suwu shook his head. Whether it is before or after reincarnation, he is mainly in a hidden identity. If it weren't for this reincarnation to gather all the factors, the first thing he did after breaking through to become a god was to eliminate the traces of himself. Then in the process of your reincarnation, you have encountered. Let's talk later. Interrupting Winnie's curiosity temporarily, Suwu raised his head to look at Orpheus, who was walking here with Fafnir not far away. Sol Qinglian has arrived. Let's finish the preparatory work first. Bright God Realm. After receiving the order from the God of Light, Gabriel, who had been working hard for nearly a month, came to the logistics office. Metatron, how are the preparations going? It's all done. Anytime you can act. 39. Not bad. Nodding in satisfaction, Gabriel's gaze shifted to Metatron's bald back up. How's your recovery going? It's almost back to the limit. Metatron replied. Although it is impossible to reach the peak of the past, it is not a problem to burst out 90% of the power of the peak period 5. Is this? After bowing his head and thinking for a few seconds, Gabriel spoke slowly. I also asked your question, Lord God of Light. He said you have a chance to recover from this situation. But it will take a long time, so you will have to wait until the end of the war to help you recover. Fine. I can't wait. Without Gabriel noticing, Metatron, who was slowly exuding an inexplicable mental wave, grinned. We must be the victor in this battle. Undead God Realm. Lord God of the Undead. My subordinates have lived up to your expectations. After spending a lot of time, the mobile version of Dead Sea has been made. The Lich Bagsha reported excitedly. Good job. The Lord of the Undead, Saxton raised his right hand and shot a set of black beams into Bagsha's body. This is the power that I have recently realized. 35. Although it's only temporary, it's not a problem to fill up your swallowed source in a short period of time. Take the Dead Sea and go to the Bright God realm to meet DeWitt. Yes. Abyss World. Have you made a decision yet, Naraku? 35. The humanoid silhouette reappeared in front of the Lord of the Abyss. I sent an avatar because you have a certain potential. But you have to understand that you are not important enough for me to do it for you personally. Hold on. After being silent for a while, the Lord of the Abyss, Naruo, replied. Let me try one last time. Madness. Seemingly disappointed with this answer, the humanoid silhouette disappeared in place. Greed will only get you to the end. County. Chapter 399, The Timing of Recovery. Nailed it. After temporarily closing the recovery circle, Ma Wu looked at Winnie, who was no longer illusory and looked much more real. In this way, your soul has also been reshaped. It only takes a good opportunity to activate the last part of the function of the complex array, and your origin, soul and body will be completely integrated into one, and the resurrection will be completed. You can arrange it. I'll listen to you. Under Su Wu's impeccable behavior, Winnie, who felt that she was about to be abandoned, replied. Rotten. Anyway, there is a big guy like Ma Wu, she just needs to follow the other party's orders. Since you asked me to arrange it, then help to call out all the high-end combat powers of the Dragon God realm. All. Winnie froze for a moment. Yes. Seemingly seeing Winnie's lack of self-confidence, Su Wu repeated it again. All high-end combat power. 99. What are you going to do? If 620 just involves her, that's fine. But to get involved with those children, she had to pay extra attention. Do not worry. There will be no danger. Su Wu casually swiped in midair and pulled out a translucent light curtain. Above the light curtain, there is an endless huge battlefield. Countless undead, angels, mechanical armies, and abyss creatures turned into one, and the existence battlefield exuded a terrifying aura. Although only saw a corner of the battlefield through the screen. But Winnie also clearly noticed that at the end of the battlefield, there seemed to be a god-level powerhouse. Is this the dream world? Winnie, who was guessing, asked. Indeed, it is a defensive force built with the dream world as the core. 35. Ma Wu corrected it. 7 days ago, the main god of the radical faction completed all the preparations and got together to launch a KDAB attack on the Dreamland. And after noticing this, the Dark God Realm, Eternal God Realm, and Gensokyo Alliance also sent reinforcements from the Dream Realm side to support them. 99. Of course, you should also understand that no matter how fast the dream world develops, it is still just an emerging force that I established within a year. In the case of insufficient background, even if there are reinforcements from the main god-level forces, the combat power is still a little worse than the main god coalition of the 5 radical factions. So do you want the high-end combat power of the Dragon God realm to gather and go to the Dream realm to help? After thinking hard for a few seconds, Winnie still didn't know why Ma Wu did this. Why so much trouble? With your means, it should be easier. Indeed. If you really want to use your whole cards, you can end this battle in an instant. 35. Ma Wu nodded, confirming Winnie's guess. After unsealing the memory, the number of whole cards that he can use at present is as high as 4 digits. Even without Kang Yu's apparent combat power, there are still many ways to easily settle this war. But there is no need to interfere too much. No matter how fierce the fight is at present, it's still just a struggle within the void. As the controller, I only need to confirm that the high-end combat power will not fall too much. 95. On that basis, there is only one thing I have to do. That is to cultivate potential seeds and fully stimulate their potential. 99. A speech from the big boss behind the scenes. 35. After tilting her head to look at Ma Wu for a few seconds, Winnie muttered softly. According to what you said, we old antiques can only be the target of sparring. Of course not. Su Wu denied it. Except for those consumables that were forcibly catalyzed by the powerhouses of the 7th and 8th realms of the main god, each one of them was a potential stock that could be promoted to become the main god with their own efforts. In particular, the god of light and the lord of the abyss, who have broken through to the 4th realm of the lord god with their own efforts, are even more superior potential stocks. If it weren't for this, Yog, one of the 3 pillar gods, would not have sent his avatar to sneak into the void. But if you do something wrong, you will be punished. I am not against mutual struggle within the void, but there must be a limit. 35. In order to develop for a longer period of time, kill those seeds of the Lord God at the seedling stage. There is no doubt that this bottom line has been exceeded. 35. In fact, the void consciousness was also aware of this matter, and would wake up his reincarnated body at this time. In this way, not only can she recruit all the high-quality seeds that she has retained in this era, but she can also take the opportunity to let Macefield and others complete their growth through punishment. It can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. On the other hand, after listening to Ma Wu's explanation, Winnie, who understood something, didn't ask any more questions. After getting used to the increasingly filling power in her lower body, she raised her hand and shot a beam of light towards Long Mystery. The Dragon God's order has been passed down. According to the efficiency of those children, the assembly will probably be completed within a day. 99. After all, some people are not in the base camp, and it will take a while to get back. Not urgent. Ma Wu, who also understood this, lowered his head and fiddled with the complex formation on the ground. This war will continue for some time. When the time is ripe, the void consciousness will release the supervision of those Lord Gods. At that time, it is also the time for you to completely complete the recovery. Chapter 400 Macefield shot, Michael killed. Fantasy Frontier. It's been a week. 99. Looking at the battlefield in front of him that lasted for a full week, a thoughtful look flashed in Mesfield's eyes. With the sss-level lord skills of Mahu, the members of the dream world can be said to be gods of war. Even a low-level cannon fodder like a skeleton warrior who wins by quantity can fight against the high-level angels of the bright god realm after being strengthened. But no matter how strong the members of the dream world are in the same rank, they will still suffer heavy damage when facing the seemingly endless army of the radical forces. Of course, most of the people who died in the fantasy world at present were members of the middle and lower classes. And because the enemy did not use the high-end means of killing the source, after the war, they could be resurrected through the Temple of Life improved by Su Wu. So in the matter of battle damage, Macefield did not have much emotional fluctuations. But according to the current trend, it is basically impossible to win in the middle and lower tier battlefields. 35. Looking back from the battlefield, Macefield looked at Li Yas who was approaching. What does Ma Wu say on that side? He said that everything that should be arranged has been arranged for us. Let us make our own decisions about the direction of the next war. Rias replied. Make your own decisions. Macefield paused, staring at the disgusting aura in the distance. Including the disposal of those main gods? Yes. 35. Ma Wu's original words are: as long as you have the strength, you can deal with it how you want. Rias affirmed. Need my help? Number 35. The light gradually dimmed, and the dark night slowly emerged in this area. Pulling out a blood-red spear, Macefield walked forward unhurriedly. It's better to do things like revenge yourself. If you really want to help, you can watch the others for me. The position of the bright god realm is in the sky. Gabriel sighed helplessly as he looked at Macefield, who was walking towards him, and others with the strange blood-colored energy entwined around him. It's totally unconventional. In this war, the only advantage of Dream World is the combat power of the top-level superior gods. According to the current information, the core members of the Dream World like Macefield can basically be at the level of the top gods, possessing power comparable to the first and second realms of the main god. In the face of this level of existence, no one on their side can beat them in the same realm. But did you come here alone? 35. Gabriel, who took back his perception and confirmed that Macefield was running alone, laughed. Under the same realm, one-on-one they are indeed not the opponents of the fantasy world. This is also the main reason why they have not started a high-end battle, due to the fact that they have an advantage on the low-end battlefield. According to the original plan, they were prepared to seduce the high-end combat power of the fantasy world and find a way to solve them one by one. Now that Macefield ran over alone, it also saved time for planning. Michael, please. I try my best. Michael, who exuded an awe-inspiring aura, nodded, took out a long sword and walked towards him. I'm not interested in you. Glancing at Michael indifferently, Macefield, who did not take the other party to heart, looked behind the other party. The enemy is knocking on the door, why don't you shoot? Or it's just that your character is like this, you like to hide when a turtle with a shrinking head. Presumptuous. Before Macefield could finish speaking, Michael's figure suddenly disappeared and came to the other side. 4 flowers 0. Infinite holy light emerged from Michael's body and compressed on the blade of the sword, exuding cold light. In the next instant, the holy sword emitting a dazzling holy light fell, and without hesitation, it slashed towards Macefield. Holy judgment! Bang! As I said, I'm not interested in you. Without doing the slightest protective work, Macefield, who only relied on a white and tender hand to take the blow, looked over. A mere watchdog, how dare you be so presumptuous? Click click click. A crisp cracking sound sounded, and cracks spread on the holy sword. In just an instant, this holy sword that accompanied Michael in countless years of battles came to an end. Before Michael could recover from this sudden shock, the next second, Macefield's voice reached his ears again. Since you want to die so much, then I will fulfill you. Flick away. Boom! The blood-colored wave spewed out of Macefield, carrying a rotten aura and rushing in all directions. At such a close distance, even if he had quietly obtained the Supreme Heaven boost, Michael, who possessed power close to the main god level, could not completely escape. Feeling the half of his torso turned into blood in an instant, Michael, who was in the depths of the blood sea, seemed to notice something, and looked at Macefield in disbelief. He opened his mouth as if to say something. However, in the face of this unparalleled might, the agent of the bright god realm failed to say a word in the end, and just disappeared into the sea of blood. 1. After slaughtering Michael as easily as stepping on an ant, Macefield turned his attention to Gabriel. Since that shrunken tortoise didn't dare to do it, then I'll kill all of you watchdogs first. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.